This guy is named Julian, a madman, a psychopath, a monster in human skin. He is known as the demon of the Northern Front. Above all, he suffers from a personality disorder, always smiling in every situation. Possessing such terrifying nicknames means he naturally has countless enemies. But so what? As long as they show even a slight weakness, he will surely tear them to pieces without mercy. You might think this is our main character, but that's not the case. This guy here is the male lead. His name is Lai Shihu, a young man who spent over 11 years and nearly 38 million just to see the ending of an online game. But the result he got was just a scene where his favorite hero was sent to heaven by the squinty-eyed villain. Out of pure rage, he immediately started an online war of words with the publisher. In the end, not only did he fail to get his money back, but Shihu also got pulled into the game, becoming the squinty-eyed villain he hated so much. Now, let's start the story. Amidst the dusty wind and the twilight, two silhouettes loomed in the scenery. A filthy, blood-stained silver sword was dragged across the ground. He swung his sword slightly, standing tall before the knight kneeling on the ground. So even you, the one others called a hero, have fallen into this state. He darkened his expression, picking up a cloth to wipe the blood-drenched sword. If you had considered your own safety in that luxurious mansion, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. He smirked maliciously, the fallen star, Hayden Reich. Reich's face turned dark, twitching in pain. How could you do this to me? The shiny blade reflected Julian's evil face. How was it when I still supported you as a hero? You should have treated me better. Reich pleaded desperately. Can you really kill me, your own master, so cruelly? At Reich's plea, Julian's face remained as cold as ice. He involuntarily pulled the corners of his mouth wide, unable to control it. Julian held his sword high toward the sky, laughing with wicked glee. That is nothing difficult at all. With a swift thwack, Reich's head fell immediately, blood splattering all over. The young man with glasses grabbed his head and screamed, "No." He pressed his face against the computer screen. It can't end like this. He was still in shock, unable to believe he died so pointlessly. He hurriedly moved the mouse. Demon Slayer DLC starts now. Pre-orders are open. This shouldn't have happened. Reich was the hero of the Northern Front. You led everyone even in the most desperate situations. A genius at hunting demons, and a legend who carried nobility within him. Most importantly, he was the main character of this game. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could the main character die like that? And at the hands of a villain who betrayed his own master, Julian. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, until he slammed his hand on the desk. Damn that software company, Fromwell. I had so many expectations for the sequel, yet they betrayed me like this. Demon Slayer starts now. Pre-orders are underway. Player Li Shihu, first place, total amount 38 million. Demon Slayer starts now. You have been registered on Fromwell for 5 years. Total playtime over the last 5 years, 100,000 hours. How much money and time did I pour into you guys? Shihu scrolled through the comments on his computer. Looks like Julian is the main character this season. How could a guy with squinty eyes like him become the main character? But aren't squinty eyes cool? You can't guess what he's thinking, which makes him attractive. Well, a cruel villain is actually quite charming. Shihu felt helpless. I'm truly speechless. He skillfully typed on the keyboard, "Cool my butt, he's just a traitor." Shihu's comment popped up. I don't understand how a squinty-eyed guy like that became the main character. Canceling pre-order. After comment, he moved the mouse to the cancel pre-order button. Shihu's hand paused for a few beats, but in the end, he clicked the left mouse button to confirm the cancellation. The screen displayed, "You have canceled your pre-order." Shihu happily waved goodbye to the game's souvenirs. We've had a good time together, but let's never meet again. He decisively lay down on his bed, yelling loudly, "Goodbye to that damn game. Truly trashy fraud." The corners of Shihu's eyes welled up with regret. But there is no other game with such beautiful graphics and such a vast world. It had soothed my weary heart, which had been hardened by reality after starting my first job. He tiredly sat up from his bed. That was the little sanctuary I had. Shihu leisurely grabbed the potted plant, and now, he hugged and kissed the plant affectionately. You're all I have left. Whenever I'm frustrated, taking care of you makes me feel much better. Shihu squinted and sprayed the plant with water. Now I understand why old people like growing orchids. Don't become like that stupid game. Grow up well, okay. Suddenly, a noise startled him. Shihu slowly turned his head to check. What was that? A message on the computer appeared. Hello, this is the developer of Demon Slayer, Fromwell Software Company. Are you Shihu? You have played our game for the past 5 years, right? Shihu huffed and clicked his tongue. A message from Fromwell. Is this some kind of automatic response? He quickly wrote a reply. Yes, it's me. We noticed that you canceled your pre-order for the Demon Slayer DLC. We assume you are unhappy with how the plot unfolded. Looking at the computer screen, Shihu's face remained blank for a long time. He pouted unhappily. What is this? Are they not going to refund me? Shihu stared intently at the screen. What did they just say? The message on the computer screen gradually appeared and then suddenly became clear. Please click the link below. Subconsciously, Shihu accidentally clicked the link. Then the computer screen suddenly flared up, blinding Shihu. A violent gust of wind suddenly sucked Shihu in. His glasses fell off due to the inertia. Shihu's head was also sucked into the computer screen. His face twisted, struggling to pull away. I need to turn this off right now, he said, struggling to press the power button on the computer. But for hell's sake, the computer wouldn't turn off. Ah, it's not working. The desperate scream of the young man echoed out to the apartment complex. The computer screen suddenly went black immediately. Shihu's body lost its balance and fell. What is happening? His subconscious drifted. Am I falling? But where am I falling to? The scene before his eyes suddenly appeared. A wasteland. Shihu's body glowed with a strange golden light. He weakly stood up to observe his surroundings. Where am I? Wait, this is the place where Reich and Julian had their final battle. Just as Shihu realized this, a large scorpion blocked his view. It swung its massive claw, making him jump back in shock. What is this? The phantom scorpion appeared in Demon Slayer. But strangely, a system window appeared before Shihu's eyes. Character trait: excellent swordsmanship, extraordinary instinct. You have the instinctive ability to detect the weaknesses of demons. He was so surprised that his jaw dropped. A game status window. He leaped up, running away in a panic. I need to run now. Each of the scorpion's legs shook the ground. It struggled and moved, shattering stones into hundreds of pieces. If I get hit by that, I'll be pulverized. The massive claw zoomed right up to Shihu. He gritted his teeth as if in resignation. Damn it, am I going to die? But when the scorpion touched his finger, it trembled. What is this? Doesn't it hurt? Not giving up, the scorpion attacked again with both claws. Shihu skillfully ducked to dodge the blow. Whatever. He gritted his teeth and tensed up. Then he threw a powerful punch right into the monster's face. Shihu breathed heavily to catch his breath and looked at the scorpion. Effective. He stood on his tiptoes and wondered what just happened. Shihu stood dazed, looking at his hands and running, his pants almost falling down. Is my body always this light? His gaze suddenly froze. Shihu suddenly remembered everything from the beginning. Could it be? No way, Li Shihu. Why don't you change the story yourself? Is this possessing a character? He ran for his life with all his might, praying to escape the bloodthirsty scorpion. The phantom scorpion suddenly let out a terrifying roar, forcing Shihu to look back. He grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist, muttering to himself, I still don't understand what's happening. Shihu's feet stopped completely. He stopped running. He confidently faced the scorpion. But luckily, the character I've possessed is right. The character I've spent thousands of hours playing. Shihu's eyes lit up, exploding with the fire of power. He drew his sword, slashing with an imposing beam of light toward the monster. The power, which seemed to cut through the very air, quickly flew toward the scorpion. That power instantly pierced straight into the scorpion's head, causing it to be split in two, falling down into a pool of red blood. Shihu was stunned, standing there frozen, speechless. Wow. He wiped the sweat off his chin and panted. I killed it, as expected from Reich's power. Excitedly looking at his hands, he thought, with this I can change the plot and prevent being killed by Julian. A system window appeared. Sword Foundation. You have learned the basic attack skill, Moon Slash. Shihu looked at the system window, deep in thought. Moon Slash, but this isn't Reich's skill. His throat suddenly felt tight. Wait. Shihu quickly took off his hood and picked up the sword. He carefully examined his appearance through the silver blade. Shihu's red pupils contracted in surprise. He went stiff, not knowing what to do next. The system appeared again. Character appearance: silver hair. Squinty eyes, expressionless face. Notification sounds kept popping up. Excellent swordsman, perfect mana control. Extraordinary instinct. Julian Criffart Prassen. Shihu's mind felt like it was falling into a pit. He grabbed his head and screamed, Is this Julian? The system chimed again. Speak formally. Julian Criffart Prassen. Character tendency: squinty eyes, formal speech, expressionless face, two-faced trait. Extraordinary instinct, color of negation, excellent swordsman, vessel of the demon king, perfect magic control. The blue sky reflected light onto the large white mansion. The golden light shone on Julian's face in the mirror, a hypocrite, a potential traitor. Julian Criffart Prassen really fits a fox-eyed character, clearly malicious. Who would have thought that I would become him? Julian used his hands to pull his eyelids open. If I opened my eyes, they would probably be this big, huh? He was dripping with sweat, restless. I really can't believe it. Julian shook his head in frustration and sighed. I have to live with the identity of Julian. I've been living as Julian for a week already. I tried to find a way to return to reality, send me back. He shook the status window, searching for documents. Thinking back on those things only made him want to blow up. Julian sighed wearily again. It was all in vain. However, the system appeared. Julian Criffart Prassen, character trait, formal speech, speak formally in every word. He looked at himself in the mirror and complained, just talking to myself, and I have to be this formal, how annoying. Even so, Julian involuntarily raised his hand to his mouth to cover a wicked smile. Me, looking pretty good, actually. Now I see why he's famous. He leisurely posed in front of the mirror, an 8-head body proportion, maybe even 9. Meanwhile, incoherent footsteps echoed inside the mansion. His face wrinkled, gray as an aluminum pot. Thinking about that evil face made him tremble with fear. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to meet him. It felt like walking slowly into a grave. The door to the room suddenly opened. Hera pursed her lips in greeting. Harand pursed his lips in greeting. Lord Julian, Lord Harand has arrived. Julian glanced at him with blood-red eyes, thinking to himself, Harand, a direct bloodline of the Criffart Prassen family, what is he doing here? Seeing this, Harand stuttered in fear, Lord Julian. His mind racing, this was terrifying. Harand stiffened and asked, Are you feeling all right, sir? Julian replied coldly, Yes, thanks to you, I'm perfectly fine. Harand forced a laugh. Well, that's a relief. I never expected the great champion Julian to pass out like that. I don't know if I was just being overly worried. Harand's intermittent laughter only made the atmosphere feel even more suffocating. Ha ha. Both Julian and Harand struggled to keep smiling. Looking at each other's faces, they shared the exact same thought. What on earth is he planning? On the surface, Julian maintained a smile, but deep down, he was nursing a splitting headache. Of all people, it had to be Harand himself who came to visit. What have you been doing all this time, you idiot? Harand forced a smile while cursing inwardly. Julian, you disgusting bastard. To think you can still act so relaxed even with me visiting you personally. You're not a simple man at all. Maybe I should try to shake his composure a bit. Harand laughed gleefully as he recounted. Julian, I heard a rumor. Julian tilted his head, puzzled. Oh, what is it? The rumor is that you've lost your memory. That statement hit Julian like a lightning bolt. Lost my memory. He closed his eyes to reflect. So that's why everyone was whispering and glancing at me every time they saw me. I guess I do look pretty suspicious, don't I? Harand's expression turned dark and gloomy. He had hit the nail on the head. Harand played the innocent peacemaker. Ah, it's just a rumor, so don't you worry about it. Suddenly, Julian's voice dropped into a menacing growl that made Harand jump out of his skin. Julian wore a twisted grin, dripping with killing intent. And do you believe in that rumor too, my lord? Oh man, oh God, this look on his face is terrifying. Harand nearly wet his pants. He shook like a leaf while denying it. How could I possibly? He nervously thought, damn it, he hasn't backed down at all. With that smile and that look in his eyes, I have no way of knowing what his true intentions are. Perhaps Julian already knows that I came here under the orders of the Council of Elders. Ah well, never mind then, Harand said with a chuckle, covering his mouth. Don't pay any attention to the rumors spreading among the maids. Anyway, the reason I came here is because, even though I knew you were injured, the Council of Elders had a message, so I came here to deliver it. The Council of Elders, he must mean the one formed by the nobility. They have always considered bloodline to be the absolute priority. Those old men from the direct bloodline wouldn't be able to sit still, while someone from a cadet branch of the family is scheming to seize power. Julian is a member of a cadet branch, but he considers himself a dog of the royal family because of his extraordinary swordsmanship and magical ability. He is seen as a thorn in their side by this organization, to the point where they just want to get rid of him immediately. A message from them, I should be careful. What is the message? It is for you to attend the Bayan entrance exam in the capacity of a lead instructor. Upon hearing Harand, Julian carefully pondered the matter. These people are called the Bayan. They secretly carry out tasks for the palace and often operate as royal guard. They are the royal family's exclusive organization, a gathering of people with incredible martial prowess. Julian is also a member of the Bayan. Choosing me, someone who doesn't hold any goodwill toward them, that's suspicious. Should I follow their request or not? Harand smirked, laughing to himself as if he had calculated everything. Usually, Julian would realize this is a trap set by the Council of Elders and avoid it. So how can I possibly convince Julian to go? But right after that, Julian laughed heartily. Fine, I'll go there as a supervisor. Julian's acceptance made Harand's face go slack. He couldn't believe his own ear. But what about your injuries? Julian reached up and ripped the bandage off his forehead. Oh, believe it or not, it's already healed. This time, Heron panicked, unable to believe his eyes. What is going on? Heron broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, he's literally walking into a trap. Is that really all there is to it? Julian narrowed his eyes, still not quite understanding what was happening. I don't really know, so I guess I'll just play along for a bit. Heron turned on his heels and urged, very well then, get ready and come out when you're done. If I stay here any longer, who knows what he might do. I need to keep my distance now. As Heron tried to slip away, Julian's deep, gloomy voice rang out. Ah, wait a moment. Heron's eyes began to dart around frantically out of fear. Is he not going to let me go? Heron went pale, turning around to protest. Julian, wait. Before he could finish, a potted plant came flying toward him. Oh my God. Julian held the potted plant in front of Heron with an incredibly friendly face. I just wanted to give you an orchid, that's all. It will help you relieve your stress. Heron walked out of the door, dazed, with the orchid pot in his hands. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. Heron's legs gave out, and he collapsed. Heron's eyes were glassy, and it felt as if his throat were being strangled. I forgot that his nickname is the Smiling Executioner. A heavy sigh echoed inside Julian's room. He gazed at the pile of orchid pots on the table. One down. Julian groaned, remembering how, because of what he had mumbled unconsciously, the room had turned into an orchid field. You were talking in your sleep while you were unconscious. I need orchids, go get me orchids fast. Now how am I supposed to deal with all of these? Julian reached out. Anyway, he is waiting for me. I need to get ready and head out. He picked up his sword, thinking, if it's Julian, he wouldn't be stupid enough to go out without his sword, right? And to head out, I should wear. Julian yanked the wardrobe door open and yelled, what is this? What is this pile of flashy clothes? Is he insane? His sense of fashion, he struggled to choose an outfit. I really hate this. Afterward, Julian gracefully slid into the white outfit. Well, I just have to act like Julian perfect. The door to Julian's room swung open suddenly, making Heron jump. Heron, I'm ready. Julian smiled slyly, adjusting his cuffs, which made Heron's face lose its color. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to the interview portion. Where is the exam being held? The carriage creaked as it rolled through the deep green forest. As mentioned before, Heron was sitting across from Julian, calmly explaining that the Bayan entrance exam would be held at the training grounds of the Veal Academy. Julian nodded, thinking, Veal Academy. That's not a major area in the game, but I do remember. Julian asked innocently, I wonder what kind of place that is. Heron looked at Julian, baffled. Don't you already know about the academy? After all, you are a graduate of Veal Academy yourself. Julian clasped his hands and bowed his head, thinking, wow, I didn't see that one coming. It's been a long time. He waved his hand dismissively. I'm sure it's changed since then. Heron nodded. Oh, is that so? Julian breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Phew, a graduate of the academy, huh? I hope no one remembers what Julian was like back then at Veal Academy. There are many things I'd also like to forget. The carriage suddenly came to a stop. The coachman carefully announced, Lord Julian, Lord Heron, we have arrived at Veal Academy. Julian excitedly admired the academy. It looks so big in real life. I've only ever seen it in the game. Heron followed behind, narrowing his eyes. HMPH, what was that you said? Julian, invigorated, wore a twisted grin. No, it's nothing. Julian rubbed his hands, greedily thinking, no matter how great the graphics of a game are, they can't compare to reality. Heron watched the executioner standing next to him, thinking, you lunatic, what are you plotting that's making you pull that face? Julian looked back at Heron nervously. Isn't he way too scared? I feel kind of bad in this situation. Julian raised his hand to suggest, brother, you can leave now. Heron jumped, hurriedly replying, yes. You can go now. I'm very glad you escorted me all the way here. No, since I've come all this way, I'd like to see how the exam goes too. Julian's red pupils dilated reflexively as he glanced over. HMPH, I thought he'd want to get out of here right away. And what was that worrying aura I felt earlier? Julian was lost in thought. Mana, no. Could it be that some kind of magic power or energy of his is erupting? Heron started looking at Julian with fear. Why are you looking at me like that? Julian frowned, calculating is an emotion. Could it be a sense of fear? He quickly tapped on the system board next to him. Unique class feature, negative coloration. You can sense negative emotions directed at you. You can guess the emotion based on the color of the negative aura. Julian started to understand and subconsciously tapped the system board. That's it. Heron, still on high alert, asked, why are you pointing at me? Come to think of it, Julian was always very good at judging other people's emotions. He was especially good at exploiting people's emotions, especially fear. He could win a battle by exploiting his opponent's fear without having to lift a finger. He also used his opponent's anger to make them lose their temper and make mistakes during battle. I'm sure it's all thanks to this feature. The reason Heron hasn't left is because of fear, so he's here with me. Perhaps the Council of Elders ordered him to keep an eye on me. The Council of Elders seems to have already marked me as a thorn in their side. It's easy to understand. Julian is incredibly notorious. I'm sure they want to deal with him quickly to avoid trouble. Now there's a rumor that he's lost his memory. This is the best time for the Council of Elders to make a move against me. Of course, I can't just leave it like that. I need to take action. I need to survive and return to the real world. But suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted by a collision with a stranger. The man bowed his head to apologize immediately. "Ah, I'm sore." Before he could finish his sentence, Julian leaned in with his devilish face and a wide grin across his mouth. The young man fell over in terror. "As if I just met a ghost, Lord Julian." Julian frowned instinctively. Oh. The fearful gossip of the crowd continued one after another. "It's Julian, Julian the Fox-eyed. Why is the royal family's mad dog here? That guy is finished. How dare he say that?" Heron hurriedly stepped in to stop it. "Julian, please calm down. He's just a kid." Julian's face now began to wrinkle, thinking to himself, I haven't even done anything. He clenched his fists. Actually, that's true. Julian groaned internally. I hate Julian too. All the feelings of fear down there are erupting toward me. Some are afraid and some are extremely angry. Julian bit his lip, blaming Julian. Why couldn't you have behaved better toward everyone? I'm not good at behaving in front of crowds, but I need to get everyone to calm down. A girl stepped forward to block Julian. Welcome, Lord Julian. The girl looked up at Julian confidently, showing no signs of fear. Her elegant and refined beauty stunned Julian. Eileen Donation. One of the first characters to appear in Destroy the Demon King starts right now. An instructor at Veil Academy, who has ties to the magic tower of the Adrathan Empire. She is a genius mage who controls the metal element in the 5 elements. A great mage of the 5th circle at only 24 years old. Julian was lost in thought about her. She was always a good teacher. Please let me know if you need help, although I'm not sure if I can help. No, that won't work. She gave a lot of useful advice in the academy art. But why would Eileen welcome Julian? Julian cracked his neck to ease the tension of overthinking. Do they know each other? Oh well, at least this makes the atmosphere a lot less tense. But something is wrong. Julian's face darkened. Wait a second. I can see her negative aura. This isn't good. Fear, anger. No, that's hatred. But why does she hate me? What the hell did Julian do to her? Eileen is a high-ranking mage. I shouldn't do anything that makes her think I'm acting weird. She will cause a lot of uncontrollable trouble. I need to figure out a way to calm the situation down. I have to think of a way fast. Once you think of it, you have to do it. Julian immediately put on a contemptuous, mocking face. You half-breed of the Donation family, who gave you the right to talk to me? Eileen's expression darkened instantly, grimacing in annoyance. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly stifling. On the surface, Julian remained cheerful, but inside, he was having a storm. Wow, she doesn't even know what to say now. The problem is I can guess a lot of things because I've already played the game. The situation isn't getting any less tense, it's actually escalating. Julian had no choice but to put his hand on his sword to threaten her. Are you deaf too because you're a half-breed? But he thought to himself, I guess I have to keep playing the villain. Julian wickedly raised his shiny silver sword into the air. Do you know what sound a person makes when they die? Julian slowly walked toward them, sinisterly guessing, you're scared now, aren't you? Now I can finally make her calm down. Before he could think for long, Eileen used magic and asked, did you just draw your sword? Golden light enveloped her body, and she expressed in a stern voice, I cannot accept this. Even if it is you, the Julian of shut eyes, you should not behave like this toward students and professors. This is a violent act against the entire Veil Academy. I cannot forgive you for this. This action caught Julian off guard, his face covered in sweat. She said seriously, get ready, I won't be an easy opponent. Seeing that she was serious, this fake villain brother was confused. Wait a minute, I was just trying to scare everyone a little bit to look like a villain and then back off. Eileen quickly rushed forward, gathering thunderous power, and launched it straight at Julian, but he blocked it with his sword, and then deflected it to the ground, shattering the earth. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder, well, are we really fighting? Noticing Eileen's angry expression, he thought, does she dare to look away? Then she turned back to announce to the students, all students, leave this area immediately. The students, seeing that terrifying aura, all had twisted faces, hearing only the shouts of run. As they ran, the students wondered, what the hell is happening? I should have left when Julian told me to. Just as she turned her head back, she heard Julian's laugh, and he seized the moment to attack. Unfortunately, she quickly erected a defensive barrier. While attacking, he said, I shouldn't have looked away. Julian moved close to the girl's face, continuing to speak while fighting. The professor only managed to scream once, and a greater power was released, forcing him to step back. Unexpectedly, those attacks were truly terrifying. It felt like, looking at her flushed face and breathless state, he guessed she was pouring her emotions into every strike. Meanwhile, Eileen was frustrated. Actually, I didn't intend to land a lethal blow, yet he dodged the whole barrage. Truly Julian. She recalled times when she thought he was the ideal role model for a noble, and then an image of a book appeared in her mind, conjuring the image of Julian chatting away. But if that was the case, the girls standing nearby really admired him. One of them wondered, is Julian really just a descendant of a side branch? He's even more attractive than the mainstream noble. At that time, Eileen Donashian, a new student at Veal Academy, also had a crush on. Watching that demeanor, she secretly admired that Julian was truly cool. He was confident, liberal, and friendly to everyone. Not only did he have many connections, but he was also considered a rising star of the empire thanks to his swordsmanship. In her head, she couldn't stop thinking about the image of Julian, gently touching his sword. Eileen gripped her book tightly when she saw him. Her eyes spoke of her crush on him. When looking at him, she had hoped that being from a side branch would no longer hold her back. But then her thoughts gradually changed. That's right, Julian, that jerk, had once been someone she admired. She truly believed that he could change society's prejudices against those from side branch. At that moment, Julian turned to look at her, and she handed him a love letter. Please take this. Eileen reminisced, back then, I couldn't distinguish between respect and love, my hands trembling as I gave the young man the love letter. But then I confessed and was rejected. Right at this moment, she couldn't control her emotions, gathering immense power. Julian was startled by this, but drawing on years of actual combat experience, he managed to dodge. Eileen's face was flushed, her body trembling with anger. Seeing that face, he wondered, why is she so red? Is she that angry? She was furious, annoyed. Get hit by the attack, will you? I'd feel less annoyed. Julian moved his lips, thinking it was time to end this. He quickly slid behind Eileen, without her even noticing. At that speed, she was astonished. And then he used the hilt of his sword to strike her head. The atmosphere became slightly less awkward. He said while feeling confused, why don't you stop playing around here? She replied petulantly, what do you think you're doing? Are you looking down on me? And he still smiled, oh my. Although she was a bit less angry, she still asked, why didn't you use the moonlight sword when you saw the opening? A series of questions followed. If you wanted to, you could have killed me already. I felt enough magic power from you, so why? A teasing voice rang out, you want to know the reason. Miss Eileen at this moment, her face looked like a tomato, her mind imagining many things. Could it be that he finally recognizes my feelings after all this time? She replied, yes. He gave a thumbs up. This is the first time Herond has come here, so he doesn't know where the testing center is. Herond, behind him, scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly. And everyone else is too scared to show me the way. Hearing this, the script felt stiff because it wasn't what she thought. Julian pleaded, now you understand, right? If you understand, please show us the way, half-breed. Herond, standing to the side, awkwardly reminded, can't you speak more nicely? Eileen stood there, confused and messy, stuttering, just because of that. The two men walked confidently ahead, while she stood still like a stone. Julian walked and pondered. The moonlight sword, huh? Probably she was referring to Julian's sword. Normally, when covering a sword with aura, it appears as light surrounding the blade. However, Julian's sword was a bit more special. The blade itself would turn a pale blue, looking as if it were embracing moonlight within it, accompanied by the image of Julian's cruel face holding that sword. Julian had used that sword to destroy countless demons. After witnessing it firsthand, people named it the Moonlight Sword, both out of respect and fear. Because of this sword is the identity, the source of Julian's power. Then how can I, his face paled thinking, know how to use it? Because he was just an ordinary human. The fact that Eileen started to suspect was a bad sign. This made him unable to calculate anything. When he was confused, I must make sure she doesn't find out, was also when his face became terrifying. The two people behind him were startled. What is he plotting now? He turned back with a friendly expression. Is something wrong? Making the two of them not know what to do, stuttering, nothing at all, this way. The training ground is this way. He confidently opened the door and stepped in, not forgetting to blame Eileen. I hope everyone is okay. Sorry for being a bit late. Professor Eileen got lost on the way. Hearing this, she grimaced, grinding her teeth in annoyance. Then he introduced, I am Julian Criffart Prassen, and I will be in charge of organizing the entrance exam for Shut Eyes today. I'm sure everyone here has already heard of my name. While he was bragging, Heron looked around, searching for someone. His eyes scanned continuously. Where is he? A handsome guy with blue eyes and hair appeared. There he is, the second son of the Torso family. I knew he would come. The Torso family was famous for having a close relationship with the Krifart Prasin family for a long time. Usually being linked to Shut Eyes, an organization under the royal family, is a huge honor, but it also means fierce competition. The entrance exam is a duel between the judge and the candidate. And if during that process, Julian defeated the second son of the Torso family, the Council of Elders would definitely use that as an excuse to bring him down. Heron looked at Julian with concern, but he always smiled, thinking, this is where my bad reputation ends. He asked everyone again, it seems like all of you here want to join Shut Eyes, right? A group of people was a bit scared but still replied, yes, sir. Julian gritted his teeth, his voice mocking, a bunch of cowardly wretches. He judged them all. Your eyes are as naive as children raised in silk and velvet. The sword-shaped jewelry you're wearing makes me unable to stop laughing. Shut Eyes, the place you all are dying to join, is the bloodiest place in the entire empire. Julian reached out and continued, and as your senior, I will let you taste what that is like. Now the entrance exam for Shut Eyes officially begins. He drew his sword and announced the criteria to pass. Holding the sword in his hand, clearly, kill me. The people there were confused and frightened. After Julian finished his announcement, his body trembled, his mouth unable to curve up any higher. Damn it, I just realized the entrance exam is a duel. Heron whispered, Julian, even though it's just an entrance exam, don't hold back. But inside, he was screaming, you want me to duel them? Recalling the fight with Eileen earlier, he only knew how to run. If I really have to participate in an official match now. He thought about the scene of not being able to beat a greenhorn. Others would express disappointment. Ah, is he really that weak? He didn't even use the moonlight sword. Wasn't that just an unfounded rumor? Thinking about his own miserable face while dueling someone, then thinking about the pessimistic remark, or has he really lost his memory? That must be what people would start thinking. Looking back at the students here, he stepped back slightly. What he worried about more was that if he behaved too suspiciously, someone might attack him, and it would be revealed that he wasn't the original owner. He gripped his sword and plotted. If so, he reached out his hand and schemed. The best plan is to make them confused from the beginning. He shouted, what's wrong, everyone? What's the matter? He tried to put on a serious face. The exam will only end if I die, or if there are no candidates left. The candidates below were hesitant, trembling, not daring to look up. Not a sound was made since he spoke. Suddenly a hand was raised. Ah, I give up. This surprised the other candidate, but then they also raised their hands to surrender. Me too, I withdraw as well. Standing in the middle of a crowd that only knew how to give up, cries rang out, me too, me too. This made the second son of the Torso family start to feel awkward. Then he gritted his teeth, also raising his hand to surrender. I give up. Heron and Eileen were both surprised by this scene. Are you kidding? How many candidates were there, and yet they all give up? Julian covered his mouth to laugh, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Then he turned his back and left, declaring the exam over because there were no candidates left. Outwardly, he smiled confidently, but inside he was crying tears of joy. I did it. Truly Julian, his terrifying nature always helps me in situations like this. He didn't forget to glance at Eileen behind him, thinking, well, Eileen, does the fear of me outweigh your hatred? But seeing her appearance, a relaxed face, suddenly strangely gentle, he turned back, seeing only a flushed face, making him wonder, I can't feel anything at all. Julian hit his head and thought, is the color of negation not working? There's no way the skill would suddenly stop working. If that's the case, it's dangerous. Eileen pursed her lips. His recent actions stirred up her past memory. He reminds me of the Julian of the past, the one who used to make his opponents retreat by threatening instead of actually fighting. The system popped up a notification. The color of negation skill can only sense negative emotion. Heron followed him and said, Julian. Julian stopped. Heron ran in front and praised, you did well. Julian frowned and suddenly patted Heron's shoulder. Heron was scared and didn't understand why. As he placed his hand on Heron's shoulder, the dark, negative colors within him appeared. He only replied, it's nothing. You are the one who worked hard. He secretly rejoiced, so the color of negation still works. Suddenly Lazarus rushed out like a god. Good evening, sir. He wondered, this young man. His face seemed moved. How wonderful. Julian didn't know who this was, and he introduced himself. Ah yes, my name is Lazarus, in charge of administrative work for Shut Eyes. It's an honor to meet you. This guy was also nosy, asking, so the rumors of you losing your memory are false. You completed the exam without fighting any candidates. Hearing this guy's chatter, he thought, this guy is really talkative. Lazarus added, and I heard the second son of the Torso family also took the exam, yet you didn't go easy on them. Truly Julian. This shocked Heron. He pointed at Lazarus and scolded, how dare you? The man implied that the second son of the Torso family had failed. Lazarus awkwardly said, sir, I didn't mean that. Heron seemed angry. By what right do you act so arrogant when you haven't finished your training? You talk like that while knowing the relationship between the Torso family and Criffart Prassen. Julian interrupted, Heron, I think you're misunderstanding something. He only managed to say, you are. Then Julian continued, or perhaps the Torso family itself is misunderstanding something. Then he put on his cruel face and said, shut eyes does not accept noble. Both of them were blank, not understanding. Julian continued, because it is directly managed by the royal family, only commoners or fallen nobles can join. Heron pointed at him, wondering, aren't you a noble? Julian spewed a long string, I am just a member of the side branch of the Criffart Prassen family, half the blood of the Criffart Prassen family. Therefore, I am the hunting dog of the royal family, not of Criffart Prassen. The second son of the Torso family still took the exam even though he knew he would be eliminated in the second round. Julian reached out behind and expressed his thoughts. Could it be that the Torso family wants to teach their child by giving him real-life experience? Or is it, he pointed, unable to understand that calculation? Is there some plot related to this entrance exam? When he said this, Heron's body trembled, thinking, damn it, you already know. He gripped his hands. You know that this exam is a trap set by the Council of Elders and that I am their person. But then Julian dismissed it. However, there's no way that's true. Perhaps it's just a simple misunderstanding. Heron now didn't dare to look up at Julian threatened, otherwise that would be a real pity. Julian arrived at his castle. The servants greeted, you have returned. He walked in being greeted, welcome back, master. The two servants behind greeted, welcome, master. The maid scanned, will you have dinner, sir? Julian replied, no need. He suddenly remembered something, turned his head and reminded, oh, one more thing, absolutely no one is to enter my office. Having said that, he turned away. The maid obeyed, yes, master. Upon entering the empty office, he set his sword down, sat in the chair, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a weary sigh. Then he began to reflect on the current situation. Judging from Heron's reaction earlier, it seems the Council of Elders really has set something up for this exam. I was lucky to find out today, but I don't know how long this luck will last. He was confused about what to do. Sooner or later, the Council of Elders will discover Julian's, no, my weakness, and I might be kicked out of the family. He looked at the sword on the table and thought about how he couldn't use the moonlight sword, which deeply worried him. Being able to use the moonlight sword, in other words, remembering how Julian, in his cruelest moments, possessed enough power to overwhelm others. If that's the case, he grasped the sword, covering it with a blue glow. Perhaps it's worth a try. His red pupils glowed intensely, looking terrifying. He asked himself if he should go through with it. He smiled sinisterly, surrounded by an immensely powerful aura. Awaken, moonlight sword. Opening one eye, he looked at the sword in his hand, which was still radiating internal power. The sword was flawless and shiny, its blade sharp to an unnatural degree. The surface of the blade was bright enough to reflect his own face. He winced slightly, just as I thought. It's not easy to activate. Gripping the sword tightly, he recalled the innate abilities Julian possessed, a genius swordsman, allowing him to wield the blade with ease. He gently channeled more internal power into the sword, his face set in a serious expression. The moment I held the sword, the path, or rather, the trajectory the blade must take, became clear before my eyes. After analyzing it, the system displayed a chart of the sword's capability. As he channeled the power, he reminded himself, but this is still not enough. Then he remembered the prominent figures in the empire. There were countless people skilled in swordsmanship, no less, and sometimes even better, than Julian. Just counting the named characters, there were dozens, perhaps hundreds of them. But the difference between them and Julian was clear. An overwhelming disparity in the ability to control Kai or mana. That is the reason Julian could survive despite his extreme way of thinking. Thinking of this, he looked at the sword in his hand and suddenly felt depressed. But can I do it right now? If my mana flows in reverse, my vital organs could be destroyed. Controlling mana is incredibly dangerous. He broke out in a cold sweat, then regained his composure and focused on the sword in his hand. No, sooner or later, I will have to prove myself. His expression became serious, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If the concept of mana in the game is the same as in this world, then for someone like me who has played the game hundreds of times, I already know how to do it. He raised the sword, attempting to channel his mana. His heart began to race. I must control the flow of mana. Mana accumulates in the heart, leading into the meridians, the organs that circulate mana within the body. At this moment, he struggled painfully to control the amount of mana flowing through his body. Among the 38 mana meridians, there are 6 main ones called the grand meridians, and among them, the one in the head is the direct connection between the heart and pure mana. His face was pale, but he tried to endure it. If I can just activate that area. Then he opened his eyes, and his body was flooded with mana, making him overjoyed. The aura began to fluctuate. Holding the sword, he felt happy and smug. Now I need to convert the mana in my body to another area. He continued to pour all his power into the sword, his face tense, trying to endure the pain. The resistance is stronger than I thought, but Julian is capable of doing this. The blade began to glow. He had succeeded. Looking at the glowing sword in his hand, he forced a smile. I think so. But the system began to display a message. Moonlight sword, incomplete. He reached out to hold the sword and gazed at it. It had materialized, but it was still very weak. Then a jewel appeared on the sword. What is this? A crescent moon fragment. He held the sword happily. At least the moonlight had begun to appear. On the first day at the training ground, he practiced diligently with his new sword. Just as a sword strike was unleashed, the 3 wooden dummies behind him were instantly decapitated. He turned his back to the wooden dummies. As the pieces of wood fell to the ground, he let out a happy sigh. At least I've reached the level of a knight. Standing in the training ground, looking at the mess he had just made, he thought, now all I need to do is perfect the moonlight sword. But my knowledge about the game is gradually running out. He began to think more thoroughly. I need someone who understands me. No, someone who understands Julian, someone whom Julian would turn to for advice. Just then a maid stepped forward and called out, Lord Julian. She bowed carefully and very politely. There is a guest here to see you. He was surprised, wondering to himself, a guest. Julian has such good friends. Then a handsome young man raised his hand in a careful greeting. Lord Julian, hello. Seeing who had arrived, he froze, not knowing what to do. He said in a soft voice, Lazarus. This made the young man overjoyed. You still remember my name. He panicked. It's not because of my behavior yesterday, is it? Julian didn't know how to respond, only thinking to himself, how could I forget someone who talks so much? To be in front of Julian and act like this. I don't know whether to call it bold or just stupid. Then he asked about the main issue. No, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Lazarus stood straight and solemn, then showed a shy expression. I received an order from the commander to confirm the results of yesterday's Veal Academy entrance exam from you. Hearing this, he questioned, didn't you already see yesterday's results? The young man scratched his head. Well, receiving the results from the examiner and bringing them back to report personally is part of the procedure. What a useless procedure. Shut eyes really is inefficient. Then he turned away but left a few words behind, then report it like this. No one passed the entrance exam. Understood, I will report to the commander immediately. Julian remained silent. Just as Lazarus was about to leave, he called him back. Wait a moment. Lazarus turned around. Yes. He instructed with a look of bottomless, sinister intent. You said you were going to report to the commander, right? That's right. Then I'll do it myself. Hearing this, Lazarus was terrified. I apologize, Lord Julian. You will do it personal. Julian patted his shoulder in comfort. That's right. Come with me to the carriage. I'll give you a lift. Lazarus heard this, his face turning even paler. What? He trembled and clasped his hands in a plea. Lord Julian, are you? Did I do something wrong? Having said that, he reasoned to himself. It must be because of yesterday. Julian sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that he was only acting kindly because he figured the young man would feel inconvenienced having to go back alone. Julian, you really should have lived a bit more decent. Regardless, since it has come to this, I should still look for someone who can give me advice. Recalling the image of the shut-eyes commander, the commander must certainly know a lot about Julian. He remained immersed in his thoughts. I will also take this opportunity to ensure that the Criffart Prassen family never dares to interfere with anything related to shut-eyes. The scene shifted to a lavish, golden, glittering white castle. Someone pushed the office door open and said in a panic, Commander, something big has happened. A voice called out, what is all this noise? If this isn't serious this time, the man spoke urgently. He has come here in person. Who? Julian Criffart Prassen. He has come here himself to meet you. The hand that was writing documents stopped. Then the person looked up and asked. He came here himself. A pair of deep, violet eyes were revealed. That Julian. In the Rosenda continent, there exist 3 major powers, recognized by the entire continent. If one had to choose the strongest nation among the 3, without a doubt, it would be the Adratan Empire. When the demon god Barbatos was sealed, the Adratan Empire took advantage of the weak nations to unify the continent by force. They merged smaller nations and rose to become a powerful empire. The clearest proof is the massive scale of the royal palace, the heart of the empire. Even Julian, an arrogant man, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed when seeing this palace. In contrast to the magnificent scenery of the palace was the frightened face of Lazarus as he walked with Julian, who was known as the executioner. From the moment he left the mansion until now, Julian maintained a faint smile and narrowed eyes, as if wearing a mask. It was this unchanging expression that made Lazarus shudder. An unusual foreboding spread through every gesture, especially when Julian suddenly decided to come to the palace in person. Whereas before, he had always delegated reporting tasks to servants. Julian strode proudly through the crowd. When people saw him, whispers began to arise. Someone said unexpectedly, "What's going on? Julian is appearing here in person." Someone else wondered, "I heard he was injured and lost his memory, but he doesn't look injured at all." The person next to him leaned in and whispered, "It must just be a stupid rumor." The reactions of those around him when they saw Julian were clear. Besides caution, there was fear and even hatred clumsily concealed. Facing the whispers, Julian walked on naturally, as if he didn't care what others said about him. On his face remained that twisted smile. Lazarus felt unhappy inside. Julian, a pinnacle symbol in the hierarchy of power, a man who, even as a cadet, makes the nobility tremble. But looking at myself, someone from a commoner background stuck in an apprentice position for 6 months. While walking next to a big shot like Julian is a great honor, it also makes me feel shy and fearful. Just then Julian suddenly spoke, pulling Lazarus out of his thoughts. The royal palace scenery is always truly magnificent. Lazarus was startled and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, it is." Julian added, "It seems our destination is the second gate, the Gyeongui Gate. The first gate, Gyeongchun Gate, is the one open to all the subjects of the empire." Lazarus replied respectfully, "Yes, that's correct." He glanced at Julian, who was stating the obvious. Unlike him, who had only been able to enter the palace for the past 6 months, Julian must have frequented this place as often as his own home. Then why mention things that everyone knows clearly? Lazarus was afraid and speculated. Could this be a test for me? Yesterday, during the entrance exam, Julian had failed every single applicant. It wasn't because they were weak. Among them were people even better than Lazarus, who had held the apprentice title for 6 months. The fact that no one passed shows Julian's standards are extremely strict. Looking at that indifferent face with the poor level of an apprentice like himself, Lazarus thought that if he didn't lead the way carefully, he might be expelled. But he misunderstood completely. What Julian just said didn't have any intent to test him. The real reason is that in the game, the royal palace looked much smaller. Now he doesn't even know where the Shut Eyes building is. Julian was simply asking for direction. Passing the first gate, Gyeongchun Gate, followed by Gyeongui Gate, the scene that appeared before his eyes was buildings sparkling with starlight, glowing by themselves in broad daylight, creating a beauty that the word spectacular didn't seem enough to describe. Julian was moved not because of ordinary artistic appreciation, but because he finally saw with his own eyes the scenery that he had previously only seen through a game screen. He said with satisfaction, "We're here." Lazarus clasped his hands as if praying. Then, "Lord Julian, have I passed the test?" Julian responded confusedly, "What are you talking about?" Lazarus had a foolish face and glassy eyes as he said, "Weren't you testing me just now?" Julian closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, angry, "Not at all." He said helplessly, "Why would I have to test you?" Lazarus was happy, thinking he had been accepted into Shut Eyes, while Julian still didn't understand what Lazarus was talking about. Lazarus bowed his head happily, thanking him repeatedly. "If you say so, I'll take my leave now." Saying that, he turned on his heel and fled quickly. While Julian was confused, not understanding what had just happened, a soldier approached. The man folded his hands behind his back very formally. "Lord Julian, Lord Ordwin requests your presence." Hearing the secretary's announcement, Julian walked straight to the commander's office. As an organization that serves exclusively for the royal family, the members of Shut Eyes basically maintain an equal relationship. However, there is only one person who stands above everyone as the leader, the scion of the Balladeer family. That person is Ordwin Balladeer, the commander whom he was about to meet. Standing in front of the commander's office door, Julian knocked twice. "May I come in?" A cold voice echoed from inside, "Come in." After being permitted, he adjusted his attire and pushed the door to enter. The first thing that hit his eyes was the figure of the woman sitting in the chair. The woman with silver hair greeted him in a calm voice. "Julian, hello. It's been a long time. I heard you were injured. Are you all right?" He hesitated slightly, not knowing how to answer. Honestly, is this really the captain of Shut Eye? He didn't care much about this organization, but this person was too small, and on top of that, a woman. To be more precise, a little girl is more accurate. While he was lost in thought, she pointed directly at Julian's face and shouted, "You're still as small as always. That's what you were about to say, right?" Julian hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "No way. Why would I say that about you?" She asked again, "How are your wounds? Give me your report." Hearing the question, Julian clenched his hands, contemplating how he should answer. "I cannot underestimate this person. I can't predict what will happen if I slip up and say the wrong thing." Julian pressed his lips together, sweat dripping down his face. He thought, just one wrong step, and my real identity could be revealed. I'd better just speak properly. Ordwin Balladeer is Julian's superior. Even if it were Julian, he would surely maintain a polite attitude toward his commander, wouldn't he? Thinking of this, Julian quickly bowed his head and replied respectfully, "Thank you for your concern. Although the wounds are not light, they are not enough to hinder my loyalty to the royal family." He spoke more politely than usual, cleverly adding a bit of honorifics. This should be enough to show respect for a superior. The captain remained silent without answering, making Julian feel a bit anxious. "Damn it, I think I handled that wrong." A moment later, she brought her hand to her chin, hummed softly, and narrowed her eyes to look at Julian. That was definitely a look full of suspicion. She slammed both hands on the table and stood up, stepping in front of Julian. "That's strange. Have you always talked like this?" Her hand gripped the sword, pressing the hilt against Julian's chin. Then she questioned, "There is something. It feels very unfamiliar." Julian saw Ordwin's reckless attitude. Julian's eyes narrowed slightly, the cold gaze revealing his irritation. "She is suspecting me," he thought to himself, feeling the denial in each of her glances. Inside Julian, a spark of anger smoldered, even though he maintained a terrifyingly calm appearance. He cursed, wondering how Julian had treated his superiors all this time. To dispel the suspicion, Julian suddenly reached out forcefully and grabbed the knife in Ordwin's hand. He leaned his face close to hers, wearing a sinister smile, his voice low and challenging. "Is there a problem?" But inwardly he was calculating, "Just keep moving forward strongly. I will play this villain role to the fullest." Julian's bold action made Ordwin frown slightly, and a flicker of alertness flashed in her eyes. "You dare touch my sword." He quickly snatched his sword back. Without a word, Ordwin turned and walked away, her cold voice echoing. "You rarely visit the Shut Eye's headquarters, and even when you do, you just observe quietly and leave, right?" She stopped, sat down in her chair, and her sharp eyes stared straight at Julian. "So why are you suddenly being so diligent, Julian?" Hearing that, Julian stroked his chin, maintaining a calm demeanor as if nothing could sway him, but inside he was a mess, thinking, "Even for me, Julian, I thought people at Shut Eyes knew how to separate professional from personal. It seems I overestimated you." Not letting his inner turmoil show, Julian approached Ordwin's desk, his voice steady. "Because of my injuries, I've been away from work for quite a while. I came here today to report on that." Ordwin Balladeer nodded slightly, her eyes still full of suspicion. "Is that so?" Julian smiled faintly in response. "Is there a problem?" But inside he muttered, "Classic Julian, I have to cut out this unpleasant expression and just push forward." He leaned one hand on the desk, bringing his face close to Ordwin's, his voice lowered in provocation. "Are you trying to control whether I come here or not, too?" Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with sarcastic amusement. "I heard that due to your injuries, your mind wasn't normal, but it seems you're healthy now, aren't you?" Outwardly she spoke mockingly, but inside she thought, "Back for only a moment and he dares to oppose his superior. This guy really has some nerve." Although he received the expected answer, Julian's expression didn't soften at all. He slightly frowned, veins bulging on his forehead, angrily thinking, "What she said is true, but why does it feel so annoying? To dare to say that to my face. Ordwin, you're no ordinary person." Ignoring his chaotic thoughts, Ordwin picked up the report file on the desk, her voice icy. "Then report. In the member recruitment test, was there anyone worth hearing?" Julian clasped his hands behind his back and replied concisely, "No one." Hearing this, Ordwin wasn't too surprised. She just slightly raised an eyebrow. "I see, that was somewhat expected. You are the disciple of the sword Saint Hayden Reich. The mediocre probably wouldn't catch your eye." She paused, her gaze becoming sharper. "But I'm asking, was there anyone skilled enough to serve as a temporary apprentice?" Julian remained calm. "None." Ordwin's hand froze, her gaze darkening. She almost shouted, "What? You couldn't recruit even one person?" Julian smiled falsely, his voice gentle but full of sarcasm. "That is exactly the case." Ordwin narrowed her eyes, her voice full of suspicion. "Why is that?" Julian didn't know how to explain, so he just remained silent. Seeing him not answer, Ordwin grew even more furious. Slamming her hand on the desk and jumping up, Why are you doing this? This is abnormal. Your mind really does have issues. I suspected it from the start. She pointed straight at Julian, her voice cold. Shut Eyes is currently understaffed. Even if it's just one person, we need to fill the spots. Julian maintained his calm expression and replied, what's the point of hearing useless people just because we're short-staffed? None of the candidates this time were suitable for Shut Eye. Ordwin almost lost control, yelling, even so, you should try recruiting someone. Maybe there's someone worth using. Julian shook his head, his voice firm. It would only be a waste of time. They don't even have the capacity to be apprentices. But inside, he secretly thought. In reality, I had already eliminated them from the competition from the very beginning. Seeing Julian's firm attitude, Ordwin crossed her arms, her voice cold as ice. In that case, we can't talk any further. Get out of my sight now. But Julian didn't get angry. Instead, he wore a meaningful smile and said, before I go, I have a proposal. Ordwin glanced at him, her eyes flashing with anger. What are you trying to say now? Inside, Julian thought, truly terrifying, but I have to play this villain role to perfection. He pulled an envelope from inside his coat and placed it on Ordwin's desk. During the competition, I discovered some issues with the recruitment test and have summarized them here. Ordwin looked suspiciously at the envelope, opened it, and picked up the paper inside to read. Issues, you say? Julian nodded, his voice calm. Yes, I found that the candidates lacked vigilance regarding Shut Eyes. Ordwin nodded slightly, thinking, as long as it's not some idiots, that's fine. She spoke up, before the recruitment test. They need to know clearly what kind of place they are joining, don't they? Julian continued, upon registration. If an incident occurs, Shut Eyes will not be held responsible. Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she smirked. That sounds like you intend to beat someone with murderous intent, right, Julian? Julian nodded slightly, a strange smile on his lips that made Ordwin even more suspicious. She tapped her finger on the report paper, thinking, this attitude is truly bizarre. Julian, the person standing in the position second only to me, has never interfered with internal regulations like this before. After a moment of thought, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand and asked, is that why you didn't hire anyone? You're afraid that if a candidate gets hurt, you'll have to take responsibility. Julian smiled, his voice confident. Yes, and besides, talented people who pass via a flawed test wouldn't be useful anyway. We are an organization under the royal family. We cannot let anyone tarnish that noble reputation. Seeing Julian start to lecture, Ordwin immediately raised her hand to stop him. Understood, understood. You always talk so much when it comes to the royal family. She sighed and continued, for now, I will submit this proposal to the board, but I can't guarantee it will pass. Julian clasped his hands behind his back and gave a polite smile. Thank you, Captain Ordwin. He turned to leave, but after only a few steps, Ordwin suddenly called him back. Wait. Julian stopped and looked back at her. There is a letter from the Royal Secretariat sent to your office. Go and check it, Ordwin said, her voice calm but her gaze still sharp. Julian nodded with a faint smile. Understood, Captain. After Julian left, Ordwin sat pensively in the room. Holding the report, she muttered, if an incident occurs, Shut Eyes will not be held responsible. Does that mean even if someone dies in the test, the royal family will cover it up? She frowned, thinking, the nature of the test hasn't changed. From the beginning, only fallen nobles or commoners with political neutrality were allowed to join Shut Eyes. They have no power, so it's easy to ignore their dissatisfaction. Julian certainly understands this. So what is the true purpose of this proposal? Suddenly a thought flashed through Ordwin's mind. He realized that the Council of Elders and the Torso family were cheating in the test. This proposal is a message. I know what you did, and if you do it again, I won't let it slide. She laughed and muttered, he's got guts, Julian, to dare to challenge the Council of Elders like this. Ordwin called out loudly, is anyone out there? A servant immediately stepped in and saluted. You called for me, Captain. She handed Julian's report to the servant. Deliver this to the Parliamentary Council. The servant received it and replied, yes, I understand. Left alone, Ordwin sighed, her eyes pensive. Just one instance of serious injury, and Julian has changed into a different person. From a loyal dog of the royal family. Now he's starting to break his chains and have a will of his own. A series of questions swirled in her mind. What is he plotting? She muttered. This is tiring. I'll have to keep a closer eye on him from now on. On the stone-paved road leading back to his office at his secret headquarters, Julian walked leisurely, feeling proud inside as he finally set foot in his private office at Shut Eyes, a mysterious organization that never stayed in one place. Normally, Shut Eyes never grants private offices to any member. They are like ghosts, always moving, constantly changing. So if such a mysterious organization reserves a room for someone, it must be so luxurious that it surprises people. Julian smiled slightly, imagining the splendor awaiting him behind the exquisitely carved wooden door. He pushed the door gently and stepped inside. Immediately, a scene of overwhelming luxury hit his eyes. Magnificent costumes, embroidered with shimmering gold thread, hung neatly on shiny black ebony racks. Weird decorative items, from gold-plated beast head statues to a crystal chandelier shimmering with magical purple light, made the room look like a strange museum of ostentation. Julian looked around the room, sighing. Everything is luxurious, but nothing is related to work. He shook his head, comparing this room to his own home, which was already luxurious, yet it paled in comparison to the excessive ostentation here. This guy is truly insane, Julian muttered, thinking about himself in this body. Every item is expensive but unbearably ugly. His aesthetic is truly a disaster. Walking deeper inside, Julian frowned. The room was full of belongings, from shimmering silk rolls to marble statues piled up messily. Carelessly, he tripped over something, perhaps an ancient porcelain vase, making it roll on the floor. Damn it, Julian cursed inwardly. What is this mess? If he didn't know how to take care of them, why buy them? Leaving stuff all over the place all day like this. He sighed, realizing he, or rather, the Julian in this body, seemed to suffer from an uncontrollable shopping addiction. Suddenly, he felt someone standing outside the door, causing Julian to raise his head. "Come in," he spoke, his voice calm but full of authority. The door opened slightly, and Lazarus, a young intern, entered respectfully. He saluted formally, his voice clear. "Hello, sir, I'm here to deliver a letter from the Royal Secretariat." Finishing his words, Lazarus approached, holding a letter sealed with red wax in both hands, respectfully offering it to Julian. Julian took the letter, glancing at the glittering royal seal. This must be the letter the captain mentioned, he thought to himself. Lazarus stood beside him, intending to ask permission to leave. "If there's nothing else, sir, may I be excused?" But before he could finish his sentence, Julian interrupted, his tone somewhat mischievous. "Wait." He pointed at the mess of objects in front of him, the stone statues, gold-plated picture frames, and various other strange furniture. "Take my carriage, load all of this up, and take it away. It probably isn't very heavy." Lazarus froze, his eyes widening at the messy pile. "All of this? Are you serious, sir?" He swallowed hard, his face showing clear bewilderment. Julian nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "That's right." Looking at the mess in front of him, Lazarus frowned, his lips pursed as if suppressing a sigh. "He's sending me on errands again." He thought to himself, "I don't think I'll last much longer in this intern position. Ha ha." Still with a professional attitude, Lazarus quickly replied, "Yes, understood, I will move them immediately." He started working, trying to look enthusiastic, but Julian immediately noticed the reluctance in those eyes. "He's making that weird face again." Julian chuckled inward, observing Lazarus struggle with a heavy carved wooden bed. Suddenly, Lazarus let out a grunt. His foot tripped over something, perhaps a jade inlaid wooden box, and his whole body stumbled, falling to the floor, creating a loud thud. Fortunately, the bed remained intact. Julian looked at the scene, unable to stop himself from laughing, his voice teasing. "Oh my, you are truly a nuisance, Lazarus." Lazarus scrambled to his feet, still clutching a sword tightly, perhaps ready to accept punishment. I'm sorry, I can't believe I fell." He stuttered, his face pale with fear. But Julian just waved his hand, his voice calm. "Never mind, I intended to throw them away anyway, so no need to make such a fuss about it, Lazarus." Julian saw the intern's fearful expression and thought, he must be terrified, let me try joking a bit. He leaned close to Lazarus and whispered with a playful tone, "If you die here, the cleaning will be a real hassle. Now continue moving the stuff." Hearing the half-joking, half-serious remark, Lazarus turned pale and stammered, Yes, sir." Watching Lazarus' panicked reaction, Julian laughed to himself. I am in Julian's body, so it's easy to understand why people are afraid. He decided to let Lazarus continue his work while he sat down in a red velvet chair to open the letter. Outside the letter was a bright red wax seal bearing the royal symbol, exactly the same as in the game he used to play. Inside, graceful handwriting stated clearly, "Sent to Julian of the Criffart family, officer of shut eyes." Julian skimmed through it, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I can read the language of this empire." Summarizing the content, the letter requested that he return to work if he had recovered. "Is that all?" Julian muttered, rubbing his chin. "Sounds like they want to exploit me, just worded more nicely." Even so, he didn't complain. This was an opportunity to accumulate real-world combat experience, especially since he still hadn't found any clues about the legendary Moonlight Sword. Carefully reading the rest, Julian thought, This time it's a mission to restore a resonant stone. Just like in the game, after the demon god Barbatos was defeated, his remnants created demons, parasitic creatures, or spontaneously formed entities, specializing in attacking humanity. The resonant stone, a legacy of ancient mages, is the only tool to control them. He frowned, wondering how they created mana stones. I'm not a mage, so this mission is probably to protect the mage, who is restoring the stone. Although he knew this mission was risky, confronting demons was no joke. He had no reason to refuse. If he completed it well, the recent rumors and suspicions about him would subside. He muttered to himself, I just don't know who the mage I have to protect this time is. Handling a resonant stone requires a skilled mage. I hope it's someone trustworthy. Changing the scene to the Adratan Imperial Palace. In the lush grounds of the Adrathan Palace, a clear voice rang out, mixed with a bit of dissatisfaction. Why do I still have to write a thesis when I'm already a professor? Always having to prove my worth, such is the life of a mage. That was Eileen Donashan, the youngest professor in the Empire, strolling leisurely. While walking, she used magic to control several magic books hovering around her, looking like a magical dance of light. Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder, making her jump and turn around. Her voice slightly high-pitched. Who's there? In front of her was Diana, a longtime close friend with a radiant smile. What brings you to the palace? Diana answered immediately. Eileen, it's been so long, are you still healthy? It's harder to meet you than to reach heaven, young professor. Flattered, Eileen scratched her head and laughed. Ha ha, you don't need to exaggerate like that. Diana continued, her voice excited. Are you free? I'm planning to go to a tea party, come along. Eileen sighed, her delicate brows knitting. What a shame, I really want to go, but I still have to write my thesis. Diana nodded, her voice teasing, still as hardworking as ever. Ah, seeing you like this, I remember back when you were still a student, you haven't changed a bit. Seeing Eileen's unhappy expression, Diana asked immediately, what's wrong? Then she pointed into the distance, where a luxurious carriage was stopping. That's Viscount Julian's carriage, isn't it? Eileen turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the carriage with the Prasen emblem, the symbol of the side branch of the Criffart family. It is his carriage, she thought, an indescribable feeling rising within her. Diana leaned in, whispering, I heard he was near death, yet now he's back. He really is a stubborn guy. Eileen nodded, her voice annoyed. That's right. Diana whispered again, her voice mischievous. Hey, don't tell me you still have feelings for him. Eileen blushed and waved her hands frantically. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Diana laughed out loud. Ha ha, little Eileen of the past was so cute. Back then, you called Julian to the royal peach tree on the hill behind Veal Academy to confess, right? Rumor has it that confessing under that tree will never be rejected. Having her past brought up, Eileen shyly yelled, Stop it, go check your thesis with me, my dear friend. Diana glanced at Julian's carriage, speaking vaguely. I thought you were busy, Professor. Eileen laughed awkwardly. Suddenly I remembered I was free too. Ha ha. Diana continued to tease. You don't need to be that shy. Back then, who didn't like Senior Julian, but you were surely the one who liked him most. She patted Eileen's shoulder, her voice softening. Thank you for reminding me of old times. Eileen thought to herself, her heart fluttering. Diana is right. The Julian of the past is completely different from now. Ever since he returned from the Northern Front and joined Shut Eyes, he has turned into a different person. Diana pulled Eileen back to reality. Why not go out and greet him? Eileen laughed bitterly, her voice mixed with a bit of bitterness. Just because I liked him in the past doesn't mean I still do. Besides, I don't intend to see him again anytime soon. Diana was curious. Why? Eileen snapped her fingers, creating a brilliant halo. I won't be staying in the palace for a while. Diana stared at the shimmering letter in Eileen's hand. Good heavens, that's a letter from the royal family, right? Eileen nodded. Right. They assigned me the task of restoring a resonant stone. As Julian's magnificent carriage rolled forward, the kingdom's guards started whispering, their curious eyes directed toward the group. A large soldier, his voice as deep as stone, spoke up. With a whole team of knights escorting him like this, he must be a very important person. Another, looking sharper, nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That's right, even the prestigious Blue Lion Knights are going with him. Rumor has it that Julian Criffart Prasen himself from Shut Eyes will personally participate in this mission. Hearing the name Shut Eyes, the first soldier started, his voice trembling with a hint of panic. What, but isn't he? The other immediately cut him off, explaining with a confident expression. Yeah, he lost his memory due to a serious injury, but that's probably just a rumor started by jealous people. How could someone who survived the brink of death be mediocre? The first soldier frowned, his voice full of doubt. Ah, I was already suspicious. Someone like him, laughing as if he wouldn't bleed even if stabbed. What kind of serious injury is that? Julian sat on horseback, his demeanor calm yet sharp, listening silently to the whisper. A mysterious smile flashed across his lips. In his heart, he thought, in any case, choosing to participate in this mission was the right decision. Public opinion is shifting in my favor. Everything is going in the right direction. Suddenly, two figures approached from afar, with powerful momentum. A tall man with golden hair spoke up, his voice echoing, "Lord Julian, thank you for coming. I am Fern, a member of the Blue Lion Knight team." The person beside him, with a calmer demeanor, continued, "And I am Heinrich, it is an honor to meet you." After the introduction, Julian nodded slightly, his gaze cold but his voice gentle. "You guys in the Blue Lion team have worked hard too. Can you escort the mages to Jullen safe?" Finishing, Julian gave a meaningful smile that made both Fern and Heinrich shiver. Inside, he thought, who knows what will happen? If a giant monster suddenly appears, will I be afraid? Fern and Heinrich replied in unison, leave that to us." Fern turned to look at Julian with a probing gaze. "Lord Julian, would you like to take the carriage to Jullen for comfort?" Heinrich immediately chimed in, "That's right, just leave the escorting to the Blue Lion team. You just need to relax." Julian raised an eyebrow, the smile on his lips unchanging, but inside, waves were rising. This offer sounds thoughtful, but it doesn't seem like it's out of goodwill. The Blue Lion team is an official unit of the Empire. Most of them are high-ranking nobles. Unlike Shut Eyes, where people like me are just a fringe branch, they don't want someone like me to surpass the mainstream nobles, right? He stroked his chin gently, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Usually in novels, whoever transmigrates lives a glorious and brilliant life. Yet here I am, a villain trapped in this mess. Riding a horse was certainly more comfortable than engaging in verbal sparring. Finally, Julian spoke up, his voice calm yet commanding. "Then let's decide on that." Fern and Heinrich let out a sigh, exchanging a look of relief. Heinrich nodded, understood. "I will inform Lady Eileen when she arrives." Upon hearing the name Eileen, Julian's expression suddenly darkened. He repeated, his voice dropping, "Who did you say?" From a distance, a graceful figure approached, her long hair flowing in the wind. She waved, her voice as clear as a silver bell. "What a beautiful day, isn't it? I am Eileen Donashin, in charge of repairing the resonance stones today." Eileen's gaze swept over Julian, and when their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Her expression tightened slightly. Julian stammered awkwardly, about that carriage ride earlier, can we just let it go?" Fern's eyes widened in surprise. Eileen stood there, looking annoyed. She thought to herself, why is Julian here? Wait a minute, hasn't he been trying to avoid me all this time? On the other side, Julian scratched his head, feeling deeply uneasy. She's truly an enigma. I feel like I can't guess what she's thinking, and that's not comfortable at all. The two Blue Lion Knights gaped in shock, thinking, what's this? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Is he trying to assert his authority? Fern gritted his teeth, a sense of annoyance rising within him. Could it be that Julian guessed our plan and wants to stay and supervise the mission to solidify his position? As expected, he's the type to survive in the chaotic royal court without relying on anyone. But after all, he's just from a cadet branch. He's getting too arrogant. Julian, leisurely riding his horse, suddenly felt sharp, dagger-like stares pinning his back. He thought to himself, no one told me the mage I needed to escort was Eileen. I feel like I've been set up. Turning to Eileen, she pulled back the carriage curtains slightly, her gaze sharp as she looked toward Julian. Inside, she roared, I'm not feeling comfortable either. Given this situation, I have to finish the mission as quickly and neatly as possible, and not have to face Julian ever again. The escort party immediately picked up the pace, crossing the winding roads to reach Jullen. After a long journey, they finally reached their destination. Julian remained on horseback, scanning his surroundings, thinking, so this is where the resonance stones are kept. Smaller than I thought. We traveled all the way from the capital, and no one even came to greet us properly. Suddenly, a servant hurried past, carrying a bulky crate. He glanced at the group, rushing, you're the ones from the capital, right? Julian nodded, that's right. The servant smiled kindly. Welcome. Thank you for traveling all this way. I'll lead you to the resonance stone site immediately. In an ancient clock tower in Jullen, countless resonance stones floated in midair, emitting a mystical light. All around, crates containing resonance stones and mana transmission canisters were neatly arranged. Someone shouted, resonance stone crates this way, mana transmission canisters on the other side. Eileen, after observing the situation, confidently pointed, let me handle this. I'm very sensitive to mana. The servant nodded respectfully. Mage, would you like to inspect the area that needs repair? Eileen nodded slightly. Yes, thank you for the trouble. After moving for a while, they proceeded deep into the clock tower, where the damaged resonance stone was kept. Seeing its terrible condition, Eileen exclaimed, oh my. A simple repair won't be enough here. I think a large part needs to be replaced. The servant was surprised. Replacement. Eileen smiled, her voice gentle yet confident. Yes, during the replacement, the barrier will temporarily disappear, but don't worry, it won't take long. Hearing this, the servant's face brightened. "We thank you, maid." Eileen touched the stone, thinking to herself, all preparations are complete. Now I just need to tell Julian that the barrier will be temporarily inactive. But I don't want to see his face at all. Just treat it as work. Eileen, you're a mage after all. She stepped outside toward Julian, who was standing in contemplation. Eileen took a deep breath and said, "Lord Julian, I have something to discuss with you." Before she could finish her sentence, Julian moved like lightning, gliding away like a gust of wind, as if he were avoiding something terrifying. Eileen was stunned, her expression darkening. She thought, what is this? He's avoiding me. Am I not imagining this? Could he know I have feelings for him? No, that's impossible. How annoying. Eileen hurried after him, shouting, "Lord Julian, I'm talking about something important." She sped up and grabbed his cloak, her voice filled with anger. "Hey, why do you keep avoiding me?" Julian turned back, wearing a strained smile. "Avoiding you when you're the one who keeps trailing after me." Eileen gritted her teeth in anger, shouting, "What?" She thought to herself, what's wrong with this guy? Acting like I'm the one stalking him. Just then Julian's gaze suddenly changed, becoming sharp and cold. In front of them, several eerie shadows appeared from thin air, a sinister aura spreading. Eileen screamed, "Demon." Julian was startled. "Demons." Eileen angrily hit Julian on the head. "I told you the barrier was temporarily down, so demons could appear. If you hadn't been avoiding me, I would have explained it clearly." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Heinrich was caught by a surprise attack from a demon and slammed hard into the wall behind Julian, groaning in pain. Julian turned back, his sharp eyes fixed on the demon. The deadly aura radiating from it sent a chill down his spine. A thought flashed through his mind. This is a Tier 2 demon, more dangerous than I thought. Looking at the ghastly demon in front of him, Julian thought, his heart pounding, this isn't a hornless demon, nor a static one. A two-horned demon. This really is an unforeseen variable. The appearance of the monster caused Eileen to panic and run over, her voice trembling. "What on earth is happening?" Julian immediately shouted, his voice sharp, "Stop, it's dangerous." Looking at the fierce, two-horned demon before him, she trembled, her eyes wide with terror. A Tier 2 demon? Why is such a strong demon here? The spells I know can't be used for combat right now, and the resonant stones can't be activated yet. The Tier 2 demon roared, a chilling sound that seemed to tear through space, signaling the surrounding minor demons to attack. Following the order, the minor demons swarmed forward like moths to a flame, aiming straight at Eileen's group. A demon leaped in front of her, its sharp claws flashing in the shadows. At that very moment, Julian glided forward like a flash of lightning, standing in front of Eileen. He swung his sword in a powerful stroke, cleaving the demon in half and sending it crashing to the ground. He turned back, his sharp eyes looking at Eileen. "Pull yourself together. You're panicking over just that." "How embarrassing. I'll handle this side." "And you go do your job." Eileen repeated, bewildered, "My job." Julian pointed toward the resonant stone, his voice low but authoritative. "Fix the resonant stone now. My mission is to protect you." Then he offered a teasing smile. "Or are you so scared that you've forgotten what you need to do?" Hearing this, Eileen's face flushed red, feeling both ashamed and furious. She turned away and walked off, not forgetting to shout, "I'll have it fixed in 7 minutes. Be careful, Julian." She added awkwardly, her voice trailing off, "Don't get hurt, I don't have healing magic." Julian nodded slightly, a confident smile on his lips. "Don't worry, I don't get hurt that easily." He then turned back to face the two-horned demon growling ahead, gripping the sword hilt. "I'm talking big," Julian thought, "but I'm actually scared to death. I never expected my first real battle in this life to be against a two-horned demon. There are too many eyes watching. If I run away, rumors will spread everywhere, and I'll be suspected immediately. If I really am Julian." Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from afar. Fern led the Blue Lion Knight squad, shouting, "Hold on. We, the Blue Lion Knights, will destroy this demon." The whole squad charged forward immediately, their swords and shields gleaming in the dim light. After a series of coordinated attacks, they stepped back, leaving the demon growling in rage. Fern wiped his sweat, thinking, as long as we coordinate well, this two-horned demon is nothing. He turned to Julian, offering a mocking smile. "Haha, why are you scared of a two-horned demon? That doesn't seem like you at all, Julian." Hearing the provocation, Julian just smiled faintly, thinking, fair enough. But right at that moment, Fern's expression changed, his voice trembling. Are you smiling?" Julian looked up, his eyes burning red like flames, his expression cold yet exuding an overwhelming aura. In my heart, I roared, right now I am Julian. In a life-or-death situation like this, if I were the real Julian. Before he could think further, the demon snapped its fingers, summoning a mystical blue flame that surrounded Julian. He stood there, lost in thought. If it were Julian, he would definitely be smiling and enjoying this moment. Suddenly, a notification from the system rang in his head. talent swordsman activated. Julian charged fast as a whirlwind, his sword swinging repeatedly, slashing straight at the demon. Each strike was precise, leaving deep gashes on the monster's body. Fern witnessed the scene, exclaiming in astonishment, "Just one strike caused such terrible damage. That's unbelievable." Julian smiled, thinking, "Good, it's working." He moved constantly, changing position, unleashing relentless attack. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, as if he were merging with the battle. But then the demon's eyes suddenly glowed red, staring straight at Julian. As that gaze met his, Julian froze, his heart pounding. Damn it. The monster swung its hand, unleashing a powerful blow. That sent Julian flying. He slammed into the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, pain spreading throughout his body. Julian clutched his wound, thinking, "It hurts so much I can't breathe. Even a worm struggles when stepped on, let alone me." Before he could recover, the demon roared, swinging its sword in a terrifying strike that sent rocks and debris flying. Dust obscured his vision, and a guard shouted, his voice trembling, "Unbelievable. Even Lord Julian was hit." Fern stood beside him with a smug smile, thinking, how can someone like him fight a two-horned demon? Now it's my turn to take command. But right then, another guard shouted, "Look." The shout grabbed Fern's attention. He turned his head, and through the haze, a figure gradually emerged. Julian stood tall, gripping the sword tightly, which radiated a brilliant light. A guard gasped, "That blue light is the moonlight sword." Julian looked straight at the demon with eyes glowing red like flames. A system notification rang out, activating incomplete moonlight sword. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his aura exploding, ready for the next strike like an indomitable war god on the line between life and death. Julian felt the power surging from the sword and muttered inwardly, "Even if it's only a quarter of the original power, this is enough to create an advantage, right?" Immediately, he raised his sword high, unleashing a sharp slash toward the monster charging toward him. Suddenly, his expression became crazed with excitement. The monster's eyes flashed, showing signs of resistance. But Julian delivered yet another blow without hesitation. He muttered, "My movements are still clumsy, but the attack is extremely sharp. However, I see it all now, because I am Julian." He activated the special skill, Insight. Facing the monster's successive attacks, Julian remained unflinching, smiling faintly. With an agile body, he easily dodged the attacks. Deep within his eyes, the icon for the Insight skill flashed. Thanks to that, Julian dodged every single attack, making the guards outside clench their fists and shout. He dodged all of them. Fern frowned, muttering, "Is that really Julian?" The scene shifted elsewhere, where the cracks in the resonant stone were gradually being restored. Eileen looked at the summoning magic circles in front of her and said, "Understood." Clenching her fist, she looked down and shouted, "The barrier has been restored." Hearing that, the monster roared in anger. "What? Damn it, I let my guard down." Its glowing red eyes immediately widened. But right at that moment, Julian lunged forward. With terrifying speed, he closed in on the monster, his gaze overflowing with killing intent. Seeing this pressure, Fern could only gape in astonishment, and the guards were no exception. Right after that, Julian unleashed a clean sword strike, cleaving the monster in two. After finishing it off, he gently sheathed his sword and walked away calmly. Passing by the guards who were whispering and gossiping, he muttered, "So it really works." Feeling the fearful gaze of those around him, he thought, "This atmosphere is only to be expected. Julian was a villain, after all. It's natural for people to be afraid of this overwhelming power." A call came from afar, "Lord Julian." He stopped, wondering, "Yes, what is it?" A soldier hurried over, gripping his hand as he said, "Thank you, sir. We thought we were all going to die." Immediately after, the guards around them shouted in unison, "That's Lord Julian for you." Hearing this, Julian muttered to himself, "Didn't expect that." Fern came over to praise him. "Well done, Sir Julian." Looking at Fern's trembling gaze contrasted with his own calm expression, Julian spoke up. Fern, can you report the situation for me? I'm not really used to these things." Fern nodded slightly. Yes." Watching Julian's retreating back, Fern muttered, "Different, truly different. Compared to those nobles, he's in a completely different league. He defeated a two-horned demon and stayed as calm as if nothing happened. He doesn't seem human." Immediately afterward, Julian approached a cool, green pond. He slumped onto the ground, exhaling a sigh. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand out of fear, he muttered, "My life was hanging by a thread back there." Inside, he could clearly feel the hatred, fear, and despair when facing the demon. Actual combat is far more brutal than I imagined. That feeling of slashing through a demon. Does Julian always treat situations like this as an everyday occurrence? Looking down at the clear blue water, he saw his reflection and muttered, When the body changes, the mind gradually changes along with it. He tapped his head lightly, wondering just how great is the power of this light. He immediately summoned the system. The system board appeared, displaying the special skill Insight, a unique rank combining Li Shihu's knowledge and Julian's experience. This skill provides superior observation capabilities, easily detects target weaknesses, perceives the opponent's emotions more clearly, and deals additional damage to enemies who are experiencing fear. Looking at the system board, Julian muttered, combining two sources of power created a skill that sees through weaknesses. With this, I can also dispel the doubts of those around me. The problem now is that the Moonlight Sword is incomplete. He drew the sword from its scabbard, focusing intently, and muttered, I still have to carve an energy-conducting groove into it. To activate the Moonlight Sword, I must pour a large amount of mana in one go. Both power and stability are incomparable to the finished version. It needs to be more stable. He took out a cloth and polished the sword until it shone like a mirror. Looking at his reflection on the blade, he muttered, I just thought of a pretty good idea. Changing scenes to the noble council meeting. The elders were sitting in the room when the door burst open. A young man in blue robes walked in. The person presiding over the meeting from the center spoke, Sit down. Heron nodded slightly. Yes. He sat down, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. The leader asked, You said Julian discovered our plan. Hearing this, Heron shuddered violently, pressing his lips together, unable to utter a word. After a moment of contemplation, Heron stuttered, Yes, it seems so. Even though he spoke, his body continued to tremble with fear. Oren replied coldly, I always knew your incompetence would eventually cause trouble. If it weren't for you carrying the blood of the Hyan family. Seeing this, Heron immediately stood up and bowed. I apologize, Lord Oren. Hearing this, the other elders began to whisper. One spoke up. Recently, Shut Eyes has been acting very strangely. They just submitted a proposal to the Royal Library. Another elder continued, the proposal states that from now on, when Shut Eyes organizes trials, instructors will not be held accountable. Another added, even if there are casualties, they will be declared innocent in the name of the Empire. Hearing this, Oren frowned slightly. Suddenly, a man clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the table, shouting loudly, Isn't this Julian's intention? The other elders immediately nodded in agreement. That's exactly it, that royal dog. Who does he think he's warning? Another person spoke, but Lord Oren, perhaps this is an opportunity for us. Oren wondered, an opportunity. He turned to ask Lord Aiden, What do you mean? Aiden replied, wearing a smug smile. Until now, Julian has only followed the Empire's orders. But now he has started thinking and acting on his own, which means he has become a variable. This might even be more useful than sending him to the Northern Front. We can find a way to use him much better. So for now, let's just observe him first. Hearing these words, another elder immediately pointed at Aiden, speaking loudly. Do you mean to let that bastard do whatever he wants? Aiden smiled and replied, That is exactly it. Everyone, just wait a little longer. Changing scenes to Julian's residence, he was lost in thought. The mission only lasted a few days, but perhaps due to using too much mana, he felt exhausted. However, looking at the orchids in front of him, his mood became much brighter. He muttered, Even so, being able to see a room decorated to my own taste brings me strange peace. Orchids, even with Julian's monstrous body, they still bring tranquility. He smiled, thinking to himself that he had gained much more than expected from this mission. Not only enough to wipe away the long-standing bad rumors, but he could even. Saying this, he opened a reward box from the recent mission. Looking at the shimmering, colorful crystals, he muttered, Perhaps I have found a way to complete the Moonlight Sword. These gems gave me an idea. He recalled seeing the resonant stone. I thought of a hypothesis. In the world of the current Demon King, everything can contain mana, especially gems produced by the Empire, with the highest mana conductivity and capacity. That's why the resonant stones are refined so well. Holding a gem in his hand, he muttered, based on the principle of transferring energy into the resonant stone. I thought of a way to use gems as a medium between the body and the sword. If I find a suitable gem to conduct mana, of course it must resonate well with my mana, so I must find that one single gem. After a while of experimenting, but still not finding the suitable stone, he sighed, too much thinking. Is it time to eat already? He called out, Butler, come in. Lazarus entered from outside, saluted militarily, and said respectfully, Lord Julian, I am here as ordered. Seeing Lazarus, Julian muttered inwardly, Lazarus, this guy appears again. Lazarus continued, the commander requests that you report to the Royal Library regarding the mission. Julian wondered, personally, Lazarus nodded. Yes, that is correct. Julian rose from his chair and said, Then please take these gems to the warehouse for me. He muttered inwardly, It seems perfecting the moonlight sword will have to wait. The Royal Library, are they that concerned about my condition to summon me? My memory loss hasn't been completely cleared up. As he opened the door to leave, Lazarus called after him, Lord Julian. Julian turned his head. Is there anything else? Lazarus presented the damaged stones, asking, How should I handle these broken ones, sir? Julian replied immediately, just throw them away. Lazarus nodded slightly, Yes, sir. But inside he lamented, Good heavens, throwing away such precious materials is a waste. After traveling for a while, Julian arrived at the Royal Library. Walking, he glanced around, thinking to himself, Different from the Shut Eyes headquarters, this place is overwhelmingly luxurious. Approaching a butler, he said, I am Julian of Shut Eyes. I am here to meet Seddon of the library. The butler replied immediately, Lord Seddon is currently meeting with a guest from abroad. Please wait in the lounge. Julian nodded, Very well. Walking to the lounge, he muttered, Someone arrived before me. Surely someone of higher status than Julian in this empire. Opening the door and walking in, he was stunned by the opulent scene. He thought, So this is the lounge from the game. I've never seen this place before. Truly magnificent. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a sword lying on a bench. He wondered why a sword was left there like that. Casually, he picked it up. Admiring it for a while, he muttered, Doesn't fit this luxurious room at all. Even though it's primitive, one look is enough to tell the owner has extremely high skill. The blade is powerful, reflecting a resilient spirit. This carving, don't tell me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Stay away from that sword, you traitor. Hearing the voice, Julian thought to himself, I don't need to turn around to know who that is. The person continued, That sword is a gift from my master. Appearing before Julian was a noble lady from the Empire's prestigious Rondable Knight family. She is one of the most outstanding geniuses of Hayden Reich. In the game, she was murdered by Julian himself. She is Lynn Rondable, the sole lion of Hayden Reich. He muttered inwardly, Perhaps she will be the key to helping me escape this game world. Lynn Rondable, a noble lady from the Empire's prestigious Rondable Knight family, is also one of the outstanding disciples of Hayden Reich. She possesses superior talent, enough to one day surpass Julian. Not only talented, Lynn is also striking with her magnificent beauty. Among players, Lynn's wedding dress is always at the top of popularity poll. Even though he is now Julian, no longer Li Shihu, he still cannot help but admire her. At this moment, Lynn frowned and spoke, What do you intend to do with my master's sword? A system board appeared, displaying negative, hateful color. Seeing Lynn, Julian smiled and explained, I just wanted to look at it. Inside, he muttered, Perhaps I should tease her a little to dig up more information. He spoke with a teasing tone. I didn't expect someone like you to leave a sword lying around like that. Lynn took the sword and replied calmly, Ha ha, don't you recognize it? This is my master's sword, not that of an adventurer who likes carrying swords all over the imperial palace like. Receiving the answer exactly as he wanted, Julian thought, She's hooked. Just as I predicted, Lynn is an extremely diligent and upright person. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly asked, The guest who arrived before me must be the sword Saint Hayden Reich, right? Lynn frowned and replied coldly, What does that have to do with you? Julian smiled mischievously. I was just curious. He was once my master after all. He continued thinking, She clearly has negative feelings toward Julian, but I want to try to see just how negative they are. Hearing these words, Lynn gripped the sword tightly and shouted angrily, What did you just say? How dare you mention my master like that? The system immediately sent a notification, negative color, anger. Seeing this reaction, Julian frowned slightly, muttering, Just as expected, I can feel intense anger. I teased her on purpose, but now I want to apologize on Julian's behalf. Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered the lounge. Speaking up, Ms. Lynn, please proceed to the secretary's office. Lynn immediately turned and said, Then goodbye, Julian. After a few steps, she turned back and pointed at him, declaring, I hope we never meet again. The butler unexpectedly spoke, They are calling for you too, Lord Julian. Hearing this, Lynn's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to crawl in. Sensing her awkwardness, Julian muttered, Just stay cool like Julian, that's enough. Maybe I'll meet that master soon. He said cheerfully, Don't be so cold to me, Lynn. We did have the same master after all. Lynn turned back and replied angrily, But not anymore. Never mention my master to me again. Saying that, she turned her back and left. Julian was lost in thought, preparing to meet his favorite character in the form of the man who betrayed her. This feeling was both joyful and worrying. He didn't know how to describe it. At the Imperial Secretary's office, the butler spoke. Greetings, Ms. Lynn, Lord Julian. We heard that Lord Julian personally defeated a two-horned demon. Julian smiled and replied, Haha, that was only enough to warm up. Lin immediately intervened, asking, "May I ask, where is my master?" Julian thought inwardly, "I'm curious about that myself." The butler replied, "Lord Haydenreich left after assigning the mission to you." Lin was angry. "What?" the butler continued. "And I think you should cooperate with Lord Julian." Lin immediately protested. "Us? Why should I go with this traitor?" The butler explained, "Lord Haydenreich requested that someone be assigned to go with you because this mission might be dangerous, and Lord Julian happens to be here." Julian could only cry inwardly, "Haydenreich, what are you doing?" Lin, standing beside him, trembled with anger at having to work with him. The butler continued, "Investigate the slums in the capital." Julian muttered, "The slums? Why should we care about that wretched place?" The butler explained, "Based on several sources, demons have appeared in that area. The people in the slums do not want the royal family to intervene directly. That is why both of you are suitable for this mission. You have links to the royal family but aren't actually royalty, since you belong to Shut Eyes and the Night Academy." Julian thought inwardly, the slums, the ruins of nations annexed by the Empire by force, a place that brings together those from many nations rejected by the Empire. They don't like the royal family, so they requested Shut Eyes, an organization considered neutral. This makes perfect sense. He continued thinking, if Lin outshines me in this mission, she will easily attain the title of Sword Saint. Going with Lin isn't beneficial for me, but as a hunting dog of the royal family, I cannot refuse. He rubbed his chin, smiling. "I understand, I accept this mission." Lin shouted angrily, "What, I refuse?" Julian muttered, "Good heavens, I wish I could refuse too." The butler continued, "Ms. Lin, your master personally requested that you accept this mission." Lin trembled with anger. Julian turned and smiled. "Do you intend to go against his wishes?" Lin frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "I understand." Looking at her, Julian muttered, "A knight who holds the title of Haydenreich's disciple. In this mission, she will certainly supervise this traitor. But the problem is that I currently don't have the power to resist." Suddenly, his attention was directed to the gem on Lin's necklace. A strange feeling surged. Julian shouted loudly, "Wait." He pointed to the stone. "What kind of gem is this?" Lin replied shyly, "It's a moonstone." As soon as she finished, the stone emitted intense energy, as if reacting to Julian's mana. Seeing him approach, Lin turned and asked, "What are you doing?" Julian laughed. "Just looks very beautiful, that's all." Lin muttered, "Why did it suddenly light up?" Julian thought inwardly. In just a moment, it tried to resonate with my mana and absorb it. The answer is right before my eyes. I need to test this stone. After leaving the royal library, Julian immediately went to a jewelry store. The salesperson spoke. "Lord Julian, long time no see. What do you need?" Julian removed his cloak to reveal his identity and said, "I am looking for a stone suitable for my mana. Do you have any moonstones?" The salesperson scratched his head, embarrassed. "Moonstone. Our store doesn't have any, and I'm sure other stores don't either. Except for collectors, no one has any demand for them. It's very difficult to mine, so we don't import them." Receiving an unexpected answer, Julian muttered, "This is bad. I need to complete the Moonlight Sword before carrying out the mission with Lin." He said angrily, "Are you saying I can't find one?" Seeing Julian's anger, the salesperson muttered, "Ah damn, I accidentally spoke to Lord Julian like a regular customer." He replied tremblingly, "It's not like that, we can look for it, but currently we don't have any." Julian kept a menacing expression. "In that case, go and search for it. I really, really need them." The shopkeeper stuttered, "Right, I will search the entire empire." Julian thought to himself, "Oh God, Lin will definitely notice that my Moonlight Sword is still incomplete. I need moonstones as a back." But the mission date has arrived, and I still haven't found any. Perhaps my threats weren't enough. After waiting for a while, Julian went to meet Lin. She muttered, "Was your important business at a jewelry store?" Julian laughed. "One day you will realize the beauty of gemstones, Lin." She turned around and said, "Whatever, just follow me now." Seeing Lin going in the wrong direction, Julian reminded her, "Hey Lin, you're going the wrong way." She turned her head. "What?" Julian explained, "The slums are full of buildings and alleyways built illegally. You can't just blindly follow a map or signs." He began to show off his nerd-like knowledge about the game. Lin held the map, frustrated. "I'd rather follow the signs than follow you." Julian smiled but thought, "She's right, but the eastern slums are like a death trap for newcomers." Even the developers admitted it was a difficult map. Lin held the map and declared, "I won't fall into your traps. I'm certain a traitor like you would try to deceive me, the disciple of the current Sword Saint." She continued, "I'm different from you, Julian. I will become the next Sword Saint." Hearing these words, Julian could only smile bitterly, scratching his head and muttering, "She misunderstood me. This mission won't be easy." Seeing the path begin to get confusing, Lin spoke up, "Do you really want to go this way? That warning sign back there wasn't just for decoration." She glanced at Julian and asked, First of all, Lord Julian, have you ever been to these slums before? Julian smiled and replied, what do you think? Inside, he muttered, Li Shihu has been here, but Julian hasn't. What should I say? Seeing him evade the question, Lin muttered, what kind of answer is that? She gently asked, then how do you intend to find the way? Julian raised a finger and replied cheerfully, with talent, maybe. Lin turned to keep walking and laughed. Ha, forget it. You haven't even achieved anything and you're already trying to lead the way. Julian followed her cheerfully, saying, oh my, didn't the Empire's order state that we must act together? Then he lowered his voice, or is Hayden Reich more important than the Empire's order? Hearing this, Lin suddenly stopped. Her brow furrowed, her face twitching, and she gritted her teeth. Don't you dare mention my teacher's name with that mouth of yours. If you have even a shred of decency left. Julian muttered to himself, Hugh, I accidentally triggered her emotion. Lin clenched her fists, thinking to herself, I know Julian is one step ahead of me. I lost count of how many times people compared me to him behind my back. If it were him, he probably would have done it already. If it were him, that would be a given. If it were him. But I am the top disciple of the Sword Saint. I will prove the difference through this mission. After moving for a while, Lin's complexion suddenly turned pale. She muttered, no way. Julian beside her noticed something strange but still asked cheerfully, is something wrong? Lin replied shyly, no, it's nothing. Inside, she was pulling her hair out, thinking, this time I'm really screwed. Just as that traitor said, the paths are completely scrambled. They continued walking to a house numbered 1A, and Lin wondered, what? Damn it, we're back where we started. Julian laughed loudly from behind. Ha, did we really come back? Suddenly a man approached from afar. Hey girl, you're walking in circles. Looks like it's your first time here. Lin asked, do you know the layout of this area? The man nodded. Of course I do. I can show you the way if you want. But it's not free. Buy me a drink. How about that? Lin nodded. Very well, that won't be a problem. The man introduced himself. My name is Baden, and you? Lin replied, I am Lin Rondable. Hearing that name, Baden muttered, oh, so you belong to the Rondable family. Excellent, caught a big fish this time. He turned to Julian, thinking to himself, but there's something. Julian was about to introduce himself when Baden suddenly turned his back and smiled. Probably don't need to worry about the boy's name, just follow me. Julian didn't get angry, just stroked his chin gently, muttering, Baden, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before but I can't remember. Probably a minor, unimportant character in the main plot. The three arrived at a pub. As soon as they walked in, Baden shouted, hey barkeep, give me and these two guests a drink each. Julian thought to himself, he's planning to drink before showing us the way. The barkeep asked, where are you coming from? Lin replied, from the royal capital. The barkeep pointed at Lin, then 30 nars each. Lin wondered, 30 nars. Baden leaned in to tease her, don't you have the money? Prices in the slums are a bit steep, miss. Lin replied calmly, that's not it, 30 nars is too cheap. Is it really only 30 nars? Seeing the shining pouch of gold before him, Baden muttered, as expected of a girl from a noble family. This could be a golden opportunity. He turned to whisper to the barkeep, give those two a special drink, the really strong stuff. When these imperial dogs get drunk, I'll rob them blind. The barkeep nodded and secretly poured some powder into their cups. Baden cheerfully brought the drinks out. Hey, drink up. This is the best liquor in the slum. Lin picked up the drink, preparing to down it, when Julian suddenly snatched it away, saying, hold on. What did you do to this drink? Baden stood up abruptly and shouted, what are you talking about? Julian held the cup in front of him. Then you drink it first. Baden wondered, what? Julian's expression darkened and he said, let me feed it to you, shall I? Lin stood up and shouted, stop, Julian. Hearing that name, Baden and the barkeep were startled. The barkeep turned to Baden. Hey, you just dragged that imperial dog Julian here. Now what? Sweat poured down Baden's face. He replied, it's okay. I've got men positioned in this pub. Just a few of the strongest monsters in the slum are enough. And I'm no pushover either. He secretly drew a sword hidden on his person, ready to attack. Julian smashed the glass and said coldly, I gave you a chance, yet you still refuse to open your mouth. Do you intend to attack us? No sooner had he finished speaking, a bald man lunged forward, swinging his sword. Julian calmly grabbed him by the throat. Another man from behind tried to sneak an attack. But with peak reflexes, Julian spun around and threw a punch straight into the man's face, sending him flying into the corner of the pub. Having dealt with the two, Julian looked at them calmly. Lin only then drew her sword to defend herself, panicking, what the hell is going on here? Seeing the two of them were strong, Baden's lackeys muttered, to be completely overwhelmed by one person. Julian's gaze turned icy cold. He said, I don't know what trick he used, but I don't want these slums to be any more chaotic. He pressed a piece of broken glass against Baden's neck, making him tremble uncontrollably. Julian scanned the pub, realizing all the customers were Baden's men. He said coldly, "Baden, you tried to stop me earlier. Tell your friends to back off if they don't retract this murderous intent. Let them know they'll end up just like this broken glass." Baden trembled, unable to speak. Julian continued calmly, "Speak." A bald man in the back shouted, "Lord Baden." Baden turned and yelled, "Didn't you hear Lord Julian? Retreat now." The lackeys immediately ran toward the door. Julian slammed his hand on the table, saying, "You are quite stubborn. If you answer a few questions of mine, I guarantee you can surrender safe." Baden was startled and stuttered, "Surrender." Julian stood up, his voice full of pressure. "Between death and surrender, I suggest you choose surrender." "What will it be?" Baden, having no way out, replied tremblingly, I surrender." Baden looked up at Julian, his crimson eyes flashing with a mocking smirk. Behind him, the swordswoman's cold voice rang out as her sharp blade pressed against Julian's back. "That's right, I suggest you surrender rather than die." Baden tremblingly raised his hands in surrender under the crushing pressure. "Baden, what's your choice?" Julian asked. Bowing his head in defeat, Baden muttered, "I surrender, I'll do it." The two stepped out of the tavern. Leading the way, Julian remarked, "He was suspicious the moment he offered to guide us. Who would have guessed he'd lead us straight to a gang of criminals in the slum?" He held up a piece of paper, a bright grin on his face. "I thought he was just a cheap thug, but he turned out to be quite useful. I've obtained some valuable information." Lin trailed behind him, head bowed in self-reproach. "It's my fault for not realizing it sooner." Julian remained optimistic, agreeing with her confession. "Of course, Lady Lin, someone like you probably has never encountered that type of person in your life." Lin lowered her head even further, her lips pressed tightly together. "Oh no, is she losing her confidence?" After a moment of silence, she asked, "How did you know?" Julian turned back. "Know what? That Baden spiked the drink," she emphasized. Julian smiled in response. "Is that what you're curious about?" The swordswoman insisted. "Tell me." Julian looked at Lin, her hands clasped tightly, her expression serious. He thought to himself, she's ready to learn, even from someone she hates, placing progress above temporary embarrassment. Truly Lin Rondable. Seeing her trembling not from fear, but from something else, he hesitated slightly before explaining. "It would be better if you weren't so hostile toward me." Julian raised his hand and a wave of blue light enveloped him. "I sensed the hostility in the glass of wine. Actually, I felt it before we even entered the tavern, thanks to my mana detection trait." Lin repeated in surprise, "Mana detection trait." A system-like notification flashed in her mind. Julian continued, "Everything, from objects and living beings to situations, has natural mana, and it reacts strongly to other mana." He turned around, faint blue mana sparkling around him. "I used mana before entering." He recalled how Baden had emitted a strange, hostile flow of mana when leading them to the tavern. It was to detect aggressive mana. Lin rubbed her chin in thought, like radar waves, right? Julian offered a helpless laugh. "Let's go with that." He smiled. "Mana radiating from the body is a skill mages usually use, but thanks to my abundant mana, I find it easy to detect." Lin tilted her head, frowning. "I have another question." She recalled the earlier conversation. He hadn't asked Baden about the demons, but about the living conditions in the slums. Julian smiled in admission. "That's right." Lin was confused. "Didn't we come here to investigate the demons?" Julian kept on smiling as if nothing were wrong, which only left Lin more perplexed. "Normally, yes," he said, then flipped the question back on her. "What do you know about demonization?" The swordswoman hesitated. "The remnants of the demon King Barbatos possess all non-human living creatures." She pictured a fierce demon with long horns transforming its victims. Wasn't that what demonization meant? Julian responded gently. "Usually yes, but the geography of these slums is unusual. The capital near the slums is surrounded by resonant stones, so no demon can enter. There are no forests nearby either, so there are no animals, only humans." Lin turned pale as she realized, her body stiffening and shaking. "So you mean humans are the only ones left to be hosts?" Julian smiled, thinking to himself, just like in the game. He gave a slight nod. "That's right. I believe the people here are being demonized." Lin held her forehead and shook her head in disbelief. "I was such a fool to believe you even for a second." Julian confidently held up 3 fingers. 3 houses, he smiled. "That's the number of houses that will come to the pharmacy for fever medication this week. They say high fever is a sign of demonization, right? If I'm wrong, I'll do whatever you want, Lady Lin." Lin was still uneasy, thinking, what should I do? Should I trust this arrogant claim? As dusk fell, the sky turned a fiery red, and a few blackbirds flew past with alarming call. Lin smiled brightly, exhaling in relief. Only one house left. Julian, following behind, praised, "You look pleased." She glanced at him, waving her hand excitedly. "Since we haven't seen it, isn't it a good thing that what you said about humans being demonized hasn't happened?" Julian nodded in agreement. "I think so too." They arrived at the final house. Julian thought, this is the last one, I hope it's true. He knocked on the door a few times and then stopped. There was no one home. An old man with bloodshot eyes peeked out and asked wearily, who is it? Julian leaned in to observe, what's this? Not demonized yet, but he offered a warm smile. How are you feeling today, sir? He thought, this sneakiness, he's hiding something. Julian sniffed the air, thinking, I've encountered this scent before during missions involving resonant stone. He rubbed his chin, making a bold guess, the scent of demon blood. Lin spoke up, greetings, we are from the court. The old man froze. Julian added, I am Julian of Shut Eyes. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Shut Eyes, Julian. His attitude changed abruptly, and he shouted, get out, stay away from my house. As the door slammed shut, Julian pushed hard. The door burst open. The old man tumbled to the floor. Dusting off his hands, Julian looked down. Thanks for your cooperation. Lin was anxious and urgent. Julian, at least explain what's going on. Julian ignored Lin's plea and stepped forward, his tone sarcastic. You're too kind, Lady Lin. The swordswoman was even more confused. What do you mean? Julian's red eyes flashed with a dark smile. One day, that kindness will burn you out. Without another word, Julian approached a door locked with iron chains, ignoring Lin's protests. We came here to investigate, not to hunt. Do you think the Empire would approve of this coercive action? He replied coldly, the Empire only cares about results. Lady Lin's eyes widened in shock. What? Julian held up the piece of paper and looked at the steaming bowl of soup on the table. Having dinner, sir. According to the housing data, you live with your son, but this is a ration for 3 people. The old man pointed and stammered, I have guests. Julian stirred the soup. He smirked, this soup is unusually red. So you didn't just come here to buy fever medicine. He laughed and pointed at the bowl. You put sleeping pills in the soup to drug your guests and turn them into a meal, didn't you? Then he pointed to the locked door behind him. And that's for the demon behind that door, isn't it? Lin gasped in astonishment while the old man trembled, unable to utter a word. Suddenly the man lunged toward the door, screaming, run, my son. He fumbled with the key, trying to unlock it. The door swung open and a thick red mist spilled out. Hurry, run. The old man stared in horror at the sharp claws raised high. Is that my son? He stammered before a painful scream echoed throughout the house. The demon let out a terrifying roar, its crimson eyes flashing with an eerie menace. Lin gritted her teeth and gripped her sword, ready to fight, a real demon possessing a human host. She lunged forward, determined. I must take it down first. The demon's red eyes narrowed, and with a swipe of its claws, it easily sent Lin flying. She slid across the ground, debris scattering everywhere. Julian glanced at her trembling hands on the sword. That sword. This might be Lin before she awakens in the story. He recalled their conversation after leaving the tavern. That was why she asked about Mana. At this rate, Lady Lin is in danger. Julian smiled faintly and stepped in front of her. Lin shouted, I don't need your help. He took off his cloak. He grasped his glowing blue sword, ready to fight. Don't need help. This is part of my mission. He turned to Lin with a smile. And I can't let the Saint Sword's precious disciple get hurt. His red eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, it's better to avoid unnecessary rumors. The problem is that the Moon Sword isn't complete. I don't want Lin to be suspicious for no reason. The demon lost patience, roared, and lunged. I'll take it down on a whole different level, Julian vowed. System activated. His gaze locked onto the target. A notification flashed. Insight trait activated. Julian narrowed his eyes as the blue light from the system flashed. He scanned the demon's body quickly to find its weak point. In an instant, every detail about the beast became as clear as a map in his mind. With a decisive movement, he unleashed a series of sharp slashes, his blade whistling through the air, aimed directly at the weak points he had just discovered. Turning lightly, Julian glanced at the demon. He thought it's cornered, but just as he was about to finish it, the demon roared. The wounds on its body closed rapidly, as if it had never been attacked. Lin rushed in, the sword in her hand blazing, facing the demon head-on. Julian watched her struggle, sweat beading on her forehead, her hands gripping the sword shaking slightly. He cursed under his breath, damn it, it's already healed. Tension rose, and he shouted, his voice echoing in the cramped room, Lady Lin, create an opening. I'll attack again. Lin gritted her teeth against the demon's overwhelming power. Her face was pale, her eyes flashing with a mix of determination and anxiety. Suddenly, her gaze flicked to the unusually red bowl of soup on the table, and an idea struck her like lightning. Grabbing the hot porcelain bowl, she thought, this has to work. With all her strength, she hurled the bowl of soup into the demon's face. The bowl shattered, and the red liquid splattered everywhere. The beast staggered and roared in pain. It clutched its face, shaking its head, trying to regain focus. Lin closed her eyes and took a deep breath, focusing all her energy. Good, it's distracted, she muttered. The sword in her hand burst into a brilliant white light, like a flame burning in the darkness. My focus has to be worth it. But just then the demon's massive arm swung out, lightning fast, and grabbed. Lin was lifted into the air, a horrific force causing her to cough up blood. Her lips trembled. Damn it, it tracked my scent. I was too arrogant, she thought. Her grip loosened, and her sword dropped to the floor with a clatter. I couldn't create an opening. I won't have the face to meet my master in the next life. The demon opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs gleaming in the dim light. Lady Lin, Julian shouted, his voice urgent. She turned back, her eyes widening in shock. Julian. Julian's red eyes burned, surrounded by the system's blue light like eerie phantom flames. You did well, he praised. His voice was deep but full of power. The demon seemed to sense danger and looked around, its crimson eyes darting wild. A current of blue electricity enveloped the beast's massive body, emitting a crackling sound. Julian smiled triumphantly, his eyes flashing. In an instant, he lunged forward, his blade piercing through the demon's chest. The glowing blade cut through the darkness. The demon's hand went limp. It dropped Lin. Lin gritted her teeth. She mustered her strength to deliver a powerful kick to the demon's face. The force of the kick snapped its head back, driving Julian's blade deeper. He offered a faint smile and decisively withdrew his sword. The demon's body collapsed to the floor, black blood gushing from the wound and emitting a foul, nauseating stench. Lin stood panting, her eyes still stunned. I can't believe you pierced it without using the moon sword, she said, her voice shaking. How? With demon blood on his lips, Julian offered a smug smile. Let's just say it wasn't worth using the moon sword on, he replied, his tone dismissive. Although he felt a flash of panic inside, he glanced quickly at Lin, thinking, does that expression look normal? Mission accomplished. They stepped out of the carriage as the sunset turned the horizon fiery red. We've arrived at the palace, Julian said, his voice relieved. They walked along the path shaded by banyan trees in the royal grounds, leaves rustling under their feet. At least we finished safely, he thought. Rubbing his aching shoulder, he sighed. Lady Lin didn't suspect anything. What a relief. Lin suddenly stopped, causing Julian to stumble. The mission reward is yours. Bowing her head, her hands clenched, her voice choked. I didn't contribute anything. Julian watched her silently, his gaze sharp. For someone as proud as Lady Lin, admitting she owes me is rare. He turned back and smiled. Don't say that, Lady Lin. With a cheerful tone, he added, it's true you were overwhelmed by that demon. Lin frowned, clearly displeased with him. Julian's kind words just felt like wind blowing past. She looked away, her voice firm. I don't like you. Julian nonchalantly shrugged. You're too tense, aren't you? Lin clasped her hands, standing straight to face him with determined eyes. My master always said, the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Recalling how Julian had taken down the demon so quickly, she couldn't help but think his victory was truly impressive. But she hesitated, her voice growing serious. Seeing you use your power so recklessly, even toward the innocent. Her face dark. Now I understand why Master exiled you. You lack self-restraint. Julian offered a wicked smile. Touching his chin, he retorted with a touch of arrogance. Restraint. That's the weapon of a coward. Lin clenched her fists and shouted angrily, are you calling my master a coward? Julian stepped closer. An invisible pressure made her instinctively step back. Lin, I'm not some noble aristocrat bound by restraint, he said, his voice deep like a warning. He turned away, leaving behind a mysterious parting shot. You need to realize there are people like that in this world. Lin stood frozen, muttering, what did he mean by that? Julian waved, laughing triumphantly as he walked away. Whatever, you did a good job. Thanks for yielding the mission reward, haha. Left behind, Lin sighed in frustration, her legs feeling heavy. He's truly impossible, she muttered, her eyes still troubled. Restraint isn't just for aristocrats, it's for all knights. A carriage clattered to a stop and a middle-aged man called out, heading home. Lin looked up and recognized the familiar face. Uncle Urgent greeted her warmly. You look exhausted, hop in, I'll take you back to the estate. Lin nodded politely. Thank you, uncle. The carriage rolled along the dirt road, the steady sound of hooves blending with the evening breeze. Inside, Urgent asked gently, the mission must have been tough, did everything go smoothly? Lin offered a faint smile and nodded. Yes, mostly. Thank you, Uncle Urgent. Curious, he continued, who was the guy with you? Lin turned to answer. That was Julian of Shut Eyes. Urgent nodded thoughtfully, his eyes flickering with worry. I thought so, a strange face. He recalled Julian's arrogant, devil-may-care demeanor and shared. The Council of Elders is in a frenzy because of him. I hear he's pressuring them through the royal family. Lin nodded silently. I understand. Urgent crossed his arms, his voice serious. That guy is pressuring the council. Aristocrats shouldn't act like that. His words made Lin jump, as if a missing piece had finally clicked into place. Right, a branch family. She thought back to Julian's words, realizing that was what he had meant. She murmured, her eyes swirling with confusion as Urgent continued, his voice heavy with a warning. Stay away from him, Lin. That man is dangerous, though you are, after all, a disciple of Hayden Reich. Perhaps he isn't as capable as we thought. Lin shook her head slowly, her voice firm. That's not it, uncle. She looked up, her eyes brightening. Whatever he may be, he is truly talented. I have my doubts, she added, though she clenched her fists, reluctantly admitting he is strong. The sky had already darkened, and the lights from the magnificent manor spilled out, illuminating the path. Inside a sealed room, a mysterious figure sat at a table, their voice low and resonant. Julian. What on earth did you do? Ordwin's face darkened, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade directed straight at Julian. Julian offered a strained smile, trying to maintain his composure. What do you mean? But inside, his mind was a tangled mess. No way. Images flashed through his head. An angry tavern owner demanding compensation, slum dwellers whispering in fearful complaint. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, I went too far. I've caused a huge mess. Ordwin frowned, her eyes growing as gloomy as clouds before a storm. She sighed and held up 2 thin sheets of paper, her voice cold. The criminal Baden, the one sought by the first eye, has turned himself in. Her eyes glinted sharply as she looked at Julian. When questioned, he trembled and named you. The mission was only to confirm the demonic trail. Julian exhaled in relief, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. Just Baden, he thought, trying to hide a faint smile. He spread his arms innocently. Maybe he realized his guilt too late. I don't know why he mentioned me. Ordwin scoffed, ignoring his excuse, and pushed the paper toward him. Likely another one of your tricks. Check the mission bounty and report back. Julian eagerly took it, his eyes lighting up like a child receiving a gift. Mission bounty, finally some cash, he thought, imagining those shimmering nars. For a broke guy like him, this was a godsend. He suddenly remembered the servant who had brought him a note saying, Mr. Julian, the jeweler has contacted us, to which he had replied, really. But upon reading the note, he froze. We didn't have enough nars to buy the batch of moonstones. He mocked himself, shaking his head in frustration. Of course, Julian had no concept of saving. Holding the paper, he read intently, his heart fluttering. Will I be able to cover the shortfall? His eyes widened when he saw the figure, 11,000 nar. Sweat broke out. He did the math. Nuz is roughly equivalent to dollars, right? That's about $15,000. Covering his mouth, he thought, even with Lin's share, earning this much in 2 missions is truly impressive. Ordwin shook her head slowly, her voice full of regret. Too bad, it's lower than usual. The injury kept me out too long. Julian was stunned, his mouth agape. What, this is considered low? For a game character, his sense of money was insane. His eyes scanned down to a small line. Maintenance and registration fees deducted. Okay, I like art, but as he read on, he nearly fell over. What is this? Installments. Installments again. What the hell is this? His eyes stopped at the last line. Remaining bounty 900 nar. Shocked, he gritted his teeth, sweat dripping onto his chin. Only then did I realize I'm a maniac with money. Anxiety flared up as he thought of the moonstones. I really need every nuz for them, and I don't have a single cent in saving. He looked up slowly, his voice slightly trembling. Commander Ordwin answered dryly. What? He asked. Are there any upcoming missions? Ordwin raised an eyebrow, surprised by this rare initiative. First time you've been this proactive, short on cash. She sighed, her voice laced with sarcasm. Sorry, there aren't any right now. I'll let you know later. That's why I told you not to buy luxuries beyond your means, but you wouldn't listen, right? Julian looked away, thinking shamefully, if I had bought it myself, I wouldn't be this annoyed. He muttered, yes. Ordwin propped her chin on her hand, a mocking smile appearing. Sell those luxury items to the gallery, and you could buy a castle. The idea flashed through Julian's mind, like a light in the dark. Without a word, he turned to leave, his heart cheering. Perfect. Ordwin suddenly blurted out, huh. Julian tilted his head, a mischievous smile forming as he declared, I just need to sell everything. He walked away, leaving Ordwin stunned in silence. He's truly lost his mind, she muttered, shaking her head in frustration. 2 figures in brown cloaks glided past the intricately carved door, the light from the wall torches casting shadows upon them. A low voice resonated. That monster defeated a demon without using the moonlight sword. He's as dangerous as a wild horse. The speaker was a noble elder of the council, his eyes sharp and cold. Aiden, another elder, smiled slyly, revealing even white teeth. A servant bowed respectfully. Master Aiden, I have come to escort you. Aiden waved his hand, his voice deep. No, I still have matters to discuss with my subordinate. The heavy wooden door creaked shut, the sound echoing. In the darkness, a figure sat at the table, their voice cold. So the Council of Elders does not support Julian. He leaned forward, a mysterious smile appearing in the dim light. Julian defeated a demon in a recent mission without using the moonlight sword. The subordinate replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." The confirmation made him slightly uneasy. He really is a monster. The subordinate calmly asked, "Should I carry out your previous order?" The man raised a hand, his eyes glinting like a predator. "Do it. I will recruit that monster and turn him into my strength." Meanwhile, at the Cosmos Gallery, light from crystal chandeliers shone down upon the magnificent painting. Julian wandered among the works, his fingers brushing lightly over the frames. "I thought I'd take advantage of the buzz and come here, but I'm not sure if this will sell," he muttered, his eyes flickering with worry. An appraiser, pale-faced, hurried over and bowed. "Welcome, Mr. Julian," he said, his voice slightly trembling. Julian offered a warm smile, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. "Thanks for appraising this." The employee named Perso carefully followed behind, his eyes curious. "No trouble at all. It's an honor to serve the famous First Eye Julian." He pointed to an object covered in a white cloth. "This is the item that needs appraising." Julian nodded and pulled the cloth away. A vibrant painting appeared, its colors seemingly dancing under the light. Perso's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. He leaned in to examine it with a magnifying glass. Based on the unique technique, it appears to be a work by Cornelius Vincent. Julian lined in, observing with curiosity. Perso looked up, his voice certain. "This is a fake." Julian's eyes turned bloodshot, stunned. He reached up to run his hand through his hair, cursing under his breath, "Julian, do you have no eye for art?" He remembered the painting hanging at the entrance of the villa, always thinking it was a masterpiece. He should have bought something else. He cleared his throat and thought, selling a fake like this, your reputation is toast. Julian, just accept it. Perso's face darkened, but he continued, "I have never seen a fake made with such sophistication." Turning back, his voice sounded excited. "I want to buy it." Julian smiled awkwardly, even though it was a fake. Perso beamed, his eyes brightening. "It's in excellent condition. Can I buy it for 1,000 nars? Julian rubbed the back of his neck, musing, he must just be pitying me. But 1,000 nars isn't enough to buy all the moonstones. He nodded, "Fine." Perso pointed to the paintings displayed around the room. "I will prepare the contract. Please feel free to look at the other works while you wait." Julian replied, "Sure." Suddenly, a soft voice spoke up, grabbing his attention. "Is it really okay to sell it at that price?" Eileen appeared, her human-like beauty reminiscent of moonlight, stepping forward with a playful smile. "That painting is definitely the original, isn't it?" Taken aback by the sudden appearance of Lady Eileen, Julian whipped around, his eyes as sharp as blades, his voice low and full of suspicion. "What are you doing here, and what do you mean by original?" He crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Eileen, his heart pounding with a mix of curiosity and vigilance. He waited for an answer, never taking his eyes off her. Eileen tilted her head slightly, her gaze passing over Perso, who was trembling, his hands gripping the painting as if it were a lifebuoy. Her voice hardened, sharp and certain. "My cousin has a few works displayed here, but skip that for a moment." Suddenly, Eileen's gaze became as cold as an ice blade, fixed straight onto Perso. This made him feel an invisible pressure weighing on his shoulders, as if it would crush his mind. He shook violently. The painting nearly slipped from his hands, sweat beading on his forehead. Eileen stepped closer, her steps light but filled with authority, her voice as cold as a winter wind. "In the Empire, no artist can use oil paint as skillfully as this." She snatched the painting from Perso's hands, her slender fingers gliding over each stroke, her eyes intently and mesmerizingly focused, as if she were sinking into a mystery. Suddenly she stopped, her finger pointing to a small corner at the bottom of the painting. "And this signature," she continued, her voice as steely as an arrow piercing space, "is definitely Cornelius." Eileen's assertion plunged the exhibition hall into silence, as if time itself had stopped. Julian stood nearby, observing the painting intently, his brows knitting together, his eyes flashing with contemplation as if weighing a secret yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, Perso stood by, shaking all over, sweat pouring down like rain, his face white with panic. He stammered, his voice trembling as if about to break, "I can't believe it. I overlooked this signature." Julian turned, his eyes cold as ice, his voice slow but as sharp as a sword, full of intimidation. "Does that mean you were planning to deceive me?" The pressure from his words made Perso feel as if a boulder were pressing down on his chest, his breathing becoming difficult. He staggered and fell to the floor, clutching his head, his voice lost in extreme fear. I am so sorry." Julian stepped forward, his hand reaching out as if to grab Perso's collar, his eyes igniting with a flare of anger like a predator about to strike. But just then, Eileen quickly grabbed his arm, stopping him. "Julian, stop." Her voice was firm but gentle, her eyes sparkling with clarity mixed with a hint of concern. "When appraising, anyone can make a mistake. Humans aren't always perfect." Hearing these words, Julian paused, the flame of anger within him subsiding, replaced by a sense of confusion and self-reproach. He thought to himself, damn, I almost lost my cool. If I had drawn my sword and slashed him right now, in front of everyone watching, I wouldn't be any different from a villain. He gave a wry smile and shook her hand off, his tone softer but still containing a bit of sharpness. Fine, if I overdo it, I'll look like the bad guy. Eileen raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling as if teasing. Even worse than that. Julian's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion passing through, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Perso, his voice gentle but still exuding an irresistible pressure. If this is the real thing, the value of the painting would be different, wouldn't it? Perso remained on his knees, his eyes wide with horror, stammering like someone about to be judged. Yes. He hung his head, bowing to the floor, his voice shouting in desperation. I am truly sorry. If this is the original, my gallery doesn't have enough money to buy it. Even if I pooled all my assets, it wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Julian burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing with delight, as if he had just found joy in this chaos. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Perso's shoulder, his voice becoming as cold as a final warning. In life, incompetence sometimes holds you back. Still, I'm stuck. What should I do with this painting? Perso's tears rolled down his cheeks. He couldn't utter a word, only trembling in extreme fear. Eileen stood beside him and spoke up, her voice gentle but firm. I will help. Julian turned, a spark of curious suspicion in his eyes. You will help me? Eileen crossed her arms, sighed, and nodded slightly, her face showing a hint of exhaustion. Yes. I know someone who would buy any painting by Coruius, without asking any questions. There's only one person. Julian stroked his chin, lost in thought. His sharp eyes seemed to want to pierce through her thoughts, but she held up 2 fingers, implying 2 conditions. First, you must not punish the appraiser. Julian nodded immediately, wearing a relaxed smile. Fine. I wasn't planning on doing anything to him anyway. Eileen raised her fan to cover her mouth, her eyes looking slightly shy, as if trying to hide a secret. Her voice hesitated, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. And the second condition, I need your help with something. Only you can do it. Julian smiled without hesitation, confidence radiating from every gesture. Fine, I'm free anyway. They shook hands, the agreement established in an atmosphere that was tense yet promising. Eileen spoke seriously, her gaze firm. Don't misunderstand, I'm not helping you out of kindness. You helped me in the Julin district before. I don't like being in debt. Julian nodded and laughed heartily, the sound ringing out pleasantly. So now it's my turn to repay the debt. What exactly do you need? Eileen recounted, her voice deepening, her gaze becoming distant, as if sinking into a memory. There was a guard patrolling at the Veal Academy. That night, the air suddenly turned cold, making him terrified. He saw countless eyes looking at him with murderous intent, as if wanting to devour his soul. Julian frowned, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Demons, she shook her head, her voice firm but unable to hide a hint of worry. Not exactly. The administration didn't pay much attention at first, but strange noises at midnight in the old building became more frequent. Many guards were attacked and injured. Julian furrowed his brows, curiosity mixed with determination sparking in his eyes. If it's not a ghost, then what is it? Her gaze became cold, her voice as sharp as a knife. I think it's a demon. The academy is heavily guarded, but a demon slipped through the weakened barrier. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from afar, interrupting his train of thought. So in the end, you still have to rely on someone else. That was Hardy Godfrey, a professor at Veal Academy. He stepped forward, his voice mocking, his eyes sparkling with arrogance. Very nice to meet you, Julian. Eileen turned back angrily, her eyes igniting with a flame of indignation. Don't you see me standing here? Would it kill you to greet me? Hardy indifferently shrugged, his voice cold. We aren't that close. Why would you drag a busy person like him into this? Hardy sneered, his eyes glinting with contempt. If you want to shed that branch family label, you should try harder on your own. Eileen's eyes flashed with anger, her face flushed with resentment. You are the one who needs to try harder, Hardy God. Your last essay nearly failed. Wouldn't it be better to rewrite it than to stand here mocking others? Hardy was furious, his face distorted by being poked in a sore spot. What? A girl from a branch family dares to be disrespectful. Eileen shouted, her voice ringing like thunder. What did you say? Julian tightened his grip on his sword hilt and stepped forward, his eyes as cold as ice, like a storm being suppressed. Eileen jumped, her heart pounding, thinking to herself, is he angry because his family was insulted, or because of my hot temper? She quickly spoke up, her voice trembling. Wait. But Julian had already drawn his sword. The steel blade shone under the light, making the air seem to solidify. Eileen closed her eyes, her heart pounding as if it wanted to break. Hardy was also panicking, raising his hands to cover his head, his face ashen. but suddenly a small stone hit Hardy's head, making a dry sound. From the corner of the wall, countless shattered stone fragments fell, revealing the hideous heads of imps, their eyes glowing red like blood. Hardy screamed, his voice lost in terror. Demons hiding in the walls. Julian didn't hesitate, lunging like a whirlwind, his sword swinging to strike down each imp, every swing sharp and precise, like a dance of death. Once done, he turned back, his cold gaze scanning Hardy, who was now kneeling on the floor, shouting in a panic, "Save me, there's a demon on my back." Julian glanced over, catching sight of a small demon clinging tightly to Hardy's back, its red eyes full of malice. His gaze met the demon, making it shrink back in fear, as if burned by his very presence. Julian smiled coldly, his voice deep, ringing out like a judgment. "Whether it's the main line or the branch line, I have no mercy for demons." He tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes burning coldly. "If you want to live, you should beg a branch family member to save your life." Julian forcefully stabbed his sword into the ground, the steel blade vibrating with a sharp sound, destroying the imp clinging to Hardy. Hardy, his face pale with panic, suddenly spoke up, his voice trembling but trying to appear arrogant. "You're overreacting." Eileen, standing nearby, suddenly jumped as if she had discovered something terrifying. She pointed forward, her eyes sparkling with horror mixed with determination, shouting, "There." At this moment, the imps began to gather, their bodies swelling, radiating strange magic, like ribbons of black smoke curling in the air. Their figures grew larger, creating an invisible pressure that made Eileen and Hardy shake with fear, their hearts pounding as if wanting to break. Suddenly, they merged, transforming into a giant rat with red eyes burning like embers and sharp teeth glinting like steel. It swung its sharp claws, heading straight for the group, each step shaking the floor. Sensing impending danger, Hardy turned, his eyes wide with horror, and fled immediately, leaving behind a shrill scream that echoed. Meanwhile, Julian stood firm, his face as calm as a ripple-free lake. He raised his sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light, his voice low but filled with murderous intent. "So, is this its true form? The way you weaklings gather and struggle is truly pathetic." His words were like a cold, sharp blade, causing the giant rat to freeze, a flicker of fear appearing in its crimson eyes, its massive body trembling and waved. The demon growled, its long tongue lolling out, and unleashed a powerful strike toward Julian. But he didn't flinch, instantly lunging forward, his blade flashing like lightning. The two exchanged blows in a deadly dance, every one of Julian's slashes precise and full of power. Finally, a critical hit landed, causing the rat to let out a painful scream, the sound echoing as if tearing through space. Watching the demon wail in despair, Julian thought to himself, his gaze cold, the demon is retreating, the physical form is shrinking. Not letting the opportunity slip away, he rushed to confront the demon. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he unleashed a final slash, sending the rat to the afterlife in a blaze of blinding light. Eileen and Hardy stood outside the barrier, looking in with worried eyes, their breath coming in short bursts. As the giant rat was obliterated, countless tiny demons shot out in all directions like shards of a nightmare. Eileen immediately dispelled the magic barrier, her hands trembling from the tension. She turned to Julian, her eyes sparkling with a mix of admiration and curiosity, and asked, "How did you know there was a demon here?" Julian gave a mysterious smile, a spark of mischief in his eyes. That's a secret, he thought, though internally he realized he had sensed the strange foul aura when reading Lord Hardy's records. But who here understands this game system anyway? He kept his thoughts to himself, revealing not a single clue. Eileen turned away, her voice confident but unable to hide a hint of sarcasm. "Well, let's leave that for later. Even someone who used to despise the main family, so now you're stepping in instead of them." Julian raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes flashing with surprise. "Despise them?" She replied, her voice sharp but her eyes sparkling with playfulness. "Gosh, have you forgotten what you said? You called me the half-breed of the Tashaning, didn't you?" Deep down, she thought, my heart still stings a bit from those old memories. He had said that to her, someone who only knew how to madly pursue power, yet now he was speaking up in defense of a branch family. It really is strange, isn't it? This guy is no different from the Julian back at the academy. He still has that half-baked sense of justice. Her hands continued to manipulate the magic stones floating in the air, the light shimmering like tiny stars. She continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Everyone is too scared of you to say it out loud, but your condescending attitude toward the branch families is a daily occurrence to me." Julian pondered briefly, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He stroked his chin and smiled lightly. "I wasn't right to say things like that back then." Those words were like an arrow hitting Eileen's heart, making her gaze turn shy. She lowered her head and bit her lip, thinking, wait, did Julian just apologize? But it doesn't really sound like an apology either. Decisively, she looked up, her voice trembling but sincere. Anyway, thank you. Julian stepped closer, his eyes curious. For what? She was shy, her face flushed. For dealing with that matter for me just now. Julian shrugged, responding gently. It was nothing. After a moment of repair, the fragments of the wall were completely restored. Eileen wiped the sweat from her forehead, exhaled a sigh, and said in a tone full of relief, "Phew, finally done." Julian stood behind her, smiling with praise, his gaze warm. "Well done." She turned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Now that you've defeated the demon, let me introduce you to the person buying the painting." At that moment, Julian was meeting a man who was admiring the painting he had brought. The man sighed, his voice deep and emotional. "Oh, to see this masterpiece before I die is truly satisfying." Julian held his teacup, smiling confidently. "How do you find it? This is the final work of Corurius's Red Vineyard." The man, vice president of the Veal Academy, Alam Chorny, nodded, his eyes sparkling with fascination. A wheat field whipped by a storm in the pitch-black, gloomy sky. Flying toward the horizon, feeling the artistic depth, Julian frowned slightly, thinking, a connoisseur of art, to me they all look the same, just a pile of scrap paper. He didn't say it, just continued to listen. Alam Chorny continued, his voice melancholic. "Behind the field are endless roads. And naturally, I don't know where they eventually led." Julian thought deeply, a very profound interpretation. He spoke slowly. "This painting evokes a sense of loneliness because it conveys the artist's sorrow to his younger brother. His younger brother had funded him quite a lot. He sent the painting along with a letter, beginning with the words, 'I have poured all my sorrow and soul into this painting.'" Julian pondered, his eyes flickering with confusion. "Everything is connecting together, huh?" He sipped his tea and nodded. "That's right." Before his words, Alam Chorny looked at him with an unusual gaze, his whole body seemingly radiating a golden light. Julian thought, "My heart is beating faster. The color of suspicion, huh? Is the old man suddenly doubting me?" The system in his head sent a notification. Color of suspicion, doubt. He furrowed his brow, wondering, is there something wrong with this painting? But he immediately dismissed that thought, his eyes growing sharper. "No, that's not it. Based on Lady Eileen's and the vice president's reactions, this is definitely the real deal." His expression tightened slightly, the thought still swirling in his head. So what exactly is he doubting? After a long period of contemplation, Alam Chorny suddenly spoke. "Julian." The sudden call startled Julian, who hurried to respond, "Yes." He continued, his voice calm. "Listen, do you really understand anything about this painting? Honestly, I feel your family came to me because they needed money. I could offer a reasonable price and buy it right away, but I only want to deal with someone who understands its true value." Before those words, Julian thought, so that's the reason. "If that's the case, even if we trade, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell it for a high price." He immediately spoke up. "This painting is described as the artist's final work, is that correct? Corurius passed away not long after painting it, so its value is even greater, isn't it?" Hearing this, Alam Chorny sighed slightly, then smiled. You're right. Corurius died right at the location depicted in this painting. You certainly have an artistic eye, Julian. I've misunderstood you." Julian replied shyly, "You're too kind." He continued, "So shall we start discussing the price?" Julian nodded, "Sure." Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had agreed to the trade. Alam Chorny held up 4 fingers and asked, "What do you think of this price?" Julian muttered to himself, 400,000 nars. Should I try to haggle a bit more? He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. "This is the work that ushered in the golden age after the artist passed away. I think you understand its value clearly." Hearing this, Alam Chorny's hand stiffened slightly. He pondered for a moment and then said, "Then I will add another 100,000 nars." Julian trembled with excitement, thinking 500,000 nars. More than enough, more than I expected. If nars is equivalent to dollars, this amount is around 500 million won. He couldn't help but be amazed. An ugly painting like this is worth 500 million. Seeing Julian lost in thought, Alam Chorny called, "Hey, Julian." He started, shaking off his train of thought, and smiled. "Now you've realized its value. Very well, let's begin the transaction." Inside, he thought, that guy once said the gallery couldn't afford it even if they sold all their assets. Now I understand why. At this price, how many people could even afford it? The scene shifts to the academy. Eileen pushed the door open, stepped into a room, and spoke. "Vice President Alam Chorny, did you call for me?" Alam Chorny, who was admiring the painting, turned back. Professor Eileen, please take a seat." He continued, "By the way, regarding the matter at the old building, is everything settled?" Eileen replied, "Yes, everything has been resolved satisfactorily." As he spoke, he used magic to pour tea and smiled. "I was very worried, but I'm relieved now." Alam Chorny nodded. Good. Did you encounter any difficulties? Eileen held the teacup and gave a smug smile. Nothing too difficult. He looked at the teacup and sighed. I'm sorry for making you deal with this troublesome business. His expression became serious. What I'm about to say must remain a secret between us. Professor Eileen, it is highly likely that this was caused by the Dawn Society. Eileen was surprised. The Dawn Society. Why would they target the Academy? Alam Chorney shook his head. I don't know the reason, but there is a lot of circumstantial evidence. It seems they took advantage of the weakening resonance stones to act. We decided to keep this quiet to avoid panic in the Academy. Hearing this, Eileen pondered, her hand tightening around the teacup. She thought a group that worships demons just appeared in the Empire. That's the Dawn Society. Why would they attack the Academy? Seeing Eileen's anxiety, Alam Chorney encouraged. Anyway, don't worry too much, Eileen. We've increased security and will do everything possible to protect the Academy. She exhaled slightly. Yes. He continued. We were able to resolve this thanks to Sir Julian Wright. Eileen stammered. Ah, Sir Julian. She asked, now that you mention it, have you met him yet? Alam Chorney laughed. Yes, thanks to him, I was able to buy an extremely valuable painting. She smiled. I wanted to thank him for defeating the demon, but it seems he's already gone. Alam Chorney nodded. That's right. As soon as he received the money, he hurried away. It seems to buy a pile of gemstones, moonstones, I believe. Hearing this, Eileen trembled, spitting out a mouthful of tea in surprise. She wiped the corner of her mouth, questioning, moonstones. Then she jumped up and turned to leave. I have something to attend to urgently. Seeing Eileen's hurried attitude, Alam Chorney took a sip of tea, wondering, why is everyone so busy? Eileen rushed to the gemstone shop. The shopkeeper hurried to say, I'm sorry, miss, the moonstones are all out. Decisively, that's impossible. There must still be stock. The shopkeeper was flustered. Sir Julian bought more than I expected. Eileen slammed her hand onto the table in anger. Then when will you have more? The shopkeeper stammered. This time, I'm afraid it will take much longer. Eileen's face darkened. She muttered, no, I need that stone for my upcoming thesis. Her whole world seemed to collapse. She cried out, Julian. Scene shifts to Julian, who was smiling with satisfaction. The man in front of him, a famous blacksmith with the nickname Vague Flame, held the moonstone and asked, you want me to forge a sword with this gemstone? Julian nodded. That's right. He took out a series of moonstones, saying excitedly, can you forge a sword like the silver moon? After hearing Julian's request, the blacksmith, Ruger Orland, shouted, his voice full of pride and indignation, that's not a sword. That is a work of art. My pride won't allow me to make something like that. His face turned red, and a fierce flame ignited in his eyes, as if Julian's request was an insult to the honor of the Black Flame Forge. Faced with the blunt refusal, Julian remained calm, his gaze sharp but his voice gentle and persuasive. I want to order it for actual combat. Ruger Orland slammed his hand onto the table, the wood creaking, his voice firm. No, that thing is just a luxury item. He pointed to the blueprint in front of him, his eyes burning with contempt. Bringing this blueprint here. This thing isn't worthy of being called a weapon. If you want luxury, go somewhere else to find it. The argument grew increasingly intense. The air in the forge thickened with tension. Ruger Orland continued, our Black Flame Forge only crafts weapons for knights. Only masterpieces like the sword of Hayden Reich, someone I once admired, are worthy. Julian didn't flinch, his eyes sparkling with determination. He stepped forward, his voice deep but full of resolve. I want to engrave mana circuits into this sword, Ruger Orland. The blacksmith shook his head, his eyes flickering with sarcasm. Even so, embedding a moonstone into the heart of a blade is a foolish act. No one can fight with a gem-encrusted sword weaker than common steel. Julian stroked his chin, pondering, his gaze flickering with calculation. Seeing him silent, a young female assistant at the forge stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. Sir Julian, I'm sorry, but we only forge weapons worthy of bearing the name of the Black Flame Forge. Each sword bears our mark. If that sword breaks easily, the honor of the forge will vanish with it. Hearing this, Julian sank into thought, his heart beating fast from the pressure. He whispered to himself, this is troublesome. I really want it forged here, because this is the very place that created Hayden Reich's sword. After some consideration, he held out his hand, his voice firm. I understand, but I will ensure that it doesn't break easily. Ruger Orland pointed at him, his gaze skeptical. Do you really think you can do it? Julian smiled confidently, his eyes burning like a flame. That's right, because I am Julian. If you don't believe me, test my skill. Having said that, he took out a special money pouch and slammed it onto the table. A defiant smile on his face. Forge the sword first. I'm paying more than the usual fee. Looking at the sparkling money pouch in front of them, Ruger and the assistant pondered, their eyes wavering between doubt and curiosity. Seeing their hesitation, Julian stepped closer, his voice low but charismatic. If the sword breaks during testing, I won't take back the money or the stone. Faced with Julian's confidence, Ruger Orland furrowed his brow thinking, is this guy really that confident? After a moment of thought, he sighed and nodded. Fine, if it breaks during testing, consider as if nothing ever happened. A few days later, the sword was completed. Ruger brought it out, his eyes gleaming with pride and skepticism. Here it is. The best blacksmiths worked day and night. We failed many times before completing it. He looked at Julian, his voice curious. Do you really want to use it as a weapon? Julian held the sword. The light from the blade reflected onto his face, making his eyes sparkle. He activated the perfect swordsmanship. A massive surge of mana gushed out from the blade like an energy storm. He nodded, his voice full of confidence. Of course, now shall we begin testing. Scene shifts to the street outside. The crowd gathered on the street, the murmurs echoing like rolling waves. Julian looked around, his eyes showing surprise, exclaiming, so many people, huh? The assistant looked at him, her face flushing slightly, her voice shy. Ah, well, everyone wants to see it. If you aren't comfortable, we can ask them to leave. Julian laughed loudly, his confidence exuding from every gesture. No need. Ruger Orland brought out a suit of iron armor and slammed it. His voice full of challenge. Sir Julian, this is armor prepared specifically for this test. It's no ordinary armor. Julian looked at the shiny armor in front of him, nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That's right. Ruger continued, his voice full of pride. It's 1 cm thick, nearly a block of solid steel. If we're going to test, we have to go all the way. He looked at Julian, his gaze sharp. Come, try to slash through this. Julian tightened his grip on the sword, a confident smile spreading across his lips. Ha ha, you've prepared quite thoroughly. He channeled his power. Both he and the sword radiated a massive amount of energy like a swirling mana cyclone. He shouted, his voice full of excitement. Of course, if the target is too easy, where's the fun in that? It turned into cheers. Ruger nodded, whispering, his gaze flickering with doubt. Is that the sword from the rumors? Even if you activate the Moonlight Sword, a structure like that couldn't possibly withstand it. Julian held the sword high, the light from the blade like rays of moonlight. He felt his heart racing with excitement. This feeling is completely different from last time, as if the sword has found its own way. After a moment of contemplation, he swung the sword, slashing straight at the armor. A cracking sound rang out. The armor shattered in an instant, steel fragments flying everywhere like metallic petals. The crowd exploded, screams of astonishment echoing. Ruger cried out, his face turning pale. Impossible. The assistant covered her mouth, her voice stammering, her eyes filled with shock. How could he? Julian smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with pride, combining the surging mana into the blade and letting it spin endlessly, he thought. So this is the feeling of the true Moonlight Sword. He gripped the sword tightly, feeling the power surging through every fiber of the metal. The assistant bowed her head, her voice trembling. Without even using your full strength. The armor forged by our smithy has already been shattered into pieces. Julian turned to Ruger, a confident smile on his lips. Well then, what else do you want to bring out to test? Ruger gritted his teeth, his expression complex. He couldn't utter a word, as if his smithy's honor had just been challenged by the very sword they had once despised. The source of the explosive power still lingered in the sky, streams of mana shimmering like moonlight shattering in the air. Suddenly, a system window appeared before Julian's eyes. The trait Incomplete Moonlight Sword has evolved into Moonlight Sword. He smiled, his heart pounding with excitement, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. A new trait has been activated. Holding the sword in his hand, Julian observed it, feeling every perfect line. He thought to himself, pride swelling, I poured so much energy into this, yet there isn't a single scratch. This is a perfect sword. Finally, I've succeeded. The blacksmith Ruger Orland stepped up from behind, his eyes still flickering with a hint of shock. He covered his mouth and whispered, his voice trembling with newfound respect. It seems I have underestimated. Julian sheathed his sword with a decisive motion and turned back, a confident smile on his lips. Often, actions are more convincing than words, aren't they? Ruger nodded, his gaze serious, his voice low like a warning. But remember this well. If this sword breaks, my reputation shatters with it. Wield it with that thought in mind. The words startled Julian, a slight pang of responsibility pricking his heart. He turned back and smiled, his eyes sparkling with determination. Understood, I will wield it worthily. At that moment, a man walked over to the pile of armor fragments. His eyes were deep and filled with shock. He leaned down to pick up a piece of steel and muttered. The custom-made armor of the Black Flame smithy was sliced through this cleanly. He looked up at Ruger, his voice full of curiosity. Was this done by Julian? He turned to Lin standing nearby, his eyes sharp. So he dropped by here after all. Lin frowned, her eyes flickering with surprise. Julian has been here. The man picked up another fragment, observing it closely, his voice pensive. However, I can't sense Julian's spirit energy in this place. He's quite something. A swordsman who focuses his entire spirit energy into the ability to swing his blade. It would have been amazing if we could have witnessed him cutting through this armor. Hearing this, Lin sighed, her gaze distant, thinking to herself, could it be Master? She shook her head slightly, trying to hide the growing anxiety in her heart. The man turned, his voice low but full of hidden meaning. Aren't you worried about Julian? Lin jumped, her face flushing slightly, hesitating. Well, He smiled, his eyes mischievous. That's right, the two of you just completed a mission together. How is he? Lin bowed her head, her voice soft but unable to hide her admiration. He is truly very strong. The man nodded, his eyes becoming sharper. More importantly, do you feel anything strange about him? Lin started, her heart pounding, and turned to ask back, her voice trembling. What do you mean? He lowered his voice, his eyes darkening as if holding a secret. I mean, is he like someone from the Dawn cult? The words hit Lin's heart like a sharp dagger. She opened her eyes wide, her voice fatting in astonishment. What? Julian is a member of the Dawn cult. The scene shifted to Julian. He walked down the street, two gleaming swords strapped to his waist, sparkling in the sunlight. He smiled, his eyes sparkling with pride, thinking to himself, I'm starting to become more and more like Julian. But then the smile faded, replaced by a sigh, his gaze sinking. But I can't forget my goal for coming here. I have to return to my real world. I can't live forever as Julian. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, his heart heavy. To return to my world. This world must eventually end. In other words, I have to reach the game's ending. Hayden Reich must prevent the resurrection of the Demon King Barbado. He shook his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. I can't live forever under Julian's name. He continued to think, his internal voice low. But where are we in the plot now? It seems like this is the time when the Dawn cult begins to emerge. They are a cult organization that will do anything to resurrect the Demon King Barbados, the sworn enemies of Hayden Reich and Lin. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes darkening when he thought of Lin, especially since Lin's father was killed by the Dawn cult. I want to form an alliance with Hayden Reich's side, but that's not an easy task. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, just as Julian would do. Should I infiltrate the Dawn cult to gather intelligence? But how do I get in? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, startling him. The system sent a notification. Intuition violation trait activated. Julian felt a strange flow of mana, as if someone was watching him. He scanned his surroundings, his voice low and full of caution. Who's there? No one in sight, he muttered, his heart pounding with suspicion. Could it just be a hallucination? No, my trait clearly activated. He gripped his sword hilt, his gaze ice cold. I don't know who you are, but I've sensed your mana come out. A slow footstep echoed from the darkness. Julian narrowed his eyes, a smug smile on his lips as he recognized the figures before him. We've met before. Two strangers appeared like silent ghosts stepping out from the night. Their eyes sparkled with danger, making the air around Julian as tense as a snapping string. Julian's heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself, I remember now. She is the witch who possesses black magic at an astonishing level, Eleanor, a bishop of the Dawn cult, and the person walking beside her. I can roughly guess who that is. The image of a woman, not wearing a cloak, flashed through his mind, and beside her was the guy with the stern face. Julian recognized their identities, the sworn enemies of Hayden Reich. He smiled and said in a friendly tone, Long time no see, Eleanor, and you too. Eleanor didn't seem surprised. She took off her hood, her voice calm. And yet you still recognized me, even though I'm dressed so discreetly. She bowed politely. It truly is Mr. Julian. Julian smiled and nodded in return. I can guess why the two of you have come here, too. Eleanor clapped her hands, her voice cheerful. Well, if you already know our intentions, things will proceed faster, won't they? I would be very grateful if you gave us an answer right now. The smile on Julian's face nearly failed. He thought with a headache, the truth is I don't know anything. I was just pretending. Normally, Julian would have accounted for every possibility. He hesitated. Well, I'd like a little more time to think. Eleanor frowned, her voice displeased. Then that's not good, Mr. Julian. To his surprise, she pointed her hand toward Julian, her eyes sharp. You're the one who actively approached the Dawn cult and made the proposal, aren't you? Her words were like a blade that turned Julian's face pale. She continued in a calm but icy voice. It was you who said you wanted to join the Dawn cult, wasn't it? Julian coughed, complaining internally. Has he gone that far? Damn it, Julian, cleaning up the mess you left behind is becoming my daily job. He recalled what he knew about Eleanor and the sword that had once been pointed at his neck. No matter what path he took, Julian would be defeated by one enemy, and he was the very person defeated by Hayden Reich before. He gritted his teeth, full of reluctance, craving demonic power and eventually joining the Dawn cult. Back in the present, Julian lifted his head, his eyes blood red. a terrifying smile forming on his face. He racked his brain to think of a way to deal with the two people before him, but he replied calmly, "There's no time limit for joining, right?" Surrounding them, the silent, deserted buildings cast a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Eleanor spoke up, her voice cold. "That's true, but you should know that we can interpret it differently." She opened her pink eyes wide and proposed a hypothesis. "What if this is just an excuse to lure and capture us? What if your pretense of wanting to join is just a trap?" She pointed her finger directly at Julian, her face smiling but full of intent to expose him. Julian frowned slightly, his panic visible. "Damn it, they're suspicious of me, but I didn't come to investigate the Dawn cult. I actually want to join." He closed his eyes, and the image of Hayden Reich appeared in his mind. "If the Empire finds out about me, it's over. That path will lead to the worst possible ending." He felt as if Hayden Reich's stern gaze was piercing through him. "If Hayden Reich knew I joined the Dawn cult." Julian immediately imagined the worst-case scenario, being sliced in two by Hayden Reich, or even if he killed Hayden Reich, it would still be a disaster. I might never be able to leave this game world again. His heart was a tangled mess. He thought about how to escape this situation. On the surface, Julian tried to smile. "I didn't expect to be suspected to that extent." Eleanor crossed her arms and stared at him coldly. "You know too much," she asked again. "What if you want to withdraw now?" Julian replied calmly, "What if I did?" The man in black, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke in a low voice. "It means we won't let you leave here peacefully." A surge of terrifying power erupted from him, causing the stone road beneath his feet to crumble. Julian thought quickly, a bishop, the Dawn cult's combat team, superior even to ordinary knights. The man clenched his fist beneath his cloak and threw the cloak away. His eyes flashed and he roared, "You'd better decide quickly, or I, Pelkor, will crush you." He pointed to a large scar on his face. "Remember this scar. The scar you left on me still hurts." Julian sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, "Julian again. I'm getting more and more tired of the trouble you've caused." He replied nonchalantly, his voice provocative, "Sorry. I don't have the habit of remembering the faces of those weaker than me." His words infuriated Pelkor. Veins popped out all over his face. He laughed hysterically, "Ha ha ha." Julian tried to maintain his composure, the provocative smile still on his face, but internally he felt it wasn't going well. Talking to act like Julian only gets me beaten more. Suddenly, Pelkor's massive figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. He appeared right behind Julian. Julian only had time to turn his head and glare at him. Pelkor clenched his fist and roared, "Let's see how long you can keep your cool." The system immediately notified him. Innate swordsman trait activated. In that split second, Julian drew his sword and blocked Pelkor's fist. His face went pale as he thought to himself, "Damn it. I grabbed the wrong old iron sword instead of the moonlight sword." The moonlight sword was still hanging at his waist. He told himself, "My memory is crap. Now I just need to hold out as long as I can." Pelkor's fist erupted with terrifying power. Julian quickly attacked back, but Pelkor leaned over to dodge the blade. The sword in Julian's hand began to crack like a spider web. Unable to hold out any longer, he leaped backward, thinking, "This isn't good. This is too dangerous. I have to retreat and regroup." But Pelkor realized his intention. He bared his teeth in a smile, and in an instant, he lunged in front of Julian, his hands ready to attack. A punch filled with power slammed Julian into the wall, sending stone debris flying everywhere. The pain made him cry out. He leaned against the cracked wall, his head bowed. Julian heard Pelkor laughing boisterously. "How does it feel to be defeated by a small fry, Julian?" The sword in his hand now only remained the hilt. Julian sighed in frustration. A stream of fiery red power flared around his body. Julian stood up slowly and roared, "I'm sick of having to endure things I didn't cause." His resilience stunned Pelkor. His eyes widened. "Huh, you still have the strength to move." Eleanor noticed something unusual and quickly shouted, "Wait, Pelkor, something's not right." The system announced, "Your mood is rising to its peak." Shadows obscured half of Julian's face. He steadied himself, stood up, and sighed. He lifted his head, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. His voice was deep, how truly annoying. The system continued, "Unique trait, awakened eyes, has been activated." Julian's whole body seemed to erupt into a towering flame of anger. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath, the steel flashing coldly, each step forward carrying an overwhelming presence. Pelkor saw the sword emitting a fiery red glow and thought to himself. His aura suddenly changed. "What is that sword?" Seeing that Julian didn't stop, Pelkor gritted his teeth and roared, "I'll destroy that sword too." But before he could say anything more, Julian lunged with terrifying speed, the sword in his hand swinging and hacking countless times at Pelkor. It was so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Pelkor's eyes opened wide in horror. Looking down at his trembling arm, now covered in dozens of gashes, he muttered in a trembling voice, "My arm." He screamed in extreme pain. But Julian paid no mind to those tragic cries. His eyes became manic, as if swept up in a frenzy. He continued to lunge, attacking without pause. Pelkor, despite the pain, still gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and threw a punch straight at Julian's face, shouting, "How dare you!" But Julian only offered a meaningful smile, his eyes glowing coldly. The sword in his hand spun once and slashed straight into Pelkor's chest. The powerful slash caused the man's massive body to stagger back, his mouth emitting tragic cries. Despite taking the heavy blows, Pelkor tried to stand firm. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Stay away from me." While speaking, he threw consecutive punches at Julian, but Julian dodged them easily. He slid past Pelkor, delivering an extra slash to his flank, causing the man to tremble and drop to one knee, his mouth calling out in pain. One hand clutched the wound, his eyes wide and trembling with anger and fear. He muttered to himself, "Is this Julian's true power? He really is a monster." Julian maintained his heightened combat state. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground and Pelkor's shocked face, he thought to himself. A strange feeling arose: blood, the sensation of flesh being torn apart, and that look of pure fear. What is this feeling? Why am I so excited? The system suddenly sent a notification. The eye-opening technique can only be used by those with fox eyes. This skill is only activated when emotions reach their peak, enhancing physical strength and expanding vision. At this moment, Pelkor had dropped to both knees, almost losing the ability to fight. He stammered, his voice trembling, "Stop, please, just stop." The system continued to announce. The eye-opening technique also makes the user extremely aggressive. The moment the notification ended, Julian swung his sword, his manic eyes turned toward Pelkor, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He roared, "I don't want to." A stab pierced straight through his chest, making Pelkor vomit blood, his whole body seemingly wanting to collapse. Julian drew his sword and looked at him coldly, his voice dropping low. "That iron fist title of yours has become meaningless now." He grabbed Pelkor by the hair, pulling his face up. Pelkor's face was filled with terror, his mouth mumbling, Don't kill me." In Pelkor's eyes, Julian looked like nothing less than a savage demon right now. But just then, a pair of small hands reached out from afar and touched his shoulder. Julian was startled. Elinor stepped closer, gripping his collar with a stern expression. "That's enough, Julian, don't you think so?" Her sudden appearance caused the eyes that had been glowing with the eye awakening to gradually return to normal, and the killing intent radiating from him dissipated. The system notified him that the eye awakening effect had expired. Julian was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "What have I done?" Pelkor clutched his bleeding chest and cried out in pain. As Julian, now back to his normal state, felt his entire body trembling with fear, he asked himself, "What on earth have I been doing?" He recalled that for those with fox eyes, when eye awakening is triggered, their personality changes and their aggressive traits are pushed to the extreme. It really is too dangerous. Regaining his composure, Julian turned to Elinor, his voice deep. "You were the ones who started this." Elinor, weapon still pointed straight at his face, smiled. Pelkor was indeed being insolent. Julian continued, his gaze icy. "Even if you know all that, you can't do a single thing about it." Elinor stepped closer, one hand threatening him while the other began healing Pelkor. She continued, "I already let you beat him up, did I?" Pelkor, feeling the magic flow into his body, thought to himself, "Is this magic? I can't move at all." Elinor leaned close to Julian's ear and whispered, "But after witnessing this battle, I value you even more." She offered a smile and a proposal. "Why don't we cooperate?" The system notified him of the charm mole trait, which makes it easier to be liked by the opposite sex. Julian pondered without answering immediately. Elinor continued, "You wouldn't lose a thing." Julian turned, placing a hand on her shoulder, and replied, "What you say is true, but I still want to think about it a little longer." With that, he turned and walked away. Elinor watched his retreating back, muttering, "My trait still doesn't have any effect on him." She turned to Pelkor, who had managed to stand up despite the pain. "Well, Pelkor, was there anything different about it?" Pelkor stammered he really was stronger. Elinor nodded, her voice deep. "I knew it. The amnesia story is definitely a deception. This is a personal matter, so don't tell the other bishop." Pelkor nodded, "Of course." Elinor watched the direction Julian had left, sighing to herself, "I knew it. My trait has no effect on." Back with Julian, he returned home, his body still trembling. Looking at his hands, he thought to himself, "Eye awakening. It's thanks to that I escaped from that place, but I can't keep relying on such an unstable trait." He ruffled his hair and cursed under his breath. "What am I supposed to do now? If I stand on the side of the Dawn cult, Hayden will kill me. and I'll never be able to return to my original world. But if I oppose the Dawn cult, one of them will surely kill me. A knowing smile slowly spread across his face. Perhaps I really have to join the Dawn cult. I'll gather as much information as I can and then prevent the demon god's resurrection. That's the only path back to my original world. Scene shifts to the Genmal Monastery. Julian walked with a calm but firm demeanor. Just as he entered, he thought to himself, the Sun Church, the religion with the most followers on the Rosenda continent, and a monastery affiliated with it. Not bad at all. As soon as he set foot inside, the crowd nearby immediately erupted in whispers. Someone muttered, the genius of the holy war is here again. Another group trembled, whispering worriedly, he must be here to eliminate someone. Ignoring the whispers, he continued to walk inside, his gaze cold. A bishop approached him, his voice cautious. Sir Julian, what business brings you to our monastery? Julian turned and gave a faint smile. I'm here to see the abbot. Hearing this, the bishop stammered in surprise. The abbot. Ah, right. Inside, he thought, I wasn't informed of anything regarding this. From inside, a nun stepped out, her gaze sharp as she looked toward Julian. Please follow me, I will guide you, she said. Looking at her, Julian thought, oh, they sent someone just at the right time, huh? He silently followed the nun deep inside. Suddenly, a strange, demonic purple mana emanated from her. She stopped, her voice deep. You arrived earlier than I thought. Honestly, usually I would have refused. Julian narrowed his eyes, recognizing her immediately. Eleanor. He maintained a calm smile. Eleanor, long time no see. Inside, he thought, to think she would disguise herself right in front of me. He continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. How convenient. Here in the middle of such a large monastery, you're hiding the base of the Dawn cult here. After walking for a while, they stopped before a large door. Eleanor pushed the door open, her voice gentle but carrying a warning. The Archbishop is waiting for you. Sir Julian, please mind your manners. Julian smirked, replying confidently, I'll consider it. Inside, he thought, she's much more cautious than last time. The reason? Surely because the leader of the Dawn cult is here. As the two walked in, the crowd inside immediately began to stir. It's Julian. Did he really come? The person sitting on the throne in the center of the hall spoke in a steady voice. You are Julian, aren't you? Julian looked up, muttering to himself. A skeleton is the Pope, and he lacks even a shred of dignity. Is this the humble farmer chosen by the holy relic? He was Tenelrin, leader of the Dawn cult. Seeing Julian standing still, Eleanor turned and whispered a reminder. Julian, kneel before the Archbishop. But contrary to her attitude, Julian offered a confident smile and asked, and why should I do that? His words startled Eleanor. She continued, her voice urgent. Didn't you agree to join? Prove your loyalty. Julian raised his hand to look at his palm and laughed loudly. Ha ha, I didn't come here to kneel and beg for some trivial fate. I came here to establish a partnership. Inside, he thought, Julian suddenly joining a religion. How ridiculous. Just act confidently, that will be better. He continued, his voice sharp. You are targeting my power. And as for me, I only need the power of the gods you worship. Hearing this, the bishops nearby began to murmur. One spoke up, Aye, and how dare he be so insolent? Another added, that arrogant fool only knows how to boast. Tenelrin, sitting on the throne, raised his hand to signal, his voice deep, enough. For the purpose of cooperation, right? Then there's no need to treat this person like that anymore. He turned to everyone except Julian and Eleanor, get out. The crowd replied in unison, yes, Archbishop. A few muttered, what are you planning to do? After they left, Tenelrin burst into a loud laugh. Ha ha, just as the rumors say, you have quite a good spirit, Julian. He stepped closer and patted Julian's shoulder with a thud, his voice excited. Good, I like you even more. Then he turned and signaled, follow me, I want to show you something. He led Julian into a restricted area, his voice deep. This place is only for the bishops. Julian wondered, it's that serious, huh? Tenelrin nodded because the holy relic is here. Hearing the words holy relic, Julian became even more curious. A holy relic. Tenelrin continued, why let you see this place, you ask? Because I don't want to let you leave. If I let you go, it means turning Julian into an enemy. But Julian is an ally of the Dawn cult, right? Ha ha, isn't that much more attractive? Julian stroked his chin and smiled. So you are saying, even if I am only an ally and not a believer, that is fine, right? Tenelrin nodded. That's right. I will appoint you as a bishop. That way, you can utilize the power of the Dawn cult more comprehensively. The sudden offer startled Eleanor, who turned with a worried voice. Archbishop, the promotion is too sudden. But Tenelrin didn't care. He gestured toward Julian. This is a well-deserved reward for a hero at the Northern Front. Then he turned to Eleanor. Eleanor, are you questioning me? Eleanor shyly lowered her head. I apologize. Tenelrin looked back at Julian, laughing loudly. Ha ha, what do you say, Julian? Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Julian smiled. Thank you, Archbishop. The group proceeded deep inside. In the center of the room, a fountain of bright red water was flowing. Elinor turned to Julian and smiled. Ha ha, good. Since you've come all this way, I'll show you something else. Tenelrin stepped toward the fountain before Julian's startled eyes. He spoke, is that gold cup the holy relic? Tenelrin nodded. That's right. It is the great treasure that chose me. Julian looked at the cup, thinking to himself, this is the sacred holy relic, the source of the demon god, an object that can turn the will of the demon king Barbados into material form. Tenelrin raised his hand high, and a stream of deep red water shot directly into his hand. Holding the dark object, he turned to Julian. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Julian looked at the object in his hand, judging, a horn of the demon race, huh? Tenelrin nodded, his voice excited. Exactly. Through this holy relic, I can create demon horns, the source of their power. Isn't that impressive? Julian thought to himself. This is the first time I've seen how demon horns are made, but I know the true nature of this holy relic and the effect of the horn if I use it. Elinor spoke, pulling him out of his thoughts. Julian smiled and replied, ah, that's right, very interesting, a demon horn. He stepped closer and pointed to it, asking, so if I use this horn, I can harness the power of the demon god, huh? Tenelrin nodded. That is exactly right. Julian continued, his voice full of resolve. Then it is clear I have come to the right place. This horn will surely become a stepping stone for my dream. Tenelrin's expression became excited, and he shouted, if you say so, then take it. From now on, this horn belongs to you. The sudden action startled both Julian and Elinor. Julian took the horn, his expression changing, and cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He thought, is he giving me this so easily? Tenelrin continued, many demons have to be sacrificed to create one horn. It requires many ingredients, but the power received is proportional to what we sacrifice. Then he walked over and placed a hand on Julian's shoulder, continuing, I wonder how powerful it will be in your hands. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth spread into a knowing smile. Perhaps it could even surpass the holy sword. He still stared fixedly at the horn, thinking about how he knew full well the power that this horn could bring. And human-shaped demons are also created from it. Instead of calling it borrowing demonic power, it would be more accurate to say it is becoming a part of the demons. I don't want to imagine the scene where I become that thing. His eyes narrowed in confusion. So now, how can I refuse this? Elinor stepped forward from behind and spoke. Archbishop, in my opinion, it is perhaps still too early to give him this horn. Tenelrin glanced at her, asking, too early, you say? She sighed, yes, he hasn't officially joined us yet, and the horn is the root of power in this organization. If it is given away so easily, the other members certainly will not view this favorably. He asked back, oh, is that so? Julian, standing behind, had heard the entire story. Afterward, he spoke up, for the time being, I will return it. This wasn't the reason I decided to come here. Taking back the horn, Tenelrin offered praise. It turns out you are more thoughtful than I imagined. But it seems you need a little more persuasion regarding Elinor. So may I ask you for a favor? Julian questioned. What is it? He continued, but perhaps you already know. The spirit stone, the main ingredient to create the horn, can only be extracted from the heart of demons that have at least 3 horns. It is also the vessel for the remnant will of the demon god. Please bring them to me. Naturally for you, that will not be easy. Hearing this proposal, Julian's face was dripping with sweat. He asked back, going to hunt 3-horned demons on my own without orders from the royal family. Even for me, that is too suspicious. Faced with this concern, the man encouraged him. You don't need to worry about that. We will take care of it for you. Scene shifts to a few days later, at a train station. Julian sat in the train, his eyes looking outside, thinking to himself, what is happening? The Archbishop accepted me as a member of the cult and even appointed me as a bishop. Just after joining, I was ordered to hunt 3-horned demons. It seems they already have someone disguised within the royal family. This organization is no longer a secret cult. It's more like an entire nation. This time, it's really troublesome. At that moment, Heron beside him spoke, interrupting his train of thought. It's fortunate there is a public transport system connecting the cities, he said with an extremely cheerful expression. Hearing this, he nodded. That's right, then thought to himself, I almost forgot this guy's name. Then he asked, aren't you also going to Berniden? Heron started, answering, that's right. That is where the Sun God's Ascension Festival is taking place, and I will be representing the Criffart family to attend. When you complete your mission, you definitely must spend time enjoying this festival, he said shyly, even though he was trying to open a conversation. Seeing this attitude, Julian thought to himself, I'll just nod to get it over with for now. Retracting his thoughts, he nodded, good, if I have time, I'll stop by. The cold tone accompanied by his terrifying expression scared Heron to the point where he turned pale, which made him smile slightly, thinking to himself, it's clear that he is still afraid of me. Then from inside the train car, a voice rang out, "Next station, Berniden. We have arrived." As soon as the train stopped, the two of them stepped toward each other to say goodbye. Heron spoke, "Well then, I'll be going first." Julian nodded, "Very well, Heron." As soon as he walked away, he turned back and added, "I'm just saying this in case. Don't mess with Marquis Oronil." At this advice, he smiled slightly and turned to leave. Seeing Julian didn't reply, Heron continued, "He was once very close to the Highlands family that you wiped out, so he won't like you at all." Julian's expression darkened. He said coldly, "I know." Then he thought to himself, thanks to Heron, it looks like there's one more thing to worry about. But I only came here to eliminate demons. I probably won't cross paths with." As soon as he arrived at the meeting point, a cold voice spoke to him, "Please postpone the mission." This left Julian very confused. He asked back, "Why is that?" The man continued, "Currently, we are restricting access to Purun Forest, only allowing members of the Sun Church in to prepare for the Ascension Festival." Then he pointed out, "The three-horned demon is in that forest. The Ascension Festival will be ruined." This left the person opposite him very confused. He asked back, "But for now, it hasn't appeared, has it?" Then he threatened, "Are you planning to defy the royal family's orders?" This caused the other to think for a moment before speaking. "That is why I am asking you to postpone your mission. The Ascension Festival is the pride of this city. We cannot let it be ruined by a demon that hasn't shown any activity yet. If the festival is cancelled because of an extermination mission, would you be able to take responsibility?" The man kept talking without listening to reason. What if that demon appears in the middle of the festival? Julian thought to himself. The man continued, "The festival will be held in a week. Why not wait until after that? No matter how cold you are, I'd think you'd know how to enjoy a festival." This remark caused Julian to narrow his eyes and stare straight at him. Then from outside the door, a clear voice rang out, "Father." This drew Julian's attention. He turned his head slightly to look, which startled the man. Seeing his daughter approach, Oronil called out, "Terina." The little girl ran toward Julian and asked curiously, "Father, who is this person? He's so handsome." Looking at the girl, Julian thought, must be Oronil's daughter. As soon as he saw his daughter approach Julian, Oronil shouted, "Stay away from him. Come here now." This scared the little girl, who ran quickly toward her father. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Do you think I'm the type to lay a hand on a child?" After that, as if he understood something, he used his ability. He discovered that both father and daughter were radiating a signal of fear. Along with that, Oronil was currently trembling violently. Then he smiled at the father and daughter and said, "Well, we will continue our talk another day." Having said his piece, he turned and walked away, leaving the father and daughter bewildered in the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he gave his white hand a slight flick and let out a sigh. Then two figures approached from a distance. The black-haired young man spoke up, "It's Julian. How did everything go?" He looked toward them, sighed, and replied, he was very firm, "I couldn't delay this mission." This left the blue-haired man beside him utterly confused. "Is that so?" The black-haired man continued, "Should we summon the Shut Eyes members from the forest back?" He immediately shook his head, refusing. "No, just leave them there. The festival won't be going according to plan anymore." This took the two of them aback, and they shouted, "Wait, does that mean?" This place, Berniden, is where most players encounter a three-horned demon for the first time. A three-horned demon wasn't just powerful. He imagined the terrifying image of such a creature in his mind. He stroked his chin slightly and spoke. The festival could turn into a season of absolute chaos. The more horns a demon has, the stronger it becomes, and the more special abilities it possesses. Demons with 3 or more horns are named based on their powers. One of them is Hamelin. Hamelin is a corrosive type of demon that turns the place where it takes root into its own fortress. A labyrinth where the entrance and exit constantly shift. Or perhaps a swamp where you're poisoned the moment you step inside. Even if you manage to escape the fortress, you'd still be struck by Hamelin's mental attack. Only a few people have ever made it through. Hamelin is probably close to finishing the corrosion of an area to turn it into a maze. Lord Oronil will come looking for me soon enough. As he spoke, Julian sipped on a cup of tea. But just as he took a sip, a servant came rushing in from outside, shouting, "Mr. Julian, Lord Oronil wants to see you at the mansion immediately." This caught Julian slightly off guard. It really was faster than he had anticipated, he thought to himself. Seeing Julian lost in thought for a moment, the servant spoke up anxiously, "I apologize, I didn't know you were having a meal." He shook his head and waved it off. "It's fine. I had anticipated that something urgent would come up." Returning to Oronil's position, he was trembling all over with fear. Julian walked in and spoke, "You called for me, Lord Oronil." The Lord was still trembling and stammering. "My daughter, Terina, she hasn't opened her eyes since last night. Even the royal physician doesn't know why. It's not just Tarina. Many other children in the city have fallen into a coma. Julian maintained his calm demeanor, thinking to himself, it's all beginning now, isn't it? Oronil wondered aloud. A child who has never been sick before, suddenly unconscious, isn't that strange? These words piqued Julian's curiosity. He replied, what are you trying to say? He continued, I'm asking, don't you know something? This strange occurrence is surely caused by a demon. Julian pondered for a moment and then nodded in confirmation. That is indeed the case. It's likely Hamelin in the Purun forest. It sows seeds into living bodies to turn them into its minion. It doesn't affect adults much, but it's lethal for children. They lose consciousness before they can even become minions. It might already be too late. These words shocked Oronil. He stood up abruptly, grabbed Julian by the shoulders and denied it. It can't be, that's impossible. Then he made a proposal, then go and destroy it immediately. Forget about the damn festival. Save my daughter first. At this desperation, Julian laughed internally. Ha ha, and just the other day you were absolutely opposed to it. He spoke up. Do you truly want to save your daughter? The man replied immediately. I will do anything. These words made Julian narrow his eyes slightly. He spoke coldly. Anything, even if it means sacrificing Berniden itself. Hearing this, Oronil froze for a few seconds. His whole body began to tremble once again. Then he knelt down on the ground and said, yes, I can bear any loss. At this confirmation, Julian laughed with amusement and nodded. That's good. In that case, let's proceed to eliminate Hamelin. As he spoke, he turned and headed for the door, which left Oronil overjoyed. He spoke up. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. The scene shifted to Purun Forest, where countless people were busy pouring oil all around the edge of the woods. They kept pouring oil onto the large tree trunks. Once the task was finished, a man approached and said, everything is ready, Mr. Julian. Then he wondered, but do we really have to go this far in such a beautiful place? Julian thought for a moment, then nodded and replied, of course. Ignoring an obvious threat is a foolish act. The man repeated, but still, burning down Purun Forest. Julian turned back without answering but thought to himself, that's right, arson. The tactic isn't to bypass Hamelin's fortress, but to wipe it out. This is the quickest and easiest strategy to defeat Hamelin in the game. Seeing Julian lost in thought, Arson hesitated, but Lord Oronil will be furious about this. Julian replied, it's fine, he has already given his permission. We are merely sanitizing an area infested by demons. We are prioritizing the safety of the Berniden people over the Ascension Festival. Then he smiled, pointed forward, and said, then begin. Ignite, his voice rang out. At this, everyone holding a torch began to set the entire dense forest ablaze. As the fire spread, Hamelin also felt the heat of the forest. Immediately after, it let out a terrifying shriek of anger. Seeing this, one of them said, look, could that be the voice of a three-horned demon? The person beside him replied, prepare to fight. Just as they were about to charge forward, Julian immediately reached out his hand and said, everyone, back away. I will handle that demon myself. As he spoke, he drew his sword and lunged forward. This took the two men by surprise. What? They shouted back. You mean you want to face a three-horned demon all by yourself? Julian smiled and replied, that's right. Then he warned them, the rest of you would only get in my way. His hand tightened around the sword as he began to venture deep into the burning forest. Each step carried an overwhelming sense of confidence. Looking at the scene ahead, he covered his mouth slightly, smiled, and said, a truly beautiful and terrifying sight. Before him, the monster Hamelin appeared and stared at him with an intensely angry gaze. Immediately after, it swung its arm and unleashed a powerful strike directly at his position. It shattered the ground, but with his agility, he quickly retreated and retorted sarcastically, it's useless, Hamelin. At this provocation, the creature's eyes became even more furious. He immediately used the moonlight sword. The sword in his hand was covered in a layer of blue aura. He kept a smile on his face while his hand gripped the hilt tightly. He lunged quickly toward the monster and unleashed a slash that came within a hair's breadth of its body, startling it. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. You can no longer use your full power because of this fire, so vanish under my blade. The moment he finished speaking, the monster's eyes narrowed slightly. Then several beams of light appeared, surrounding its body. This startled him. He covered his nose with his hand, thinking to himself, is this Hamelin's pollen? The system sent a notification. Hamelin's pollen will cause hypnosis and spasms to attack the player's mind. As soon as the system finished, he looked at it and swore, I can't believe I forgot about this, damn it. But then a sly smile spread across his face, and he said, that's not quite right. Do you think that's all I've got? The system sent another notification. You have resisted Hamelin's mental attack. When it saw its opponent could resist the attack, the monster was startled for a moment, while his entire body was shrouded in a dense aura. The system notified him. Julian's arrogance trait has been activated. Julian's two-faced trait has been activated. Julian's cold-faced trait has been activated. He thought to himself, you think a mental attack from a lowly demon can affect me? While Julian stood there calmly, the monster let out a roar of rage. At this, his lips curled into a smile, his eyes flashing a terrifying blood red. He gripped the moonlight sword tightly and looked ahead, saying, what's a madman left to go even madder for? Having said that, he lunged at it. He unleashed a powerful slash, which immediately caused a massive explosion in the heart of the forest. After that powerful strike, the monster's body was split in two, and a bright red crystal appeared from within it. He looked down, sighed, and thought, it seems it's over. Then his subordinates approached and asked, Mr. Julian, are you all right? He cast a cold glance in their direction, and immediately changed his attitude to a gentle tone, I'm fine. The scene shifted back to Oronil, who was staring intently at the forest ahead, now covered in giant flame. His whole body trembled with anxiety. Then Julian approached from behind and spoke, thank you for your support in the demon extermination. The royal family will surely praise your brave decision, Oronil. He then asked, has your daughter awakened yet? He replied, though his body was still shaking, she is gradually recovering. He reached out and offered a necklace, then smiled and said, that's good. Please give this to her for me. Holding the pendant, he wondered, this is. Julian answered his question. The necklace is made from Hamelин's fragments. Hearing this, Oronil started, what did you say? Julian continued with a smile. Your daughter was the first to be affected by Hamelин's pollen, perhaps because her magic power is stronger than other children her age. She has the aptitude of an S-rank mage, so I am gifting her this magical item made from Hamelin. This unexpected gesture prompted Oronil to ask, why would you do that? You clearly don't like me. Julian smiled, the more talented mages there are the better, isn't that right? He denied it. No, that's not the reason. You must have some other motive. What's making you pretend to be so kind to me all of a sudden? He replied, it's just a matter of courtesy in return for your cooperation. Nothing more, nothing less. Oronil questioned him again. Courtesy. Indeed, he must be up to something. You don't know that I was the one who wiped out your entire Highlands family, do you? You must want some. Once the task was done, he said, then I shall take my leave, Lord. Thank you once again for your cooperation in this demon extermination. After he left, the Lord stared fixedly at the necklace in front of him, muttering, he didn't ask anything, he just quietly walked away. Could it be? Is it really like this? He opened the door to his daughter's room and said, you look much better now. He walked over to give the pendant to his young daughter, smiling, this is a gift to celebrate your recovery. Seeing the pendant, her cheeks flushed with joy, and she chirped, this is so beautiful. He reached over to pat her head and asked, do you like it? She nodded, yes. This left Oronil sighing in his heart. It doesn't seem dangerous at all. But seeing her this happy is truly a surprise. I must send a letter to the Council of Nobles. He continued to think. We delayed the extermination plan, as requested by the chairman to stop Julian. And Terina, my daughter, nearly lost her life because of it. There will be no more cooperation. Highlands, please forgive the day I chose my family's peace over avenging you all. After finishing his business, Julian was now on a ship, returning to the organization. He was holding a wooden box, thinking, Hamelin's heart. I've successfully obtained his magic stone. As he thought this, he slowly opened the box. From inside, something was emitting an intensely thick dark aura, which piqued Julian's interest. He smiled, thinking nothing strange, but the energy is truly repulsive. Looking at the glowing magic stone inside, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, now, what should I do next? If I hand this magic stone over to the Dawn cult, I might gain some trust, but there must be a better option than just cooperating with. Just then, a crew member on the ship announced, this ship will be stopping in Londrian. As soon as the words were spoken, Julian directed his gaze toward the door, muttering, many people are boarding. First, I have to go to the capital and hide this magic stone in a safe place. If it gets discovered, it'll be a huge mess. At that moment, a soft footstep approached his position from behind. The person was none other than Lynn. She looked in the direction opposite him and said, a seat. Ah, here it is. Then her eyes suddenly met Julian. This made both of their expressions tight. He thought to himself, why now of all times? What a pain. He gritted his teeth and swore silently, and she's on Hayden's side. I can't let myself be exposed right now. He glanced at her and offered a strained smile, thinking, if this magic stone is exposed now, it'll be a disaster. I haven't even decided how to handle it yet. Just carrying around loot from a demon is enough to make people suspicious. Risky, but I'll keep it in my bag for now. He grabbed his bag and carefully tucked the box away. Then he turned toward her and said, what a coincidence, running into each other like this. It's like fate. He leaned in close to her and added, It must be you, Lady Lin. Who would have thought I'd run into this bastard here? She pulled an annoyed face, looked away, and let out a cold huff. He immediately called her out. You're thinking, why is he here? Is that right? She didn't deny it. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Julian smiled and replied, I have business in Berniden, and you, Lady Lin. You look like you're headed somewhere very warm. You didn't even notice your clothes poking out of your back. She spoke up shyly, never mind me. He continued, my apologies if I made you uncomfortable. That little deflection had actually worked. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness she was paying attention to him and hadn't noticed this. If an upright knight were to see an object related to the Demon King, who knows what would happen. But then she suddenly called out his name. The remark startled him, and he thought to himself, has she realized it already? She looked at him with suspicious eyes and said, the more I think about it, the stranger it feels. He asked curiously, what do you mean? She stared at him with doubt. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Hey, you aren't following me, are you? Hearing this, Julian felt a wave of relief, and he replied cheerfully, unfortunately, I didn't arrange this trip myself. It was organized by the royal secretaries. If anything, isn't it you who is following me? This unexpected counterattack startled Lin, and she stammered, What did you just say? He let out a cold huff, adding, no need to overreact like that. His comment made her shyly look the other way. He muttered to himself, damn, I thought I was exposed. I have to hide this in a safe place immediately. If I had known it would come to this, I never would have taken the ruby out. Suddenly, Lin turned her cold gaze toward him, asking, that jade box seems important to you, doesn't it? The comment made Julian jump. She continued, you've been fiddling with it the whole time. He didn't answer immediately, thinking to himself, has she really figured it out? After a moment he stammered, this is just an ordinary jade box. This somewhat awkward explanation caused her to cast a suspicious glance his way. Then she said, you're living quite lavishly, aren't you? I even heard your sword requires gemstones. Seeing she hadn't caught on, he let out a joyful, relieved sigh internally. Then he turned back with a smile. Ha ha, the more jewels the better, isn't it? As he spoke, his hands carefully tucked the box back into his suitcase. But suddenly, the train came to a screeching halt, sending him lunging forward. Why did there have to be an emergency stop at a time like this? He lamented internally. The train's intercom blared. We apologize to all passengers, but due to heavy rain, the train is forced to make an emergency stop. As the words fell, the jade box flew from his hands. It fell straight to the ground. Seeing the magic stone roll out, he cried out in his heart, I'm done for this time. Immediately, she leaned down to pick up the magic stone. Then she turned a cold gaze toward him. He spoke up, please return it to me. He thought to himself, she surely knows it's a magic stone now. What's going to happen to me? She looked at the stone and said, it has no life force at all. What a pity. For someone as obsessed with gems as you certainly don't know how to cherish them. As she spoke, she placed the stone back into the box. She handed it back to him, here. Receiving the box, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, could it be that Hayden's faction still doesn't know about the magic stone? As he tucked the box away, his body was still trembling from the fright. He muttered, that felt like I just lost 10 years of my life. As expected, a poker face is truly useful at times like this. As the trip concluded, he turned to her and said, trains are more comfortable than carriages, but sitting for so long is still tiring. Naturally, there was a reason for his rambling. The downpour had suddenly stopped, leaving his heart still pounding, so he just kept talking. She also let it slide, replying, yeah, this journey was quite bothersome. It felt like I was in hell. He leaned in, tilted his head slightly, and smiled. Is that so? I was just happy to have someone to talk to. He continued to think, I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. Shortly after, a servant from afar approached, bowed respectfully and said, my lady, you've arrived. The carriage is ready to take you straight to the academy dormitory. She nodded, thank you. At that moment he turned to leave, thinking, I need to make a quick escape. He waved goodbye. Well then, if you'll excuse me, Lady Lin. Just as he was about to depart, she called after him, ah, wait a moment, Sir Julian. His voice grew tense. What is it? Speak quickly. He thought to himself, doesn't she know about the magic stone yet? After a moment of contemplation, she said, I wanted to thank you for what you did in the slums. That wasn't thanks from me, but gratitude from a swordswoman. This was another heart-stopping moment for him. He let out a soft sigh and replied, is that so? But we are fellow students, followers of Hayden Reich. She shook her head firmly, denying it. No, you have already been exiled. Then he turned to Lave, saying, you're as cold as ever. Watching his retreating back, she turned to her servant, let's go. The servant nodded, yes, my lady. Scene shifts to the next day at Shut Eyes. Ordwin asked with concern, did you enjoy Bernite? He replied with a forced smile, haha, I wouldn't dare say I enjoyed it, certainly not. Anyway, what's with this mountain of paperwork? Captain Ordwin was tearing her hair out in front of 2 piles of paper taller than a person's head on the desk. He stepped closer and added, "It's literally a mountain of paperwork. That's too much to call popular, and you're asking me if I'm happy." He thought to himself, "I sound just like Julian. Let's try acting completely unhinged and see how she reacts." After a moment of thought, she shouted, "Hey, do you know why this paperwork is piled into a mountain?" He replied cheerfully, "Due to the captain's negligence, isn't it?" She shouted in anger, "Not at all. It's all because of you, you damn bastard. Why did you set fire to Purun Forest?" Faced with her fury, he tried to calm her down. "Calm down, calm down. Isn't Shut Eyes allowed to make field decisions based on judgment?" She grabbed her head in frustration. "Forget it. I must be stupid to even ask you that. Most of these are warning letters from the Sun Church. Purun Forest is important to the Sun Church, right? Luckily, the Imperial Court will handle it properly, but the fact that my workload has doubled is thanks to you." In response to her complaining, he casually replied, "Consider it that way if you want." Her annoyed response made him shout, "What?" He continued his internal monologue. "It's inevitable that it's annoying to deal with such a sharp captain. Sorry about that." Holding a few letters in her hand, she continued, "Ah, there is also a request sent directly to you. It seems to be for a lecture at Veal Academy." Picking up the letter, he muttered, "This is a new clause. I've never seen this before." She mentioned a name that made Julian jump, Genmal Monastery. Recalling his conversation with Tenorin, he thought, "I wouldn't be reckless enough to go hunt three-horned demons without orders from the Imperial family. That would be just inviting disaster." Tenorin had assured him, "Don't worry, Julian. We will handle everything from our end." At that moment, he realized what handle meant. She continued, "The Sun Church sees me as a thorn in their side, and you are offering them a proposal." Her words made Julian's hair stand on end. With her sharp intuition, she immediately detected something. "Are you hiding something, Julian?" At this moment, he was gritting his teeth, thinking, does she intend to send this directly to the Shut Eyes unit? Amidst the heated situation, Lazarus suddenly burst in from outside, shoving the door open and shouting, "Lord Julian." The Royal Secretariat wanted to know exactly what happened in Berniden. Since it was so urgent, he had barged in like that, but who could have guessed he'd arrived at the wrong time? Julian's expression was a bit awkward, but deep down, he was secretly relieved. "Perfect timing, Lazarus. Thanks for bailing me out just in the nick of time." Realizing his ill-timed arrival, Lazarus quickly apologized to Commander Odwin and asked if he should come back later. Odwin, however, had lost all interest in questioning, so she sighed and said tiredly that it wasn't necessary, telling Julian to carry on and remember to take those items with him. Julian was genuinely happy at this moment. He quickly departed with a smile on his face, cheerfully saying, "See you next time, Commander." And so Julian and Lazarus left in peace, and thankfully nothing else happened. It was rare for Lazarus to have the chance to walk beside Julian, so he took the opportunity to ask, "I heard you took down the three-horned magic beast all by yourself. That rumor has already spread all over the royal capital." Julian just smiled and replied gently, "It's nothing major, just a small thing." Though he appeared calm on the outside, his insides were in turmoil. "Oh God, I thought I was a goner back." "The Dawn cult sent a letter directly to us. Isn't that more important than some three-horned magic beast?" Thinking that might be the case, he turned to Lazarus and said gently, "You wait at the Secretariat for now. I'll come find you after I finish reading this letter." Once Lazarus had left, he slowly opened the letter to see what the hell they had written inside. Contrary to Julian's precautions, the content of the letter was remarkably ordinary. But this was genuinely strange. If it were a letter from the Dawn cult, it couldn't possibly just be full of pleasantries. And just as Julian had suspected, a large, pitch-black snake slowly emerged from the letter, which took Julian by surprise. Then the snake spoke, delivering a message. "The Archbishop wishes for Bishop Julian to visit the cult district." Turns out they had placed a sound-concealing spell on the letter, and looking at the content, Julian secretly guessed it was likely written by Alina. They must be after the mana stone from the three-horned magic beast over in Bernite. Wait, but didn't only the commander and the Secretariat know the exact date he'd returned to the royal capital? Yet the Dawn cult had information so early, and furthermore, they contacted him so precisely. This really made Julian question things. How did the Dawn cult know the exact time to contact him? That remained a mystery without an answer. So he quickly made his appearance at the Dawn cult, where the people there felt quite intimidated by Julian's presence. Everyone's eyes kept darting toward him, making Julian just offer a wry smile. "Every time I go somewhere that isn't my own territory, these strange stares just keep piling up. It's honestly so annoying. Is everyone all right, Dawn cult?" Julian stood there for a moment, until someone finally came out to greet him, and it was none other than Bishop Alina. As soon as he met her, he complained that all the stares on him were just too much and made him feel uncomfortable. But naturally, Bishop Alina just looked at him and laughed. "Haha, you sure know how to joke. You've been radiating pressure since you got here. who would even want to get close to you. So Julian left with Bishop Elena right after that. She also dispelled her transformation spell and returned to her original form. On the way, the incident Julian had caused in the capital was brought up once again. Bishop Elena seemed genuinely interested when talking about it, saying, "To think you could defeat a three-horned magic beast all by yourself, and even burn down the Purun forest. It's truly impressive." Bishop Elena paused for a moment and continued, "I'd like to hear this heroic tale from your own lips. It's truly fascinating." Julian was naturally pleased to have a fan, but his expression shifted immediately afterward. "You sure know how to flatter others, Elena, but please next time, could you avoid sending such blatant letters? I don't find it particularly convenient on a personal level." Contrary to Julian's seriousness, Elena felt it was perfectly normal. "Oh my, what is there for you to be so troubled about? Thanks to that magical artifact, no one can read it, right?" Julian replied cautiously. "There's always a what if, and I hope that won't happen again." Elena was incredibly puzzled upon hearing this, asking, "Then how do you intend to stay in contact from now on? Is there some other plan?" Julian replied cheerfully, "Of course there is." Julian decided that from now on, he would meet in person to receive information. After all, he was terrified of being discovered for having ties to the Dawn cult, so safety had to come first. Elena was naturally surprised by this, but she still appeared calm as she replied, "Haha, looks like you know where I usually hang out, huh?" Actually, she had already guessed that he just wanted to test her reaction. How could he possibly know her real identity? She had hidden it so well. So Julian left Elena, who was now worried, behind and quickly departed. Tenelrin was overjoyed to see Julian appear and shouted excitedly, "Bishop Julian has finally appeared. Do you have any idea how much I wanted to meet you? All right, now let us see what you've brought here. The mana stone of the three-horned magic beast that you single-handedly destroyed." But naturally, there was no way Julian had brought the mana stone. He responded to him with a smile and said, "I didn't bring the mana stone." Tenelrin didn't understand and asked back, "Didn't you defeat that magic beast all by yourself? Then where is its mana stone?" Julian replied cheerfully, "I already handed that mana stone over to the royal secretariat." Tenelrin's eyes grew increasingly furious, and he gritted out, "Repeat that." Yet Julian remained nonchalant. "Yes, Archbishop, I have already handed the mana stone obtained after defeating the three-horned magic beast to the royal secretariat." The other bishops said with trepidation, "The Archbishop is truly furious right now. Are you crazy?" By this time, red mana-infused energy appeared in Tenelrin's hand, and he growled, "Explain yourself. Why would you do such a thing?" Although he didn't want to, Julian still had to justify his actions, saying, "I once said I would take one step back to advance three." It wasn't just Tenelrin who was angry. The members of the cult were equally annoyed, believing this was an act of betrayal and that they needed to punish him immediately. Hearing this, Julian turned to them and mocked, "As I expected, your way of thinking is too shallow." The other bishops angrily retorted, "What was that?" He had no choice but to explain to them, "If I really wanted to betray you, I naturally wouldn't have shown up here again. The reason I intentionally handed the mana stone to those people is because I want to utilize their intelligence network. The mana stone I sent them is the first three-horned mana stone to be officially discovered. If the Empire realizes its potential and how to use it, they will definitely start hunting for even more mana stones. We only need to know one location, and then we will find many more." Tenelrin understood his point and couldn't help but offer a word of praise. "The idea isn't bad." Someone else retorted, but for the sect members, just the fact that he gave away the mana stone for that reason was something they could not accept. Knowing that this reason still wasn't convincing enough, Julian spoke up cheerfully again. "Of course, there is another reason. Ever since I single-handedly defeated the three-horned magic beast, all sorts of rumors have spread everywhere, from being a pillar of the Shut Eyes unit to the next holy sword." He held up one finger and said loudly, "A hero." Julian continued to explain to them, "All eyes are on me, and among them are our enemies, right? Among them are people you know very well, Archbishop. Don't you want to know who is plotting against us?" The members of the Dawn cult were sick of it by now. He was just mumbling nonsense. "Archbishop, quickly drag him out of here." Seeing them preparing to attack, he was ready to retaliate, placing his hand on his sword and saying loudly, "Thinking of taking me on? How interesting. Then come and get it." At that moment, blue energy enveloped his sword. Tenelrin, standing by and seeing that a conflict was about to break out, shouted, "Wait, who intervened in this?" At this moment, a bishop who didn't fear death lunged forward to slash at Julian, but he was blocked. After that, Julian brushed him off and counterattacked, rushing forward and stabbing him once in the abdomen. The bishop took the hit and vomited blood on the spot. After taking down the bishop, Julian stood there imposingly and smiled, looking at his corpse lying on the ground. After finishing off the bishop, he said to them softly, "If you really want to know, I will tell you. That was my old master, Holy Sword Hayden Wright." That name sounds familiar, doesn't it? Rage exploded. The archbishop gritted his teeth, surrounded by a red aura burning like fire. It seemed Urian's words had truly pushed this person to his limit. Meanwhile, Urian maintained his trademark fox-like smile. He was secretly pleased that his plan to manipulate the relationship between the Dawn cult and the Holy Sword was going even more smoothly than expected. "The one who made my face look like this," the archbishop roared with hatred. His clenched fist trembled, showing that the scar on his face was a pain he could never forget. Observing that hostile attitude, Urian just calmly watched from behind. He thought to himself that the mask wasn't just for show, it really did hide a secret filled with resentment. With a mocking tone, Urian continued to sow seeds of doubt. He played the part of an innocent person worried about being investigated, making the other party believe his lies even more. The bait was taken. The masked man was shocked to realize the truth Urian had just revealed. He believed that his cold-blooded former master would never trust anyone, not even an old disciple. A handshake was established, marking a new alliance based on deceit. Power and hatred had officially connected these two people together. "Urian, now I understand why you joined the Dawn cult." The archbishop was completely convinced, thinking he had found an ally who shared his vision. But hidden behind those narrowed eyes and gentle smile was supreme contempt. Urian secretly laughed at how the other party had completely misunderstood his true purpose. Scene shift, the rhythmic tapping of fingers against the wooden desk echoed in the quiet office. Returning to his usual composed look, Urian told himself that at least he had extinguished the immediate troubles. But the long game still had many challenges ahead. He knew he had to play his part perfectly between the two powers, the Dawn cult and the Empire, to reach the end of this game. But before that, there was a small matter that needed to be handled. Urian felt a shadowy figure constantly lurking around him. It seemed as if someone was monitoring his every move without realizing they had been exposed. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but this person kept leaving behind more and more clues, just like an amateur spy trying way too hard. A cold smile appeared in the darkness. Urian had already guessed the identity of the person who was secretly following him, and that was. The door burst open, cutting off Urian's train of thought. A figure appeared, bringing an atmosphere completely opposite to the tension from before. It was Lazarot, the apprentice with an always cheerful face. He ran in to report a new directive from the Secretariat, completely unaware he was about to step into a verbal trap. Urian still maintained a fake polite demeanor, telling Lazarot to just place the scroll on the desk. Deep down, he was observing the tiniest movements of this teenager. When Lazarot's hand placed the directive down, Urian was ready for the interrogation. He wanted to see how long that mask of innocence would last. Thinking of slipping away early, Lazarot had just turned to leave when Urian's voice stopped him. The boy broke out in a cold sweat, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Urian propped his chin up, wearing an extremely friendly smile, but his eyes were sharp and cold. He gently remarked that Lazarot seemed busier than usual for an apprentice late. Lazarot forced a smile and explained that serving the shut eyes was always that busy, and he felt grateful to be trusted with so many tasks. A very rehearsed answer, but it didn't fool Urian. Just then, Urian's gaze shifted abruptly. He drilled into the contradiction in Lazarot's words. He was just an apprentice, but he was unusually entrusted with top-secret and important missions. Urian started to launch his psychological attack. He reminded Lazarot of the time he brought the message on the very day he brought the soulstone back, a coincidence too perfect to be random. His eyes bored into him, as if he wanted to strip away the boy's abnormal curiosity about that treasure. Lazarot fumbled, hurriedly trying to cover up by saying he was just curious because the soulstone was so important. But that very slip of the tongue helped Urian complete his verbal trap. The young spy had no idea he had just pushed himself into a dead end. Urian's smile became more triumphant than ever. He had laid the perfect trap, and now the prey had officially fallen for it. Oh ho! His soft laughter rang out like a death knell for the other person's mask. Lazarot's pupils constricted in absolute terror. Urian had just unleashed a direct psychological blow. Just an apprentice, yet you already know about the soulstone. It was top-secret information that someone of his rank should never have been allowed to touch. Lazarot staggered back, cold sweat pouring down. Urian leisurely analyzed his fatal mistake. I've only used the word soulstone in front of you once, and yet, you reacted so naturally, didn't you? Urian's keenness had exposed the truth through the slightest reaction. Urian listed the parties who actually had knowledge of the soulstone, himself, the Empire, and the Dawn cult. Unless you stand on the side of the Dawn cult, you shouldn't know about it. The words were sharp as razors, cutting off all of Lazarot's escape routes. And no, Lazarot stammered, his eyes filled with despair. He tried to find an explanation, a reason to deny the charge, but under Urian's penetrating gaze, all lies became meaningless. Urian stood up abruptly, his presence imposing and overwhelming. He affirmed that he had felt something was strange from the very beginning. A string of overly coincidental events had led him to this conclusion. The Secretariat and the Closed-Eye sect are entrusting such important matters to a lowly apprentice. Urian drilled into the absurdity of Lazrat's status, turning what had seemed normal before into concrete evidence of guilt. Urian stepped forward, his hand resting on Lazrat's shoulder like a clamp. The apprentice's heart hammered in his chest when faced with the terrifying pressure from the man in front of him. Urian whispered in Lazrat's ear his theory about the Dawn cult pressuring the Empire from within. "Tusk, you've seen through me, have you? If things have come to this." A deathly atmosphere began to envelop the room. But then Urian suddenly changed his attitude, raising his hands as if to reassure the other party. "Ah, don't be so afraid. I don't intend to do anything drastic." This sudden change in tone made Lazrat even more confused and bewildered. Urian wore a radiant smile, but it brought a chill down his spine. "I just want to have a conversation, that's all." For Urian, a living pawn was always more valuable than a dead one. Lazrat trembled, his hands covering his chest. He realized he had no way out, and that usual clumsy demeanor began to melt away, giving way to another side of himself. "Then I don't need to hide anymore." A blast of dark purple magic erupted around Lazrat. He pulled out a magical crystal, releasing the chilling aura of a true predator. The apprentice disguise had been completely torn off. The crystal emitted a surreal light in Lazrat's palm. This was the tool that helped him use mental magic to deceive the senses of everyone around him all this time. Lazrat's aura changed completely, from an innocent teenager to a cold-blooded spy with sharp eyes. He no longer had that fearful look. Instead, he had the composure of someone ready to face death. Lazrat exhaled a long breath, shedding the burden of having to act. He looked at Urian with a completely different attitude, a respect for someone who had the guts to expose him. Urian liked to remark on this change. "Mental magic, huh? You look like a completely different person." He always valued those with real ability, even if they were his enemies. Lazrat smoothed back his hair, revealing a stern face. He explained that in a palace full of monsters like Urian, mental magic was essential for survival. He acknowledged Urian's class by calling him a true monster. Urian smiled. He found Lazrat's true nature much more interesting than that fake shell. "Bold, but I prefer your true nature." He noticed that Lazrat hadn't moved to kill him yet, proving he was waiting for something. Urian's gaze flashed with his characteristic cunning. "Ah, tilde sharp as always. The matter is simple." He began to get to the main point, the true purpose of this interrogation. An offer that couldn't be refused was put on the table. "How about working under me, Lazrat?" Urian didn't want to destroy a talented spy. He wanted to own him. Lazrat was stunned, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He couldn't believe his ears. "What are you talking about?" A spy loyal to the Dawn cult like him was receiving an invitation from his own target. Urian laughed aloud, stating his intentions clearly. "Just as you heard, be my spy." It meant a double agent, a bold plan to turn the opponent's pawn into his own weapon. Lazrat was stunned, his mind reeling from Urian's reckless proposal. He couldn't understand why this man dared to act independently and so brazenly. "Exactly, Lazrat," Urian replied nonchalantly, his fox eyes narrowing as if he had already secured the victory. A horrifying thought flashed through, causing Lazrat to tremble uncontrollably. "Don't tell me. You intend to betray the Dawn cult." He was stunned to realize that the person standing in front of him was even more terrifying and unpredictable than any force he had ever served. Urian leisurely tapped his fingers on the desk, his words full of sarcasm. "How heavy that sounds. I just want to make every step I take a bit more convenient." His nonchalance toward the accusation of betrayal made the atmosphere even more tense. Lazrat narrowed his eyes in suspicion, realizing he was caught in a dangerous game of wits, playing with words. "You really think I'll submit to you just because of that?" A professional spy like him wasn't easily subdued. Urian laughed, flipping through a stack of documents, as if he held the other person's fate in his hands. "Of course not. I'm not so shameless as to ask for help without offering a worthy compensation." Behind that gentle smile lay a sophisticated blackmail scheme. Urian's gaze flashed with a dangerous light when he mentioned a name. "You've been working very hard to donate to that orphanage, haven't you?" This was the trump card he had painstakingly prepared to break Lazrat's will. Lazrat's pupils dilated in terror. He couldn't believe his deepest secret had been exposed so easily. That sum of money is truly impressive, especially for someone who goes by the name of an apprentice like you. Urian's compliments now sounded like a death sentence. Urian leisurely observed his prey, knowing he had hit the boy's soft spot. "It seems like that place is very precious to you, isn't it, Lazrat?" The spy's silence was the clearest answer. "If something unfortunate were to happen there by chance." Urian left the sentence hanging with a cold smile. He didn't need to state the threat. The other party's imagination would complete the rest of the cruel picture. Lazarot gritted his teeth, the resentment visible in every muscle of his face. He felt helpless when his greatest weakness was being used as a stepping stone for the manipulation of a cunning fox. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense enough, Urian suddenly laughed, waving the stack of paper in his hand. Haha, I'm just joking. Don't glare at me with that scary look. The constant psychological shifts made the other party lose all sense of direction. Urian placed his hand on the desk, emphasizing the cooperation once more. You just need to help me a little. His proposal now carried a completely different tone, compulsion wrapped in the guise of negotiation. He narrowed his cunning purple eyes, offering a sarcastic promise. I will send a generous gift to that orphanage. That gift could be sponsorship, or it could be destruction. It all lay in Urian's hands. Lazarot blurted out in shock. A gift. He realized he had no choice but to enter the path of a double agent, serving the man he was supposed to be monitoring. Urian interlaced his fingers, his smile becoming even more triumphant. That's right, I've recently started to take an interest in charity work, don't you see? A perfect villain always knows how to hide his conspiracy under the most noble of action. Lazarot's final look showed bitter acceptance. He had been completely conquered by Urian's wit and ruthlessness. The game at the Dawn cult now had an important double agent under the command of this fox young master. A few days after the tense events, the story continued at an ancient mansion, where dark conspiracies were still secretly unfolding. Inside, Bishop Aiden was interrogating his subordinate with sharp eyes. He pressed to know if Lazarot had brought back what he had requested. Lazarot respectfully offered a letter tube, confirming his presence before Bishop Aiden with total submissiveness. He reported that this was the upcoming route of Swordmaster Hayden Reich, just as Bishop Aiden had requested. At the same time, he mentioned a petition from the Noble Council. But Bishop Aiden didn't care at all about those nobles. To him, the only thing of value at the moment was the whereabouts of Hayden, and he ordered it to be reported to the Archbishop immediately. Lazarot bowed his head in obedience, but the sweat on his forehead and his uneasy eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. This irregularity did not escape the sharp eyes of Bishop Aiden. He realized Lazarot's expression was not good at all and began to doubt his loyalty. Deep down, Lazarot was torn apart. Should he tell the truth or continue to hide the secret about his sister, Chernia? Even if the Dawn cult could protect him, her future was in the hands of someone else. Memories of his meeting with Urian came back. That young master had promised to write a letter of recommendation so that Chernia and the orphans could enter the prestigious Bayer Academy, a life-changing opportunity that nothing else could match. Facing a difficult choice, Lazarot clenched his fist, his head bowed in silence. Urian's kindness had become an invisible chain binding his mind. In the end, he chose to lie. He forced a smile, saying nothing had happened, trying to dispel Bishop Aiden's suspicion. Meanwhile, in another place, Urian's footsteps echoed rhythmically against the stone floor. The young master walked with a composed, free-spirited air. The maids respectfully welcomed his return. Urian was no longer the hated noble he once was, but a man everyone had to treat with caution. Urian offered a gentle smile, telling them he was just lost in thought as the maids stepped forward to take his coat, a perfect facade masking his deepest thoughts. However, deep down, Lee Siwoo was struggling. He realized the scariest part wasn't that he was manipulating others, but that he no longer felt any guilt about it. He recalled the moment he realized Lazarot was a spy. Urian's instincts had immediately pinpointed the man's weakness to exploit without a moment's hesitation. Urian mused that if Lazarot had been a little calmer, he might have seen through the truth behind his promises. The man had been so worried about the orphans that he didn't realize the paper Urian held in his hand had nothing to do with the orphanage. It was a flawless psychological maneuver. Urian grew pensive, realizing the old Lee Siwoo would never have possessed such judgment and ruthlessness. His humanity was slowly fading with every new scheme. Just then, Angelica, the butler, approached to report that an urgent message had arrived from the main family for him today. Urian was caught slightly off guard, with a hint of annoyance. The main family never liked him. Why would they reach out to him now? It turned out to be an invitation to the wedding of Lady Renia Cryofart, Urian's older sister. An official invitation from the head of the Cryofart house himself. Urian's first reaction was to decline. He told the butler to reply that he was too busy with work and couldn't make it to the event. Angelica was just about to turn away when Urian suddenly called her back. A calculation flashed through his mind, causing him to change his decision on the spot. Flashing a mysterious smile, he declared he would attend the wedding because he realized the Cryofart family was holding something incredibly valuable. However, before heading out, he needed to prepare a truly classy look for himself. Returning to Urian, after deciding to attend the wedding, He ordered his clothes to be prepared, but Angelica's answer stopped him in his tracks. Angelica brought up the neon pink suit that the old Urian had treasured so much. Seeing the butler's sincere expression, Siwoo wanted to faint right there because of the original body's horrific fashion sense. He tried to suggest something more formal and subtle, but Angelica insisted that it had been his favorite formal wear. Deep down, Siwoo was screaming, "Urian, you jerk, why did you leave me with this mess?" Unable to bear the thought of wearing that disaster, Urian decided he had to find a new outfit worthy of his status. He scanned the luxurious designs on display. Gorgeous ceremonial robes appeared under the brilliant lights, but choosing one he liked among these endless options was not easy at all. Finally, he stopped at BQE Boutique, the most high-end fashion shop in the empire. The staff quickly stepped forward to welcome him, but they couldn't hide their confusion at seeing Urian pay a visit. Urian strolled in, eyes wandering over the expensive clothes. He secretly thought that with his terrible fashion sense, he would definitely need some expert help from the staff here. Urian offered a well-meaning smile, but with the face of a true villain, it looked more like a threat. He wondered if he should ask for their help politely. "Is there anyone here who can help me pick out an outfit?" Urian asked with his signature smile, but it seemed his voice had the exact opposite effect. The shop staff were so terrified they started apologizing profusely and avoiding his gaze. It seemed Urian's nasty reputation made them think he was there to cause trouble. Standing alone in the middle of the hall, Urian pulled at his hair. He hadn't expected buying clothes to be this difficult, especially when everyone who saw him wanted to run away. Meanwhile, in another corner of the shop, a new character appeared, Aileen, a professor with dark hair and passionate purple eyes. She was being warmly welcomed by the shop staff. The shop owner recognized Aileen and asked about her research. It seemed it had been a long time since this workaholic professor had stepped out of her lab. Aileen could only smile bitterly. She explained that it was the nature of being a professor, always buried under an endless pile of theories and experiments. Suddenly, Aileen became dramatic. She lamented that someone had bought up all the moonstones, nearly causing her heart and soul thesis to fall apart. In her heart, she cursed the name of that disruptor with resentment. Fortunately, the Empire recently requested new research on a substance called Hansuk. This was the lifebuoy that helped her continue her research career. Aileen was fired up, claiming that now she could write a thesis even more brilliant than before. She silently thanked some unknown person for finding Hansuk, without realizing that person was standing right near her. When asked about her shopping purpose today, Aileen revealed that she needed a formal outfit to attend an upcoming wedding ceremony. It was the wedding of Renia Cryofart, the third daughter of the prestigious Cryofart family. The shop owner couldn't help but marvel when she heard the name of such a high-influential family. Seeing this, the shop owner offered to take Aileen to see a few of the most formal evening gowns. Aileen nodded in agreement, very willing to let the expert advise her. Breathing a sigh of relief, Aileen felt it was great to finally have a day to temporarily leave behind the dry research pile to spoil herself a little. She excitedly strolled around the shop, impressed by the variety and splendor of the outfits there. BQE Boutique was truly worthy of its reputation as the leading tailor shop. But the joy was short-lived. Aileen's purple eyes suddenly widened in shock when she saw a familiar silhouette standing in the main hall. "Why, Urian?" Aileen was stunned to see the man scrutinizing a dark red coat. She couldn't believe her bad luck was so great that she had to bump into this notorious noble in such a luxurious shop. The feeling of being watched made Urian turn his head slightly. In a split second, Aileen dashed behind a screen, her heart racing as she tried to shrink away, hoping the old fox hadn't detected her presence. Urian suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He felt a presence watching him from the shadows, but then wondered if it was just him being too sensitive. In truth, it wasn't his imagination. Aileen was hiding behind the screen, her heart pounding. She scolded herself for acting on instinct and hiding like a criminal. Peeking at Urian through a gap, Aileen thought about his family background. Even if he was just a side branch of the Cryofart family, his appearance here was clearly to prepare an outfit for the upcoming wedding. She wondered if he actually considered himself part of that family. But what shocked Aileen more than anything was Urian's fashion sense. Before, he always wore tight outfits that looked like walking sausages, yet today he was suddenly looking at things that looked normal. Aileen's eyes suddenly bulged when she saw Urian pick up a specific item. Panic was written all over her face. Wait, don't tell me he actually intends to pick that outfit. As for Urian, he was examining the dark red coat with satisfaction. With his zero fashion knowledge, he told himself that this outfit looked quite formal and would definitely make him stand out. Witnessing that scene, Aileen bit her finger, sweat pouring down. She knew that if Urian wore that to the wedding, he would ruin the entire solemn atmosphere of the ceremony with his disaster. Aileen fought an intense psychological battle. She intended to ignore it, but her presence began to attract the attention of other customers. Finally, with the pride of a lady, she decided she couldn't stand by and watch a fashion disaster happen. She stepped out of her hiding spot, calling out with a serious expression, "Lord Urian." Urian turned around, his face showing a bit of surprise to meet an acquaintance in this situation. Aileen marched straight up, pointing at the dark red outfit in his hand with a skeptical look. She asked bluntly if he was really planning to buy this, leaving Urian bewildered. Urian immediately regained his confidence, mocking that a professor who only knew how to bury her head in research like her couldn't possibly understand fashion. His familiar taunting tone made Aileen furious, secretly thinking that this annoying personality of his had truly not changed in years. Aileen began her lecture, suggesting that perhaps because Urian was too used to wearing flashy clothes without caring about his surroundings, he didn't realize the real meaning behind this design. She pressed him, asking if he knew what this outfit represented. Urian began to feel flustered, asking back in confusion. His previous confidence suddenly vanished before Aileen's strange seriousness. She wondered if he really didn't know or was just pretending. Aileen stepped closer, her voice dropping to a dramatic tone. She hypothesized that perhaps Urian bore such deep hatred for the Cryofart family that he wanted to do this. With burning eyes, she asked point-blank, "Are you planning to use this outfit to express your intention, to purge the entire aristocracy?" This extremely serious accusation made the air in the tailor shop suddenly stifling. Urian broke into a cold sweat, completely stunned by the eccentric professor's deduction. He just thought it was red and fancy. He had no plot to commit aristocratic genocide. He shouted in extreme confusion, "What the hell are you talking about?" All eyes turned to the bizarre dark red outfit with the zipper running down the middle. In Aileen's eyes, this was the peak of fashion disaster, a weapon that could destroy any luxurious party. The fashion war between the villain and the professor officially erupted. Julian felt a drop of sweat roll down his forehead as he replied, "You suddenly appeared and started talking nonsense. I was just trying to choose something to wear to the wedding." Outwardly he was calm, but inwardly he started questioning, "Is something wrong?" Aileen responded, "I'm talking about the symbol on the back." This made Julian confused as he repeated, "The symbol." Aileen went over to the coat and turned it around, revealing a symbol of 3 swords piercing through a throne. At this point, she started explaining, "It's the Febrance royal family's crest, the emblem that knight families display when they execute sworn enemies." She continued with apprehension, "Nowadays, it has lost its original meaning and is just a fashion statement, but for someone notorious like you to wear that symbol to a wedding would." Julian darkened, his hand going to his chin as he thought, "I understand now," but inwardly he was in turmoil. I never played the role of Julian. How was I supposed to know that? He tried to act cheerful, but inwardly he started grumbling. Regardless, flipping through all these clothes is exhausting, and thanks to Julian's instincts, my eyes keep getting drawn to the pinks and neon. Julian started calculating whether he should ask for a little help from Aileen. He replied, "Well, I'm out of options." Aileen let out a sigh of relief, glad that he finally understood the point. He put on his sly face along with his smile, gesturing with his hands toward a hideous neon suit, and said, "I'll buy the outfit I'm happy with." Aileen saw that outfit, her eyes going white with shock, asking back, "That one?" Seeing her expression, Julian laughed inwardly. "I know Aileen's personality. If I keep picking weird clothes, she won't be able to ignore it." Julian put on a fake calm smile and replied, "That's right, and the pants must match the color perfectly, too." Aileen couldn't fathom his taste in clothes and asked, "Are you really planning to wear that to the wedding?" Her hand was shaking, clenched in anger as she said, "I can't just stand by and watch this anymore." She pointed at him and shouted, "In the name of the Donetian house, I will find the perfect outfit for you." Julian laughed inwardly, right on schedule, but he still had to act calm and replied, "Thank you, truly the family of all artists." After that, the two went to pick out the costume. Julian thought triumphantly, "It's so easy to read that person's psychology," while Aileen, her hair a mess, judged, "Who would have thought your fashion sense was this bad? You only wear your academy uniform every day." And so, Aileen finished by choosing Julian's outfit, and the wedding day arrived. The guard tremblingly accepted the invitation that Julian offered. He stammered when he saw Julian's appearance. "Your invitation has been confirmed." He offered a confident smile, straightened his sleeves, and stepped inside, thinking to himself, "I got in safely wearing the outfit Aileen recommended, but I feel a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps it's Julian's emotions rising up. Actually, I didn't even want to come, but there is one reason I had to be here." He pictured a medal and an orange stone, the Hansuk that the Cryofart family was holding. Julian remembered when he played the game. "I remember a few ways to get Hansuk other than hunting demons in the game. One of them is talking to the Cryfart family to receive. He stepped up to open the door. Just thinking about Julian's father makes me choke up. The large door opened, and Julian stepped inside. The musicians who were playing stopped. The guests also turned pale as they looked at him. Julian frowned slightly, smiling faintly. Was it necessary to stop the music? He crossed his arms, his expression caught between amusement and helplessness. The sound of his footsteps rang out rhythmically as he slowly walked into the middle of the auditorium and spoke in a low voice. "So you actually came. Your eyes are still no different from before." He chuckled, his lips curling slightly. "Well, it would be strange if they were actually happy to see me." Before he could finish, a joyful voice rang out, "Julian." A figure rushed over, her white dress shimmering under the lights. The girl hugged him, making Julian startle and lean back. "You came, I'm really glad it's you." Her red eyes shining like rubies, her smile making the whole auditorium seem to brighten. She was Rania Cryfart. Julian was surprised but still tried to stay calm, hesitating slightly as she grabbed his hand, her voice ringing out cheerfully. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been hard to meet you lately." She smiled and pulled his hand lightly, her shoulders trembling with excitement. Julian could only smile awkwardly. Deep down, he thought, "This is the first time since I took over this body that I've seen someone treat Julian this well." He exhaled and smiled lightly. "Ah, have you been well lately?" she answered with a radiant look, not realizing his awkwardness. In his heart, Julian mused, even though she's from a side branch of the family, it seems the bond between them is a true sibling affection. The atmosphere in the grand hall became warm and filled with laughter. Rania laughed while holding Aileen's hand, her face as radiant as a child being given a gift. "Ah, Aileen, I'm sorry, I was just a bit too happy." Aileen laughed, answering gently, "It's all right, Lady Rania." Julian stepped closer, his gaze flicking over as he thought, "As I guessed, Aileen is here too." Rania turned and smiled brightly. "Oh right, you two know each other, right?" Aileen replied. "Yes, we used to be senior and junior at the academy." Julian raised an eyebrow, inwardly surprised. Senior and junior. I never knew about this. Rania looked at him, her eyes mischievous as she smiled. "Anyway, you look good today, Julian. Not like the last few times looking like a clown. Did you pick this outfit yourself?" Aileen looked over, tongue-tied. Is she really saying things like that with a smile? Julian shivered, feeling someone staring at him from behind. He looked over and saw Aileen. Her face flushed red, glaring and signaling him, "Tell me who picked that outfit for you." He laughed, answering casually, "Of course I chose it myself. After all, today is my older sister's wedding." The words made Aileen freeze, her eyes widening. "What did he say?" Rania laughed innocently. "Haha, that's Julian for you." "Oh, and Aileen, what's wrong? Your face is so red." She just smiled awkwardly. "Ah, it's nothing." Rania held both their hands, smiling brightly in the middle of the hall. "Anyway, thank you two for coming to celebrate with me. Today is my wedding day, after all." Julian nodded lightly, smiling. "The atmosphere here is quite good too. Didn't expect it to be this pleasant." As soon as he finished, a cold voice rang out from afar, cutting through the laughter in the grand hall. "Sister Rania." The atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Julian squinted toward the voice, while Rania looked back, slightly startled. Rania smiled slightly. "Oh my, Joshua." He stepped closer, his cold eyes scanning everyone. Rania friendly took his hand. "You must be busy with your studies. Thank you for coming to celebrate with me." But Joshua remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hand she was holding. A moment later, a sharp snap rang out. He gripped her wrist tightly, making Rania startled. "What are you doing?" His voice was so cold it made the air in the hall seem to freeze. Rania's eyes rounded in surprise. "What's wrong with you, Joshua?" Before she could say more, he shouted, "How could you be talking to two people from a side branch at such an important party?" The atmosphere in the auditorium immediately became heavy. Everyone around looked over. Rania pulled her hand away, her voice slightly irritated but trying to stay calm. "I was just happy to see him. You haven't seen your brother Julian in a long time either. Why don't you greet him?" Joshua laughed contemptuously, his face twisting, his eyes full of disdain. "Ha, as if anyone would want to call that thing a brother." The whole hall was deathly silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Julian tilted his head, smiling faintly. "Yeah, just as I imagined." Joshua still hadn't stopped, pointing directly at Julian, his voice gritting out each word. "Hey, side branch brat, I don't know why you crawled here, but don't think just showing up makes you a member of this family." Julian smirked, took out the invitation, and replied coolly, "I only came because I was invited." Joshua, looking furious, raised the invitation high. A tearing sound rang out, and pieces of paper fell all over the floor, leaving the entire hall stunned. Joshua threw the rest to the ground, his voice gritting out, "As a member of the family, let me make one thing clear." He leaned over, breathing heavily, his eyes burning with resentment. "Get out of." A long silence followed. Then Julian smiled, a half-smile full of disdain. "And what if I don't want to?" Joshua gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around his sword hilt. "Huh, really? then I'll show everyone here. He pointed his sword at Julian and continued, what happens to a branch that dares to oppose the main house? A brief introduction about Joshua Cryafart, the notorious troublemaker of the Bayer Academy. He always formed cliques and specialized in bullying commoner students. Not stopping there, Joshua even disrupted classes taught by low-ranking professors. In class, he laughed loudly, threw paper, and interrupted lectures, making professors tremble and unable to speak. His arrogance exceeded all limits, but because of the name Cryafart, no one dared to touch him. Joshua laughed loudly, drawing his sword, the light reflecting on his proud face. Come here, you imperial dog. That statement sent shockwaves through the hall. Julian stood still in the middle of the crowd, his eyes cold as ice, his voice low. You truly have no fear, or are you just stupid? The air in the hall suddenly dropped, making people feel suffocated. With a quick leap, Julian lunged. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Joshua. Joshua's eyes widened, fear creeping into his heart. He realized the opponent in front of him was completely different from the people he used to bully. A bang rang out. Julian appeared right in front of him, his hand firmly gripping Joshua's sword in midair. The sound of metal screeching was cold enough to chill the heart. Joshua gasped, unable to believe his eyes. Julian tightened his grip, causing Joshua's sword-wielding arm to tremble. Sweat streamed down Joshua's face. He looked tremblingly at his opponent, inwardly terrified and panicked. How is he this strong? Julian kept his grip on the man's wrist, his hand squeezing until the bones creaked. Grabbing your sister's wrist like that, not even a family member would dare do that. His voice was low, cold, each word like a blade stabbing into Joshua's self-esteem. Joshua pulled his hand back in desperation, his sword falling to the ground with a cold clang. The banquet hall was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. Julian stepped closer, leaning into Joshua's ear, his voice small but resonant in the space. You should be ashamed. His breath brushed past, making Joshua shudder, his face flushing red with both anger and fear. A voice rang out from behind. Stop it, Julian. Herond appeared, stepping out from the crowd, his eyes looking worriedly at the two confronting each other. Julian turned his head slightly, the corner of his mouth curling. Brother Herond. Julian smiled coldly, his eyes glancing at Joshua, who was still cowering. You want me to stand still and watch him insult my sister? Herond lowered his voice, trying to calm the situation. I understand, but you can't make a scene here. Everyone is watching. Joshua tried to regain his courage, pulling his wrist out of Julian's grip and shouting, That's right, know your place, you impudent brat. Herond shouted, Stop it, Joshua. You're the one who angered Rania and Julian first. Joshua froze, his eyes wide, unable to counter any of it. The atmosphere eased. Julian lowered his hand and straightened his collar. Herond was still lecturing his younger brother. I came here today on behalf of father, so don't act rashly anymore. Julian touched his chin, eyes pensive, representing Father Huh. A black-clad figure appeared, a low voice sounding out, so the head of the Cryafart house didn't come. Julian frowned slightly, his thoughts moving quickly in his head. He sighed, it'll be hard to get Hansuk then. Julian's face darkened, his sharp gaze flashing in the quiet space. If my goal is lost, then. He turned toward Rania. Sister, are you okay? His voice was calm, full of concern. Sorry for causing this. Rania smiled gently, her eyes warm. It's fine, Julian, you did that for me after all. In a place full of hypocrites, she is the only person normal enough to make people afraid because she's too calm, Julian thought to himself. Rania waved her hand gently. It's fine, don't worry about it. Julian bowed his head slightly. If you say so. Julian stepped back, then I'll take my leave. His voice sounded calm, decisive in the banquet hall. Everyone was surprised. What, leaving this early? Julian smiled, a smile full of confidence. I know when to appear and when to disappear. He paused, his gaze toward a dark-haired woman standing nearby, and one more thing. He stepped toward Aileen and bowed slightly. Lady Aileen, thank you. Aileen was stunned. Thank me. Julian smiled. The outfit you chose for me, I really like it. The light shone on him, making that polite appearance even more perfect, truly demonstrating the delicate eye of a true Donashan. Aileen's face flushed with shyness when she heard Julian say that. She remembered something and stammered. That thing. A flicker of memory appeared. Still that same image. Julian appeared with praise, as if it contained the entire starry sky. As expected of a Donashan, your magic is beautiful. At this moment, the still naive Aileen was moved by this man. Returning to the present, remembering that memory made her want to pull her hair out in frustration, and Rania also turned to look at her with some surprise. Aileen screamed internally, why on earth am I remembering this? Seeing this, Rania tried to calm her down. Aileen, just calm down, while Julian had already turned and left the room. As he was stepping outside, a voice called out from a distance, Julian. Hearing someone calling him, he instinctively turned back. Surprised, he asked, Sister Rania, She knelt down, panting from trying to catch up to him, and said, "You walk so fast. I almost didn't manage to give this to you. It's a keepsake. You actually came to this wedding to see father, didn't you?" She held out a box. Rania continued, "To get this, your mother's keepsake." Julian was a bit curious upon hearing that. Rania's next sentence shocked him even more. "You've argued with father about this thing many times, haven't you?" It was only then that he realized there was conflict with his family, but he simply replied, "Yeah, that's right." The image of a hardworking woman appeared in his mind. A keepsake meant that Julian's mother had passed away. Rania smiled and replied, "I snuck it along to give it back to you." Hearing these words, Julian silently felt grateful. How could Julian have such a warm-hearted older sister? Since it wasn't convenient to refuse, he had to take it and said a word of thanks. Opening the box and looking at the object inside took Julian by surprise. What is this? A stone sparkling with blue light lay tucked away in the box. A Hansuk. His sweat-covered face was reflected on the stone. It seemed to have been processed with magic, and he couldn't feel a shred of demonic energy from it at all. These thoughts raced through his head like an electric current. Is your mother's keepsake actually this thing? Julian, just what kind of person were you? Are there underlying circumstances I don't know about? This is so annoying, so incredibly annoying. I don't know anything at all. And then he blurted out, "I didn't expect to get it this easily." Rania, hearing this, asked back in confusion, "What was that?" Knowing he had slipped up, he immediately defended himself. "It's nothing, sister. I was just mumbling to myself. Thank you for returning my mother's keepsake." She replied with a sentence that left Julian bewildered. "I knew it was the right decision to hand it to you." Looking at Julian's seemingly happy expression, she continued, "That's the first time I've seen that look on your face." He teased back, "You're seeing things, sister." She covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Is that so?" After chatting for a while, Julian finally left. Rania waved to say goodbye but didn't forget to remind him, "Be careful on your way back and come visit home sometimes." He bowed politely and replied, "I'll see you later, sister." Finally, he was left all alone there. Looking at the stone before him, he secretly thought, so the Hansuk that the Criffart family has been keeping all this time was actually Julian's mother's keepsake. A stinging sensation flared in his chest. Even though he was reputed to be the coldest-blooded person in the empire, for some reason, tears fell. He silently asked, "Julian, do you have these feelings too?" A luxurious carriage was rolling along the dirt road, bringing Julian back. He even shed a single tear, wondering if it was a sign that a shred of Julian's humanity still existed. The conflict between his true self and the villainous role he had to shoulder was becoming increasingly profound. However, immediately afterward, Julian brushed away those weak thoughts and broke into a smug smile. Regardless, he had achieved his goal. That goal was to obtain the Hansuk, a teardrop-shaped treasure containing terrifying power. With a sinister smile, Julian admired the trophy he had just won. Back at his mansion, Julian fell into a dilemma. What should he do with the Hansuk? Handing it over to the Dawn cult or the Holy Sword faction both felt wrong, as if he were taking a loss himself. While at a dead end, a sudden thought flashed through Julian's mind, causing one of his eyes to emit a magical blue glow. He remembered that Julian himself possessed a special ability. A virtual system status window appeared before him, preparing to reveal a shocking secret. That was it, a unique trait called Vessel of the Demon King. This ability allowed him to absorb relics with evil attributes, absorbing the residual will of demon gods to become stronger. However, it was a double-edged sword, as this trait would disappear once the Demon King truly reincarnated. Julian quickly connected the dots. This trait meant he could absorb the Hansuk itself, and if he did that, he could become the Demon King. A tempting vision emerged. If he became the supreme evil god, his chances of survival in this harsh world would skyrocket to the absolute maximum. Yet the vision of becoming the Demon King made him shudder in horror. Julian snapped the thought away. He would rather not do it at all. The soul of Lee Siwoo within him had almost forgotten why he never wanted to play the role of Julian, a hypocrite and a nest of betrayal. The instinct of his true self was rejecting this path. He had already been struggling with an identity crisis due to another mysterious power called the Open Eyes. The crying incident today made him feel like he was losing even more of his humanity than Julian himself. "Wake up, Lee Siwoo," he muttered to himself. He no longer craved power as desperately as before. For now, just put the Hansuk away. No sooner said than done. Julian put the Hansuk into a large box and locked it carefully, temporarily sealing away this dangerous item. He returned to his room, but the feeling of unease remained. Just having it nearby was enough to keep him restless. He wondered if he should learn a sealing spell, because sooner or later, the Dawn cult would come looking. Julian plopped down into a chair, trying to relax. He thought, well, there's nothing I can do now. The mansion was usually quiet, but today it seemed strangely still. He He just hoped no trouble would happen for a while. But man proposes, God disposes. Just as he hoped for peace, a stream of purple magical energy suddenly flared up. Immediately, Julian's eyes snapped open. His entire body shifted into a state of high alert. One of his skills, extraordinary intuition, was activated, signaling danger. Julian sensed a strange current of mana flowing through the air. He asked himself, what is it? What is its purpose? Is it an enemy? Julian jumped up, ready to face the intruder. He could pinpoint their location through mana detection, but the strange thing was that this mana flow contained absolutely no killing intent. He cautiously refrained from using his own mana recklessly, because if he did, the intruder would also spot him immediately. Julian walked carefully. The only thing that gave him some relief was not sensing any killing intent from the stranger. That was truly a stroke of luck. With Julian's past misdeeds, it wouldn't be surprising if assassins came looking. He approached the source of the mana, his own room. And there he found the intruder. A beautiful woman with striking turquoise hair, Alinar, was casually sitting in his room enjoying tea. Alinar seemed to sense Julian's presence. She turned back with a feigned look of surprise. "Oh, you're back." Julian froze and blurted out, "Alinar." On the other side, she continued to sip her tea casually, replying, "I'd been waiting so long that I had your servant bring me some tea." Alinar added cheerfully, "At the very least, you can do that much for a guest, right?" Hearing this, Julian didn't reply but fell into thought. How did she get in? Magic. Looking at the source of purple mana emanating from Alinar, Julian guessed, is she using charm magic to control my servants? Breaking out of his train of thought, Julian sat down, let out a breath, and asked, "Bishop Alinar, what business do you have at my mansion?" Alinar's image, reflected in the teacup, replied, "Just some friendly exchange between allies." Hearing that, Julian's face turned black with anger. "You infiltrated just for a friendly exchange." On the other side, Alinar continued, "Of course, and I have another reason. I have something I want to ask you." Julian was slightly startled, so we're getting straight to the point. Setting down the teacup in her hand, Alinar asked sternly, "Recently, you succeeded in subduing a demon on a mission in the slums, didn't you?" Julian saw nothing strange about it and replied, "That's right." After hearing the confirmation from him, Alinar asked further, "That demon had a human form, didn't it?" Looking into the eyes of the person opposite him, Julian speculated, "I see, you're testing how much I know about the demonization phenomenon. Then it's best to answer honestly." Afterward, he confidently answered, "That's right, a person suddenly turned into a demon." Alinar also found that interesting. But Julian's next sentence left Alinar slightly surprised. However, that demon's horn was different from the one Lord Tenorin showed us. As if not believing what she just heard, Alinar asked back, "What was that?" Julian kept his expression neutral and replied, "I mean, it was a replica, modeled after the horn Tenorin crafted. Isn't that what you wanted to ask?" On the other side, Alinar asked seriously, "Exactly how much do you know about demon horns and the demonization phenomenon by now?" Julian smiled lightly, "Not as much as you think." Alinar stood up, covered her chest with her hand, and said, "All right, enough beating around the bush. It seems you already know almost everything." Seeing that, Julian reached out and asked mockingly, "So, has your curiosity been satisfied?" Glancing back, Alinar replied, "That's enough, I don't need to test you anymore." Turning to leave, she continued, "You seem very well informed about the Dawn cult's business." Her next words carried a threatening tone. "I trust you understand which decision would be the wiser one. Make sure our blades aren't pointed at each other. I'm not exactly easy to deal with either." Hearing this threat made Julian apprehensive enough to break into a sweat. After a moment, Julian was left alone there. He let out a sigh and thought, "Hayes, so you're telling me to either be absolutely loyal to the Dawn cult or get out of your way. And you just happened to appear right when I was holding the Hansuk." Julian decided, this mansion clearly isn't a safe place to keep the Hansuk, if that's the case. A moment later, Harand appeared, holding the box containing the Hansuk in his hand. He asked Julian, "Are you intending to hand it over to me?" Sitting over there, Julian replied, "That's right, Harand." Harand was slightly surprised and replied, "That's quite unexpected. I thought you would bring up punishing Joshua." Julian didn't bother paying attention to Joshua and replied, "Ah, forget it. He isn't worth the effort." Holding the box, Harand asked back in confusion, "Really? But what exactly are you intending to hand over to me?" Julian didn't hesitate and replied calmly, "It's my mother's keepsake." Hearing this made Harand turn pale with fear, stuttering, "What was that?" Afterward, he immediately ran over to question him, "Lady Malna's keepsake. Isn't that something precious to you?" Seeing him like that, Julian only knew to tell him to calm down. Afterward, Julian replied brightly, "That's right." But inwardly he thought otherwise. Harand is probably the only person who won't act recklessly with the Hansuk. He surely doesn't know what it truly is, and he isn't the type of person who would go revive a demon god. I can safely entrust it to. Heron held the box up and asked one more time to be absolutely sure. Are you certain you want to entrust something this important to me? With his familiar smile and those narrowed eyes, Julian replied, I can't keep it with me for now, so I'm entrusting it to you, Heron. The image of little Julian being held by his mother appeared. Following that came a series of Heron's thoughts. You can't keep Lady Malna's keepsake, Julian. Even a notorious person like Julian becomes as gentle as a lamb before Lady Malna. The lady is the symbol of the last shred of humanity left in. For him to hand over Lady Malna's keepsake to someone else, isn't that a declaration that he will live entirely as a hunting dog for the Empire, a monster with no way back? Heron looked at Julian with a terrified expression. How can he be that cruel? Seeing this expression, Julian knew immediately, misunderstood again. I guess handing the Hansuk to him will be fine, right? Scene shift, Joshua, sitting on the bed with a furious expression, teeth gritted tightly. The anger was clear on his face. Close up on Joshua's wrist, showing bruised purple marks. He was using a white towel to compress the injury. A maid with short black hair entered the room, announcing that she had come to change the towel. Joshua looked up at her with an annoyed gaze. Immediately, Joshua vented his rage on the maid. He yelled, causing the girl to jump in terror. Joshua was boiling with fury. He could not accept that he, a direct heir, had been injured by someone from a low-ranking branch. The image of Julian with a provocative sneer appeared in Joshua's mind. Just thinking of that bastard was enough to drive him mad. Joshua clenched his fists, thinking that Julian was an insufferably arrogant person. He recalled the moment he was attacked by Julian. Everything happened so fast that Joshua couldn't even feel the blow, but could only feel the terrifying pressure radiating from Julian. Joshua admitted that he had lost from that very second. He didn't understand why someone lowly like Julian could stand out and receive favor from the higher-ups. In his rage, Joshua swung his hand and knocked the water basin on the floor, sending water splashing everywhere. The maid turned pale, terrified by the master's fury. She hurriedly knelt, trembling as she begged for forgiveness. Joshua sat on the bed, coldly looking down at the maid kneeling at his feet. The whole room was submerged in a heavy, frightening atmosphere. Joshua suddenly stood up, his rage still unabated. He turned around, his face showing clear signs of madness, ready to explode at any moment. Joshua gnashed his teeth, growling and calling for a man named Alphys. Immediately after, a tall man with black hair and a calm expression appeared. He was Alphys Mayand, Joshua's bodyguard and a former deputy captain of the Azure Lion unit. Joshua waved his hand, chasing the frightened maid out. The girl hurriedly obeyed, considering herself lucky to have escaped. As soon as it was just the two of them, Joshua called Alphys over and pointed to his bruised wrist. Alphys calmly replied that he saw the injury, but that only made Joshua even angrier. He roared, questioning Alphys about where he was when this happened. When Alphys tried to explain that he was following the Lord's orders, Joshua cut him off, yelling that it wasn't what he wanted to hear. Joshua emphasized that Alphys's duty was to protect the direct lineage of the Krypart family. He posed the question, is there anything more important than my safety? Joshua continued to pester Alphys, reminding him of his dirty past and that everything Alphys had was thanks to him. Alphys just silently listened, thinking to himself, here we go again, before speaking up to apologize. Joshua said disdainfully that Alphys couldn't do anything anyway, perhaps he would even freeze to death from fear. He was clearly frustrated. Joshua angrily snatched the wet towel inside the water bucket. Afterward, he threw the towel straight into Alphys's face. Alphys just stood there and took it. Joshua roared, saying that what he wanted was an apology from Julian himself, not from trash like Alphys. After a moment of silence, Alphys spoke, asking Joshua point-blank if he wanted to take revenge on Julian. Alphys's unexpected question left Joshua stunned for a moment. Alphys firmly affirmed that he would help Joshua take revenge at any cost, regardless of the method. Joshua then snapped, demanding Alphys tell him immediately if he had a way. Alphys began to analyze, admitting that Julian was currently very strong. He could transmit mana into every one of his movements with ease, and that amount of mana far exceeded that of ordinary knights. The Crescent Moon Sword, fully charged with Julian's mana, was as terrifying as his own personality. Alphys continued with admiration, saying that it was a sword capable of self-regulating its aura, a weapon any knight would dream of. Joshua lost all patience. He couldn't stand that Alphys seemed to be praising his enemy and yelled, demanding he get straight to the point. Alphys changed his expression, offering a bold proposal. What if we create an environment where he can't use aura? This suggestion left Joshua stunned. Not letting Joshua regain his composure, Alphys took an object from inside his shirt. Alphys revealed it was a defective resonance stone. Joshua went numb, not understanding why Alphys had such a thing. Alphys explained that a normal resonance stone would suppress demonic energy in a demon to block its approach. But this defective stone worked in a different way. It radiated a strange purple energy. As the stone moved closer, Joshua felt an invisible pressure pressing down, forcing him to his knees. Alphys explained, this defective stone, instead of suppressing demonic energy, suppresses the mana within humans. We just need to erect a barrier from it and use it on Julian, and that's it. Joshua immediately realized the problem. He yelled at Alphys that if they used this, he himself would not be able to use aura inside the barrier. Alphys replied calmly that Joshua wouldn't need aura. He revealed that he had something else, leaving Joshua, who was sitting on the ground, surprised as well. The thing Alphys revealed was a demon horn, radiating dark energy. Joshua was astonished to realize it was a horn. Scene shift, Julian was leisurely caring for an orchid pot under the sunlight. Julian smiled contentedly, secretly thinking that the peaceful life lately, while caring for the orchids, made him start to feel that living in Julian's body wasn't so bad. The peace was quickly shattered. Razlot, Julian's assistant, ran over in a panic, reporting that some members of the Dawn cult were planning an ambush. Julian thought to himself, I have to take back my words immediately. Julian appeared annoyed, his hand clutching the orchid leaf tightly. He was frustrated because Razlot's panic had disturbed his poor orchid pot. Julian turned back, demanding that next time Razlot reported news, he shouldn't be so panicked. He was worried that at this rate, everyone would find out his secret. Razlot obediently complied. Regaining his composure, Julian asked about the ambush, specifically whether any bishops were involved. When Razlot replied no, Julian just sneered, thinking their plan was ridiculous. Razlot was still worried, suggesting they prepare some countermeasures, but Julian replied casually that since they hadn't acted yet, they should just wait and see. Razlot couldn't believe his ears. He was bewildered, not understanding why Julian could ignore a potential ambush like that. Julian noticed the look of doubt on Razlot's face. He thought that perhaps this skepticism was due to the broken orchid branch, and then he muttered, same bed, different dream. Julian decided he had to reassure Razlot. He asked if Razlot knew a little trick, leaving his assistant confused. Holding the orchid pot, Julian explained a living trick for orchid enthusiasts. The leaves of a healthy orchid wouldn't be easily wrinkled unless there was a problem with its roots. To illustrate, Julian pulled the orchid out of the pot, revealing its roots. He laughed gleefully, saying that, just as he thought, the roots were rotten, but luckily only the outer part of the roots was rotted. Julian explained further, the orchid itself provided an excellent strategy. Those outer roots act as bait, preventing the rot from spreading to the entire plant. The hidden explanation about bait made Razlot shudder, trying to guess what Julian was implying. Julian ignored the orchid topic and asked Razlot if there was any other news. Razlot reported that the Secretariat was requesting personnel for the upcoming Victory Celebration mission, a mission he also had to attend as the Academy's sword-fighting instructor. Julian calculated that if it were a victory celebration, the Holy Sword Hayden would certainly attend. He didn't want to meet him, because that sharp-eyed Holy Sword had once asked him about the Hansa. Razlot asked if Julian would accept the victory mission. Julian refused, saying that this time he wanted a simpler job and would take a task related to the Academy instead. Razlot went numb. Julian, the person always obsessed with success, was refusing a prestigious mission. He suddenly realized Julian was using himself as bait to lure out the Dawn cult. Razlot's train of thought flowed steadily. During the victory anniversary, the Academy guards would be sent to the palace. If Julian remained at the Academy, the Sunrise Society's spies would surely see it as the perfect opportunity to strike, and Julian, knowing about the ambush beforehand, could easily wipe them out. Razlot finally understood everything. The strange talk about bait earlier was an allusion to this very plan. Julian was turning himself into bait, transforming the enemy's ambush into a mere act on his own stage. Razlot shuddered at the conclusion. A bloodbath was about to sweep through the Academy. Meanwhile, Julian still smiled at ease, completely unaware that he had become a true strategist. At Veal Academy, an elderly professor laughed awkwardly, sweat streaming down his face. In contrast to the professor's anxiety, Julian, a key figure of shut eyes, appeared incredibly smug with a mysterious smile. The professor hurried over to greet Julian, not expecting that Julian would personally come here. He added that with the victory anniversary fast approaching, he had assumed Julian wouldn't have any free time. Realizing he might have said something he shouldn't have, the professor quickly corrected himself, feigning delight at Julian's presence. Meanwhile, Julian secretly found amusement in the man's fear. The professor believed the students were also eagerly looking forward to Julian's special lecture. Hearing about the special lecture, Julian looked surprised and asked about it. The professor stammered, explaining that it was the lecture for students preparing for the practical exam. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Julian narrowed his eyes, breaking into a light sweat as he thought about this issue. Julian laughed, reassuring the professor that he was just asking, as he was also looking forward to it. However, deep down, he had never imagined he would have to teach students. Meanwhile, in lecture hall 1 of Veal Academy, students were buzzing with excitement, waiting for the class to begin. An ash-gray-haired girl noticed her friend Rin had arrived. She mentioned that the guest lecturer had not yet arrived. Rin breathed a sigh of relief that she wasn't late. In any case, she wasn't very interested in theoretical lecture. She felt a bit tired after overexerting herself during training. She had worked harder than usual, thinking she could rest during this lecture. Her friend sitting next to her noticed Rin's exhaustion. Rin admitted she was a little tired, nodding that fortunately today was just a guest lecture, so she just needed to sit and listen. At the same time, the professor and Julian arrived at the lecture hall door. The students inside were gossiping that the guest lecturers usually came from shut eyes, but this time it seemed to be a commoner. Shortly after, the professor stepped in and asked for everyone's attention. He announced that the guest lecturer had arrived and asked everyone to welcome. Julian's appearance sent the lecture hall into a stir. The students couldn't help but be surprised and whispered among themselves. One student exclaimed in shock, recognizing that Julian was from Shut Eyes. Rin was also surprised by this news. She looked confused, seemingly not understanding what was happening. Rin looked up at the podium, where Julian was standing with the professor, and she was completely stunned. Julian stepped up and introduced himself as Julian Criffart from Shut Eyes, saying he was very happy to be the guest lecturer today. Rin was completely shocked to realize who was standing on the podium. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering why that guy was here. Amidst the incessant whispering, Julian asked everyone not to be so tense. He placed his hands on the desk, announcing that he was here to give a short lecture in his capacity as a judge for the upcoming practical exam. With a sly smile, Julian declared that what he was about to teach today was nothing special at all. Julian's response left the students bewildered. He looked at them and said, "It seems you are confused." Julian continued, posing a question to the class. "Why do you practice swordsmanship?" Seeing the lecture hall fall silent, Julian laughed and said it was just a question to break the silence. Then he suddenly pointed straight at a student. "Well then, let me ask Rin that question." Caught off guard, Rin started, and her friend sitting next to her was equally surprised. Rin intended to ask why he was asking her such a question, but she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, realizing in time that she had almost replied in a disrespectful manner. Rin quickly regained her composure. She told herself that Julian was a lecturer, after all, and she should show respect. She decided to ask him back, assuming that everyone would want to hear his answer more than hers. Caught off guard by the counter-question, Julian appeared amused. He laughed aloud and replied bluntly, "Of course, to gain fame and status." Julian's answer left Rin and her friend stunned. Rin's friend thought he should have said something more noble, like for the royal family. Not letting them collect their thoughts, Julian asked Rin the same question again. This time, Rin replied composedly that it was to train her mind and body to achieve her goals. But deep down, she knew exactly that her goal was revenge. Julian acknowledged it as a profound answer and said that his reason for posing the question wasn't simply to break the ice. He explained that no matter how much one is taught swordsmanship, it could never compare to the foundation the students had built for themselves, and it would be impossible to help them make significant improvements in such a short time. Therefore, instead of talking about swordsmanship, Julian announced that today he would talk about aura, simultaneously gathering a flow of energy around his hand. The students, including Rin and her friend, were abuzz. They couldn't believe that Julian would teach about aura, a truly incredible topic. Julian explained that everyone had mana meridians, and utilizing them to strengthen the body or tools was the way to use aura. He emphasized that aura was a clear indicator of the skill gap between oneself and others. The students below could only marvel at his beautiful aura. After the demonstration, Julian smiled and asked if everyone could see the color of his aura. Rin smirked. Now she understood what Julian meant when he said aura was a yardstick for skill differences. A student raised their hand, suggesting Julian's aura color was gray, similar to moonlight. Another student wondered if it was silver. Amidst the uncertain answers, a voice rang out decisively. It was Rin. She asserted the aura color was silver. After identifying the silver, Rin didn't stop there. Her eyes flashed with confidence as she continued, and she finished her answer decisively, pointing out a second color that only she had perceived, also a pale cobalt blue. Rin confidently explained that Julian was using two different auras at the same time. She pointed out clearly that he had used silver aura in the scabbard, while simultaneously using pale cobalt blue aura in his hand. Julian smiled, confirming her answer was absolutely correct. Rin thought to herself, the ability to understand others' aura was the way to recognize the skill gap between two people. She had realized this since seeing Julian's traces at the forge. She had put in a lot of effort to close the gap between them and was confident that now it wouldn't be much of a difference. But just then, a thought flashed through her mind. Julian placed his finger on his lips, signaling silence with a mysterious smile as he said, "There is one more." Rin froze, her eyes wide with terror. She couldn't utter a word, only stammering, "Impossible." Immediately, Julian released a massive third aura, enveloping himself in a brilliant blue flame of energy. Rin and all the students in the lecture hall were completely overwhelmed, unable to believe this terrifying power. Ending the lecture, Julian released the third aura, a power that none of the students in the class could perceive. He explained that the ability to emit an aura that the opponent cannot perceive is the way to measure the strength gap. It is also the guarantee that you will never lose. Hearing Julian's words, Rin gritted her teeth in anger. She realized the insurmountable gap in class between herself and Julian. She bitterly admitted her own arrogance. The gap between them really was like heaven and earth. As Julian left the lecture hall, the dean was waiting at the door, showering him with praise. He was amazed that the lecture had been such a success. Julian only asked coldly if he had been standing outside the whole time. The dean started slightly. He awkwardly admitted that because Julian was the one lecturing, he had been a bit worried. Julian only smirked at the dean's flattery. Julian also found it amusing. Who would have expected Julian to be teaching others? Taking the opportunity, the dean asked Julian to also take charge of the upcoming practical exam. Julian was also a bit surprised by this request. After agreeing, Julian decided to return home. He walked along with a satisfied smile. On the way, Julian realized this hallway had also appeared in the game. Because it appeared quite often, he felt strangely familiar with it. Suddenly, a strange memory flashed in his mind. It was an image of Julian wiping blood off a sword. That memory was of the Black Knight, the fallen hero, Meteor Haydenreich, a character in the game. Julian clutched his head. Why did he suddenly remember that trailer scene? And who was the Black Knight supposed to be? It was the scene where he killed the Sword Saint. Julian told himself, as long as he was Julian, that would not happen. The scene shifted to Julian's mansion, with someone's hand resting on the sofa. Joshua was sitting on the sofa, frustrated because Julian hadn't returned yet. He was impatiently waiting to carry out his plan. He glanced at a painting on the wall with an annoyed expression. It seemed Julian's aesthetic taste didn't suit him at all. Following that, he glanced at another bizarre decorative statue and turned away in disdain. Joshua clutched his face in boredom. He would never understand Julian's taste. He was even irritated to see countless orchid pots displayed in the room, making him startle in alarm. At this time, a subordinate of Joshua, a young knight, entered and reported that the barrier had been installed according to his request. The knight said that as soon as the order was given, they could immediately deploy the barrier to block the flow of mana. Noticing the subordinates trembling, Joshua smirked and asked, "Are you afraid?" The young knight started, flustered by his master's unexpected question. Joshua lost his patience, gritting out a demand to know if he was afraid of Julian. His eyes were filled with anger and contempt for such cowardice. Joshua showed disdain. He didn't understand why his subordinate was so afraid. He boasted that their force in Julian's mansion currently included 2 knights with experience in hunting 2 horned demons and 6 devoted soldiers of the Krapat family. Additionally, there was a high-ranking mage and a mana-blocking barrier, a force way too excessive to take down just one person. The knight replied fearfully, saying that if that person was Julian, then everything was different. He tremblingly recalled Julian's overwhelming power and figured that with such a force, it still wasn't enough to deal with. Seeing that, Joshua only smirked in challenge, ordering him to continue. The knight reported one more strange thing. The air in the mansion was very weird. Although it was late, not a single servant was to be seen. Joshua dismissed it, assuming they had left early. But the knight was still worried. Could Julian have foreseen they would come? The subordinate's anxiety made Joshua angry. He gripped the armrest of the chair tightly. Unable to restrain himself, Joshua delivered a thunderous punch to the knight's face. He shouted, cursing the subordinate as a coward. Joshua roared, questioning the subordinate why he was so afraid, and if he was still worthy of being a knight of the Krapat family. Taken by surprise, the knight could only bow his head and apologize to his young master. Joshua ordered his subordinate that they didn't need to fight, just activate the barrier at the right moment. He muttered that the knights were such cowards, but once the barrier was activated, Julian wouldn't even be able to use his aura properly. Thinking of that, Joshua flashed a cruel and confident smile. He believed that once Julian's power was neutralized, he would easily overpower him. Just then, a soldier ran in to report someone approaching. Joshua thought triumphantly that Julian had finally arrived, ordering everyone to take their position. At the same time, outside Julian's mansion, a mysterious group was also moving under the cover of night. They were hiding in the bushes, preparing for a raid. One of them suggested that, at this hour, Julian was likely preparing to sleep. The leader, William Highlands, a member of the Sunrise Society, gritted his teeth, saying he wanted to storm in and eliminate Julian immediately. The others agreed, loudly criticizing Julian's attitude of ignoring rules and the fact that he had been made a bishop in the first place, which was absurd. Those gathered under the night were all members of the Sunrise Society, and all shared a deep-seated grudge against Julian. And tonight, under the leadership of William Highlands, they would personally execute their own justice, making Julian pay with his life. William Highlands bitterly declared that as a member of the Highlands family ruined by Julian, he had come to execute justice. Another member in the group noticed William's hand was shaking and teased that he seemed nervous. William quickly cleared his throat to regain his composure, telling himself he had almost lost his poise. He drew his wand and ordered everyone to follow him as he entered the mansion. William began casting a type of magic that created a silent barrier. The undying stillness magic was activated, creating a veil covering the whole group to hide their presence. The other members were amazed. William was confident that this barrier would block most sounds and presence, preventing Julian from waking up. He ordered everyone to enter. They were confident that the plan would succeed. Previous investigations showed all servants had left before sunset, meaning Julian was completely alone in the mansion. However, as the group was sneaking in, William's wand suddenly flickered. He stopped abruptly. A comrade asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Lord William?" William sensed something unusual. He stammered that the flow of mana in this place was very strange, as if someone had deliberately blocked it. Meanwhile, on Joshua's side, the knight reported in a panic that Julian was not alone. There were many other signs in the mansion besides them. Joshua froze. The knight added they weren't servants, but skilled warriors. Joshua began to realize his plan might have been discovered. Joshua gritted his teeth in anger, wondering if someone had leaked the information. Back to William, his members were also in a panic. William was horrified, thinking, could Julian have known about the ambush beforehand and already set up a barrier? Both Joshua and William simultaneously realized a terrifying truth. Julian had not only foreseen the attack, but also set a deadly trap for both groups. A subordinate with pink hair was tremblingly asking his young master, Joshua, about the next plan. Joshua, with a sulky face, gritted his teeth in anger, thinking the coward should be fired as soon as they returned. Joshua turned his back, flashing a smug smile. He didn't care at all even if this was a trap. With a look of determination and a hint of madness, Joshua declared that today was the day he would end Julian. Joshua said that thanks to the barrier, Julian was weakened. Their plan would be that while he killed Julian, the others would handle his underlings. Following that, he waved his hand to give the order, declaring the plan would continue as before, and he would be the one to end Julian's disgrace. One of Joshua's subordinates reported that the target was in the hallway outside the reception room. Joshua smiled smugly, drew his weapon, and decided to launch a preemptive strike before the opponent could act. Stepping out into the hallway, Joshua's group collided with William's group. Joshua looked at William with a look of disdain, thinking they were just a bunch of nameless vermin. William shouted in anger, responding to Joshua's mockery. Immediately, William released a powerful stream of lightning magic, growling and asking if the opponent had no shame. A subordinate reported to Joshua that based on the magic used in the barrier, the opponent must be a mage of rank 3 or higher. However, Joshua still showed contempt, thinking he was just a mage trapped in a barrier anyway. Joshua ordered his subordinates to charge and take them down. William nimbly dodged the attack and counterattacked with a sharp sword strike. Joshua was surprised to see his subordinates being taken down easily. He looked around and wondered where Julian was. Suddenly, there was a cry of pain. Someone seemed to have been hit, making Joshua turn around and ask in surprise, "What is this?" A minion's body was hit by a lightning bolt and flew past Joshua. He stared in terror at the front, not understanding what was happening. A figure scorched black from lightning collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Joshua and his subordinates were astonished. Joshua wondered why even when the barrier was activated, that mage still had such great power. He cursed the coward behind him under his breath and swore to fire him. Meanwhile, William was also suffering from the effects of the barrier. He clutched his chest, asking his opponent how he felt with difficulty. William coughed up a mouthful of blood. He cursed to himself that he couldn't move properly because of the barrier's effects. Joshua gritted his teeth, unable to believe the bastard could still struggle even when he was about to collapse from the effects of the barrier. Joshua began to weigh his options, wondering if he should use his trump card right now. But then he dismissed the thought, shaking his head and telling himself he couldn't waste a trump card intended for Julian on someone as weak as this. He decided he had to patiently wait for an opening. Just then, William staggered, seemingly at his limit from the barrier's effects. Joshua realized his chance had finally arrived. Joshua wore a triumphant smile, shouting that this was the opening he'd been looking for, then grabbed the orchid pot behind him. Taking advantage of William's weakness, Joshua hurled the pot at him. Caught by surprise, William was startled by the object flying his way. Immediately, Joshua lunged forward to close the distance with William. Cornered, William tried to use his lightning magic one more time. However, Joshua was one step faster. He knocked William's staff away, stopping the attack in its tracks. Successfully overpowering his opponent, Joshua let out a manic laugh. Joshua drove a dagger into William's shoulder. William let out a cry of pain as blood began to pour from the wound. Joshua pressed the sharp blade against William's neck, gaining complete control over him. Joshua mocked his opponent, saying that not even a third-rate mage could move within this barrier. With his eyes glowing a furious purple, Joshua growled, calling William a nameless piece of trash and asking why he dared to stand in his way. He pressed the blade harder against William's neck, demanding to know how much Julian had paid him. Unjustly accused, William could only stare in confusion and ask, "What?" Joshua continued to sneer, saying that a price of 5,000 or 10,000 nar for his life was dirt cheap. Without giving his opponent a chance to explain, Joshua delivered a crushing kick to William's face, causing him to scream in agony. William raised his hands in desperation, trying to ward Joshua off. He screamed in a panic, insisting he hadn't been hired by Julian. Pinned to the ground by Joshua, William still tried to explain that he was telling the truth, that he had also come here today to ambush Julian. This unexpected confession seemed to make Joshua pause for a moment, as he asked back, "Really?" However, Joshua quickly reclaimed his ruthless persona. He said that whether it was true or not didn't matter, because for daring to stand in his way, William had to die. Sensing Joshua's killing intent, William's face was filled with terror, and he stammered, begging for his life. Joshua raised his sword high, preparing to finish his opponent off. As Joshua prepared to strike, a sarcastic tusk echoed from behind. A pair of luxurious shoes slowly stepped into the frame, signaling the arrival of an uninvited guest. The person who had just appeared was none other than Julian. He spoke calmly, saying there were quite a few uninvited guests tonight. Joshua turned around, stunned by Julian's presence. Joshua couldn't believe his eyes, wondering when Julian had arrived and how he had failed to sense his presence at all. Julian, with a half-smile, remained calm. The mage on the ground recognized him and called out in terror, "Julian." Joshua stepped back, thinking to himself that Julian really was a monster. However, instead of paying attention to the people terrified before him, Julian focused on the shattered orchid pot on the ground. He picked up a shard and said with regret that it had been broken. This action served as a reminder of the lace siwu hidden within Julian. Afterward, Julian turned to Joshua's group and said coldly that they had barged in and caused a commotion. Trying to reassure himself, Joshua shouted at his accomplices not to be afraid, because within the barrier, they could still fight purely with swordsmanship. Julian bent down again, scooping up a handful of dirt from the broken pot. He looked at the dirt in his hand and said with a regretful tone that he had quite liked that plan. Julian's strange attitude left Joshua completely confused and speechless. He wondered if the powerful aura he felt was even real. Right at that moment, a massive blue magical aura exploded from Julian's body, engulfing the entire hallway. He affirmed that the barrier was definitely working, implying that this power of his still wasn't his full strength. Julian wore a sinister smile, declaring that it seemed he needed to complete the lesson on etiquette that had been missed last time. Joshua could only ask in horror why that aura could be so large. Returning to the time before, when Julian was on his way back to his mansion. But as he neared the place, he sensed a strange atmosphere enveloping the mansion. Julian realized that not only had the atmosphere outside become strange, but the mana source here was also completely unstable. He smiled because what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Julian knew for sure that someone had come to ambush him, just as the warning had predicted. Naturally, there were many who held hatred for this villain, Julian. He walked forward leisurely, because naturally, there would be those wanting to settle old score. But the Julian of today was no longer as weak as before. He was strong enough to have perfected the crescent moon sword. He wondered if he should reveal himself to confront them. Inside the mansion, a plant pot lay shattered. As Julian stepped in, a chaotic scene appeared before his eyes. Someone was already lying slumped in a pool of blood. Julian was slightly surprised. Had they fought each other without him needing to lift a finger? Julian suddenly realized something. His statue had also been broken. He felt annoyed that they had actually ruined everything. Lee Siwoo, who was living in Julian's body, thought that if it were the real Julian, he would have screamed in anger. But he wasn't the real Julian. He didn't want this life to change his emotions, but when he saw the pot, it was the orchid he cherished. An intense emotion surged, and Julian screamed in pain, "Angelica." He knelt down, unable to believe the scene before him. Memories came flooding back. It was the first plant he had watered when he became Julian, and also the first one he had named. The pain turned into anger. He gritted his teeth and called out Angelica's name. Fury rose up. Julian swore he would avenge Angelica. His true self, Lee Siwoo, also seemed to agree with this. Julian unleashed his power, ready for a massacre. He activated the Crescent Moon Sword. To honor Angelica's death, he would kill everyone who dared to harm her. But suddenly, Lee Siwoo's reason returned. He wondered why he was this angry just because of an orchid. He wondered if this was another change coming from becoming Julian. From before, he had only been playing the role of Julian, trying not to let himself be influenced by the character. Trying to regain his composure, Julian told himself not to let emotions carry him away. It was just a small orchid, after all. Yet, the image of Angelica kept appearing in his mind. Julian's stream of memories returned to the days he cared for Angelica. He had watered the plant every day, took it to the window to catch the sunlight, wiped its leaves before going to sleep, and even gave it a bit of nutrition as a special gift. Yet they had dared to do that to Angelica. The more he thought about it, the more Julian felt furious. At this rate, he would truly kill them. The scene shifted to the present, where Julian was standing facing Joshua and William. Julian tried to regain his composure, deciding to change the subject. He said he hadn't hired anyone at all. Julian asked the two assassins what they would do now. Joshua and William appeared wary. Julian mocked them, asking if they had any other plans now that their night ambush had failed. Joshua could only remain silent. Julian silently assessed the situation. He could easily handle Joshua. But the problem was that mage. He didn't know what kind of magic he used, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Alone, Julian could easily overpower any of them, but if both attacked at the same time, it would be slightly troublesome. Julian said straight to the two assassins that they should know they couldn't defeat him even if they worked together. And Julian never spared an enemy that had bared its fangs at him. He believed they were aware of that. But out of mercy, Julian decided to give them both a chance. He ordered the two assassins to fight each other. Both were stunned. Julian declared that whoever won, he would let live. Joshua was furious, thinking Julian was toying with them. He roared, asking if they were just small fries in his eyes, whether they snuck into Julian's mansion or not. But inwardly, Joshua thought otherwise. With this foolish mage and the power of the horn, perhaps he could crush Julian. Suddenly, the mage showed signs of something strange. He trembled and cried out in pain. Joshua asked in surprise if he was all right. William screamed frantically. Joshua panicked, asking the mage to calm down and cooperate to fight against Julian together. William yelled madly. He knew Joshua was planning to stab him in the back to be the only one to survive. Meanwhile, Julian just stood there with a meaningful smile, enjoying watching the internal infighting he had set up. Blinded by fear, William screamed that he would kill Joshua to survive. Joshua cursed William as an idiot, reminding him that someone like Julian, the smiling executioner, would never let the winner survive. But by now, William wasn't listening to a word. He used magic to launch a flame attack toward Joshua. On this side, Joshua tried to brace himself to fight back. Afterward, he regained the initiative and jumped to slash a blow toward William. He swung his sword, aiming straight at William. The sharp blade pierced through William. Blood sprayed out. William collapsed in astonishment. Joshua panted heavily. He had truly attacked without fear. He had taken down the mage, but now it was his turn to be killed by Julian. Joshua trembled. He knew that the smiling executioner never spared anyone who held hostility toward. Death was imminent, and now it was right before his eyes. After the battle ended, Julian looked down at Joshua, who was gasping for air on the ground, and remarked sarcastically that he must have had a bloody and painful fight. Cornered, Joshua desperately searched for an exit from this dangerous situation. In the moment of life and death, he suddenly remembered the demon horn that Alpha had given him. It was an item said to be able to grant the innate power of demons. Joshua thought if he used it, he could kill Julian, or at least escape. Just as he was about to take out the horn, Joshua panicked when he realized his pants had been burned by the previous magic. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Joshua turn in surprise. Is this a demon horn? William, as if a thought had popped into his head, called out, wait. He had nothing left to lose. He thought he didn't have any hope left. Hugging the horn tightly to his chest, William's craving for life surged more intensely than ever. He screamed in desperation. Knowing he was about to commit an unforgivable sin, William yelled for the archbishop to forgive his mistakes, then swallowed the horn whole. Immediately, a stream of dark energy enveloped William. He screamed in excruciating pain as the transformation began. A loud noise echoed when the transformation was complete. Joshua, standing nearby, was terrified by the sight before him. In his mind, Joshua recalled Alpha's face and roared in resentment, cursing the one who had deceived. Joshua understood now. Alpha had said he would gain the power of a demon, not that he would turn into a real demon. Meanwhile, Julian turned and asked Joshua, who was shivering in fear, if he was the one who had brought that horn. Joshua stammered that it had been brought by a knight named Alphas. Julian smirked. He understood everything. Alpha's Mayhand, a bishop of the dawn, the one who especially hated Julian, was the one behind it. He didn't know what relationship Alphas had with Joshua, but there was definitely some plot unfolding. The demon William had turned into growled, but Julian remarked that luckily, this horn seemed to be a fake. Julian remarked calmly, the shape of this demon is quite similar to the one I dealt with in the slum. He linked this event to the demonic anomaly that Elenoa had asked about, and noted that its strength was weaker than the horns created from relics. Underestimated, the demon William roared in fury, showing off his strength. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Joshua screamed in panic. He hurriedly turned to Julian, the only one who could save him now. Joshua desperately begged Julian to kill that demon, admitting he was wrong. Responding to the plea, Julian just folded his arms and smiled meaningfully. Joshua screamed in desperation that as a member of the Krypart clan, Julian had to protect. Julian's cold refusal was like a death sentence. Just as his last hope was extinguished, Joshua realized in horror that the demon William had moved into position. A second later, it leaped forward. The demon William didn't hesitate, delivering a fatal blow to Joshua. Joshua's scream of pain echoed after that blow, a strike straight to the chest that caused blood to gush out. Julian stood watching and taunted, if you don't try harder, you might actually die. Joshua, clutching his wound in front of Julian, stammered, my lord. Joshua's face showed clear terror. He begged through tears, calling Julian big brother and pleading for his life. Julian thought to himself, what a quick turncoat. Just then, the demon suddenly growled, making Joshua jump. But the demon didn't pay him any mind and walked straight past. Julian stood calmly, sensing the demon's killing intent shifting toward him. He smirked maliciously. Thanks to Julian's instincts, all he wanted to do now was send this demon to hell. Julian thought to himself, the real Julian is truly an idiot, someone who hates demons this much. Eventually became someone who craves demonic power. Julian spoke while approaching, facing the demon head-on. The demon William roared and lunged, but Julian agilely dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He just laughed with interest at his opponent's ferocity. Without a shred of hesitation, Julian slashed a sharp blow that split the demon in half. He didn't forget to mockingly call the demon a bug crawling toward it. It roared madly in pain. Immediately after, the demon's entire body collapsed to the floor. He followed up with another sword strike. The demon could only scream in pain. Julian was slightly surprised when witnessing the next scene. The wound on the demon's body started to heal itself. Julian realized this was a demon with regenerative abilities. He inferred that the process of demonization usually transferred the abilities that the human possessed as well. Julian analyzed the situation quickly, realizing that perhaps William's intense desire to survive had been amplified, transforming him into a demon with regenerative abilities. Recognizing this formidable ability, even Joshua couldn't help but wonder for a moment how one could possibly kill such a thing. But for Julian, this was not frightening at all. On the contrary, for Julian, this situation was somewhat interesting. Julian continued his deduction, recalling that William had originally been a mage capable of using high-level magic. Julian analyzed further, thinking, does a high-level mage turned demon only possess regenerative abilities? There must be more to it. To Julian, this situation was truly fascinating. That was when he decided to play his trump card. Julian's eyes flashed as he activated a special ability, the clairvoyance skill. With clairvoyance, Julian understood that no matter how good the regeneration was, as long as he destroyed the demonic core, the equivalent of a human heart, everything would be resolved. The clairvoyance skill began scanning the demon's entire body, analyzing its structure. Before long, a concentrated source of energy was detected. The demon's fatal weak point had been exposed. Julian smirked triumphantly. The demonic core was located right on its head, a position far too exposed. He laughed out loud, thinking that this was no different from the demon begging for death itself. The demon William stood up once again. It began checking its arms. The wounds seemed to have healed completely, which made Julian exclaim, "That's some fast recovery." The demon stood firm, growling in challenge, its body completely recovered as if it had never been wounded. Julian's sword flashed with electricity as he took a stance, ready for a real fight. "Come on, let's fight again." Responding to the challenge, the demon William let out a roar that shook the heavens, signaling that the final battle was about to begin. Julian was not to be outdone, shouting with an excited and frantic expression, "Bring it on." Julian drew his sword, a green light enveloping it, ready for battle. The demon William let out a shrill roar, its rage seemingly shaking the entire space around them. Without a moment's hesitation, Julian lunged forward, the sword in his hand flashing with eerie green light as he slashed straight at the enemy. Julian swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating a sharp streak of light in the air. Julian's slash was so fast that the demon William could not react, forced to take the full brunt of the attack. A deep gash appeared, severing the demon's arm, blood splattering everywhere, a testament to Julian's terrifying power. After the strike, Julian offered a smug smile, as if he were completely in control of the match. He whispered, his tone filled with disdain, "A meaningless struggle." Provoked, the demon William lunged madly at Julian, determined to fight to the death with the one who had wounded it. Julian gently raised his sword to block the demon's attack. Its strength could not even make him budge. Julian looked at the demon with cold, sharp eyes, wondering if it truly dared to attack a demon hunter like. Julian lightly swung his sharp sword, severing the demon's other arm. Having lost both arms, the demon William roared in anger, but it could do nothing against Julian. Julian maintained his smug smile, seemingly enjoying this battle. In an instant, Julian unleashed a lightning slash, aiming directly at the demon William. Julian's eyes gleamed with intense focus. He had found his opponent's opening. "An opening!" Julian exclaimed, immediately seizing the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. He quickly closed the distance, giving the demon no chance to counterattack or escape. Julian leaped up, swinging his sword down from above, a powerful and beautiful attack. This time, Julian struck even faster and harder, seemingly intent on ending the fight. Julian's sword pierced the demon's head, a fatal blow ending the battle. The strike pierced straight into the mana core, causing it to shatter. After achieving his goal, he slowly landed and stepped backward. The demon William trembled in agony, as Julian's sword was buried deep in its head. The demon could only growl its final sound. After taking down the demon, Julian stood watching from afar, the dust of battle still not having settled. He turned his back and walked away, coldly dropping a line, "Die, you trash." Julian walked over and placed his hand on his sword. Then he dramatically declared, "I am the demon hunter, Julian, hee." A powerful slash tore the monster's body apart. However, immediately afterward, Lee Siwoo's inner monologue surfaced as he scolded himself. "I told myself I wouldn't say lines like that anymore." At this moment, Joshua was trembling with fear. Joshua stammered, "I am possible," not believing what had just happened. Julian turned back, his cold eyes staring straight at Joshua. Seeing Joshua kneeling on the ground, Julian just asked softly, "Ahem." Julian leaned down, wearing a sinister smile and thinking, "Is he scared now?" He continued, "Considering you ambushed me in the middle of the night, a harsh punishment would be entirely justified." But Julian had another plan. He knew that one day, Joshua would hold immense power within the Krypart family. Therefore, Julian thought it would be very clever to leash Joshua early on to make him easy to control later. Julian grabbed Joshua by the collar and said, "Now then." He helped Joshua up and said cryptically, "Well done, you survived after all." Joshua was still terrified, stammering in response, is that so?" The scene shifted to Julian's luxurious office. He was sitting pensively at his desk, holding a purple crystal, thinking, "An artificial horn, huh?" Julian continued his thoughts. "To think I'd see another copy from the slums right here in the capital." Julian recalled that in the original story, the influence of the Sunrise Society reached even the capital, and these copies caused all sorts of problems. Julian realized a worrying fact. This is all happening too fast. According to the original work, this shouldn't have happened until Lin Ronbell graduated from the academy. Julian remembered that Lin was the one burning, with the intention of taking revenge on the person who created these copies. And then he remembered that the person who stopped the development of those artificial horns was the Black Knight. That was the Black Knight, a mysterious character active in the capital, always hiding his true identity behind a black mask. In the original work, the Black Knight was the one who secretly suppressed the Sunrise Society with overwhelming power, his image submerged in a sea of fire. His true identity was the Sword Saint, Hayden Reich, the protagonist of the original story, who was living a double life. Julian deduced that if the Black Knight had already appeared, these artificial horns couldn't have appeared so quickly. At the very least, there should have been rumors spreading. So why was the capital so quiet? Julian wondered. Could it be because Bishop Pintle hadn't appeared yet? Julian remembered that the Black Knight only became famous after stopping Bishop Pintle and retrieving a soul stone. From his position, Julian had always considered the Black Knight an underground ally in preventing the Demon King's revival and disbanding the Sunrise Society. Yet, that ally wasn't acting at all. Julian dismissed the negative thought. No, that's impossible. Sword Saint Hayden Reich would never ignore the danger to the people. This belief of his went beyond the story. It came from his personal trust in Hayden Reich, because he was the protagonist, a true hero. Julian returned to reality. He looked at the artificial horn fragment on the table and thought, in any case, the important thing right now is. With a determined expression, Julian concluded, it seems like an example needs to be made. He decided to take action himself to control the situation. Julian drew his sword, a green light enveloping it, ready for battle. The demon William let out a shrill roar, its rage seemingly shaking the entire space around them. Without a moment's hesitation, Julian lunged forward, the sword in his hand flashing with eerie green light as he slashed straight at the enemy. Julian swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating a sharp streak of light in the air. Julian's slash was so fast that the demon William could not react, forced to take the full brunt of the attack. A deep gash appeared, severing the demon's arm, blood splattering everywhere, a testament to Julian's terrifying power. After the strike, Julian offered a smug smile, as if he were completely in control of the match. He whispered, his tone filled with disdain, a meaningless struggle. Provoked, the demon William lunged madly at Julian, determined to fight to the death with the one who had wounded. Julian gently raised his sword to block the demon's attack. Its strength could not even make him budge. Julian looked at the demon with cold, sharp eyes, wondering if it truly dared to attack a demon hunter like him. Julian lightly swung his sharp sword, severing the demon's other arm. Having lost both arms, the demon William roared in anger, but it could do nothing against Julian. Julian maintained his smug smile, seemingly enjoying this battle. In an instant, Julian unleashed a lightning slash, aiming directly at the demon William. Julian's eyes gleamed with intense focus. He had found his opponent's opening. An opening, Julian exclaimed, immediately seizing the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. He quickly closed the distance, giving the demon no chance to counterattack or escape. Julian leaped up, swinging his sword down from above, a powerful and beautiful attack. This time, Julian struck even faster and harder, seemingly intent on ending the fight. Julian's sword pierced the demon's head, a fatal blow ending the battle. The strike pierced straight into the mana core, causing it to shatter. After achieving his goal, he slowly landed and stepped backward. The demon William trembled in agony as Julian's sword was buried deep in its head. The demon could only growl its final sound. After taking down the demon, Julian stood watching from afar, the dust of battle still not having settled. He turned his back and walked away, coldly dropping a line, "Die, you trash." Julian walked over and placed his hand on his sword. Then he dramatically declared, "I am the demon hunter, Julian, hee." A powerful slash tore the monster's body apart. However, immediately afterward, Lee Siwoo's inner monologue surfaced as he scolded himself. I told myself I wouldn't say lines like that anymore. At this moment, Joshua was trembling with fear. Joshua stammered, "I am possible," not believing what had just happened. Julian turned back, his cold eyes staring straight at Joshua. Seeing Joshua kneeling on the ground, Julian just asked softly, "Ahem." Julian leaned down, wearing a sinister smile and thinking, is he scared now? He continued, "Considering you ambushed me in the middle of the night, a harsh punishment would be entirely justified." But Julian had another plan. He knew that one day, Joshua would hold immense power within the Krypart family. Therefore, Julian thought it would be very clever to leash Joshua early on to make him easy to control later. Julian grabbed Joshua by the collar and said, "Now then." He helped Joshua up and said cryptically, "Well done, you survived after all." Joshua was still terrified, stammering in response, is that so?" The scene shifted to Julian's luxurious office. He was sitting pensively at his desk, holding a purple crystal, thinking, an artificial horn, huh? Julian continued his thoughts. To think I'd see another copy from the slums right here in the capital. Julian recalled that in the original story, the influence of the Sunrise Society reached even the capital, and these copies caused all sorts of problems. Julian realized a worrying fact. This is all happening too fast. According to the original work, this shouldn't have happened until Lin Ronbell graduated from the academy. Julian remembered that Lin was the one burning, with the intention of taking revenge on the person who created these copies. And then he remembered that the person who stopped the development of those artificial horns was the Black Knight. That was the Black Knight, a mysterious character active in the capital, always hiding his true identity behind a black mask. In the original work, the Black Knight was the one who secretly suppressed the Sunrise Society with overwhelming power, his image submerged in a sea of fire. His true identity was the Sword Saint, Hayden Reich, the protagonist of the original story, who was living a double life. Julian deduced that if the Black Knight had already appeared, these artificial horns couldn't have appeared so quickly. At the very least, there should have been rumors spreading. So why was the capital so quiet? Julian wondered. Could it be because Bishop Pintle hadn't appeared yet? Julian remembered that the Black Knight only became famous after stopping Bishop Pintle and retrieving a soul stone. From his position, Julian had always considered the Black Knight an underground ally in preventing the Demon King's revival and disbanding the Sunrise Society. Yet, that ally wasn't acting at all. Julian dismissed the negative thought. No, that's impossible. Sword Saint Hayden Reich would never ignore the danger to the people. This belief of his went beyond the story. It came from his personal trust in Hayden Reich, because he was the protagonist, a true hero. Julian returned to reality. He looked at the artificial horn fragment on the table and thought, in any case, the important thing right now is. With a determined expression, Julian concluded, it seems like an example needs to be made. He decided to take action himself to control the situation. After the break-in, Julian's mansion was plunged into chaos. The maids and butler were stunned at the scene before them. One maid gasped in horror. What on earth happened here? The scene was truly horrific, with shards and bloodstains scattered across the floor. An eerie silence blanketed the mansion, leaving only the fear of the staff. The servants started whispering. They remembered that when they first arrived, the mansion was a mess, and the bloodstains were frighteningly numerous. Amidst that scene, Julian appeared with a calm expression. A servant asked in surprise if he had really slept in such a chaotic mansion all night. The servants whispered in shock, unable to believe Julian had single-handedly dealt with over 10 intruders. But Julian just thought to himself, do they think I'm not afraid of those intruders? In reality, the only reason Julian could remain calm was due to the senses of this Julian body, and his survival instinct told him to play his role perfectly. He closed his eyes, reassuring himself. The reason he could still act as if nothing had happened amidst this chaos was because he was playing a part. Julian turned his back and walked away, leaving the trembling servants behind. He knew that soon, rumors of this would quickly spread throughout the capital. He clenched his fist. All he could do now was ensure he looked exactly like the smiling executioner, and that was all. Julian looked down at the remains of the intruders and hesitated for a moment. A servant asked, how should we handle this? He quickly regained his cold expression, waved his hand, and told the butler, if it's unnecessary, don't ask me, just handle it yourself. The maid handed him the dead orchid. Julian glanced at it and realized it was Angelica. He ordered the maid, bury it carefully in the yard. A sorrowful order. Just as Julian predicted, rumors of him repelling the intruders in the blink of an eye spread. People called him the smiling executioner, the one who killed every single thug that broke into his mansion. Especially among the gossip-loving nobility, the story was spread at dizzying speed, from one person to another. And then, to suit their tastes, the rumors were gradually embellished, becoming increasingly divergent from the truth. Meanwhile, in Odwin Balladeer's office, she was speaking with Julian. She said, Lord Julian, because of you, the Imperial Palace is in complete turmoil. Odwin Balladeer asked Julian solemnly, I heard you wiped out an entire night squad. The rumor had been blown way out of proportion. Hearing this, Julian burst into laughter, repeating mockingly, wiped out an entire night squad, you say? He deftly denied the rumor. Even I couldn't pull that off in a single day, could I? Odwin seemed to agree. Julian shrugged, saying with a smug look, yeah, I was just handling some shameless scoundrels who tried to break into my mansion. Odwin remained skeptical, suggesting Julian's actions weren't exactly normal. But Julian just replied sarcastically, aren't they? For me, that's practically a daily routine. But deep down, he was mocking himself. Yeah, daily routine, my foot. Isn't that just the life of a complete failure? Seeing Julian still keeping up that arrogant facade, Odwin made a suggestion. She hinted that Julian should temporarily suspend his duties and get some rest after what had happened. And as for his lecturing position at Veal Academy, they could arrange for someone else to cover it. However, Julian rejected it immediately. He asserted that he wasn't weak enough to quit his job over a minor incident. In his head, another reason surfaced. If it were the real Julian, he would never take leave for some trivial nonsense like this. Julian secretly thought, if I hand over the academy job to someone else, there's a high chance I'll get called to participate in the victory anniversary celebration. No matter what, I don't want to run into the sword saint. Seeing Julian was set on his decision, Odwin had to accept it. She said, well, it's your body, you know it best. I'll get in touch with the academy then. Julian smiled, thanked her, and bowed. Thank you, my lady. I'll take my leave now. He placed his hand on the doorknob, ending the conversation and preparing for his next move. After leaving, Julian pondered the remaining issues. So the only thing left is to handle the problem with the replicas. He thought about the replica horn Joshua had obtained and the bishop who had tried to attack. Julian was certain that both of these matters were deeply connected to the Dawn cult. Therefore, he couldn't let the sex bishops, the ones standing behind and monitoring this situation, escape responsibility. He muttered to himself, honestly, I'd like to just let everything slide quietly, but this world seems to be whispering to me that I shouldn't. A determined smile appeared on his lips. It was time to take action. The scene shifted to Genmal Monastery. Julian was on his way to meet the archbishop when he unexpectedly saw a familiar face, Bishop Aliner. Someone in white stepped forward to greet Aliner. Aliner replied in surprise, oh, isn't that Bishop Baden? What brings you to Genmal Monastery? Baden, looking elegant, replied cheerfully, what else could it be? I'm here to see Archbishop Tenelin. Aliner immediately recognized the person. It was Baden Donatian, a direct descendant of the Donatian family, one of the Empire's 4 major families specializing in magic, and the man dubbed the next patriarch. Furthermore, Baden was an extremist follower of the pureblood ideology to realize his family's long-standing desire for the Philosopher's Stone, or the elixir of life. He believed that absolute ability was paramount. Aliner reminded him, well, that's unfortunate. I believe I was the one who scheduled an appointment with the archbishop first. Baden then acted politely. Haha, then there's no other way. I shall wait outside the reception room. Meanwhile, Aliner thought to herself, the reason I came to Genmal Monastery was to report to the archbishop about the replica horns circulating in the slums in the capital, but I just had to run into Baden. She walked, calculating. Those replicas are inferior to the ones the archbishop crafted by hand. They are low-grade goods full of impurities. Even so, they are still items that can be used for demonization. Aliner continued to analyze, but you can't create such replicas without an original to base them on. Of course, this is the work of the Dawn cult's bishops, and Baden is also one of the prime suspects. She thought about the connection. The horn the archbishop created is, in essence, similar to Baden's elixir of life. If Baden is truly the one creating the replica, then to complete the true elixir of life, he's conducting experiments on commoners, regardless of what the Dawn cult's intentions are. Images of demons flashed in Aliner's mind. Aliner stood outside the archbishop's door, shaking her head. That's what I want to think, but I can't be sure yet without evidence. She paused, pondering. What bothers me is that even if I report this, will Archbishop Tenelin truly lament the replica horn incident and punish those responsible? A cruel image of Archbishop Tenelin appeared in her head. Aliner even thought of the worst-case scenario. What if he's the one who ordered the production of the replicas to eliminate the sword saint Hayden Reich, whom he hates, in order to accelerate the Empire's collapse? Moreover, once Aliner's audience ended, it would be Baden's turn to see him. She worried, I don't know what Tenelin will say to him after hearing my report. That could blow the whole plan. As Aliner entered the room and politely greeted the archbishop, she seemed to have arrived at a difficult decision. Perhaps I have no choice but to postpone the replica horn issue. Inside the room, Archbishop Tenelin, wearing his mask, welcomed Bishop Aliner. Yes, Bishop Aliner, how have you been? Aliner bowed respectfully. Well, thanks to your grace. But just then, the door to the reception room swung open violently. Julian stood there, blocking the light, causing Aliner to turn around in surprise. Both Aliner and the archbishop were stunned by this unexpected appearance. Aliner stammered, J. Julian. A guard rushed over, trying to stop him. Bishop Julian. Another bishop has already entered the reception room first. Julian didn't say a word. He pointed his sword at the guard's neck with sharp, cold eyes, causing the man to let out nothing more than a terrified H-hic. Archbishop Tenelin, though hidden by his mask, remained calm and asked, Bishop Julian, what is the meaning of this? Julian smiled smugly, completely ignoring the terrified guard. He had successfully created the chaos he desired. He indifferently dropped a small, dark object from his hand. The object hit the floor right in front of Archbishop Tenelin. The archbishop looked down and asked, What is that? Julian stared straight at Tenelin, his eyes sharp as knives, and spoke, most venerable archbishop. With a grin, Julian unleashed the decisive blow. Are you aware that there are low-quality replica horns, which could only have been created by your own hand, circulating in the cap? Elinor stood behind him in shock. She could only let out a stunned huh. Julian stood there triumphantly, his half-smile showing he had complete control of the situation, forcing Tenelin onto the defensive. Elinor, still confused, stammered in her thoughts. That's what I was planning to say. Julian secretly thought, I've gone too far. Even for a regular member of the church, drawing a weapon in the reception room was already an act challenging the archbishop's authority. But the deed was done. Julian couldn't ignore the situation now. The archbishop spoke, a low-quality replica of the horn. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Just then Baden rushed in, shouting loudly, Archbishop, what is the meaning of this disturbance? Upon seeing Julian, Baden cut in to ask, Bishop Julian. Baden questioned him angrily. What is the meaning of this, and what about the talk of the replica horns too? Baden acted dangerous and began threatening Julian. As a bishop, learn to control your actions and words that cause chaos within the congregation. He continued to interrogate Julian. I know you're favored by the archbishop, but barging into the reception room and drawing your sword is the behavior of a thug, isn't it? Looking at the man, Julian secretly judged. Even though the colors of corruption are rising, Bishop Baden remains calm. He really is the head of a family. But still. Afterward, Julian just smirked slightly. Julian's smile made Bishop Baden uncomfortable. He asked, Do you find something funny? Julian replied casually, It's ridiculous. Julian pointed straight at Baden, saying it was Baden himself, Bishop Baden, who had been feigning innocence while being the one to sow unrest within the Dawn cult with the horn replica. Julian's accusation made Bishop Baden start, and sweat began to pour. Baden hurriedly denied it. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. He and his two henchmen appeared incredibly flustered. Julian continued, mocking that no noble would be unaware of the Donatian family's long-standing ambition. Bishop Baden clicked his tongue, not bothering to pretend anymore. Julian continued, suggesting that greed was a powerful motivator, a force that fueled this organization called the Dawn Cult. However, Julian raised his hand in warning. If that greed causes our grand plan to be exposed. Bishop Baden continued to feign ignorance, asking, Bishop Julian, I don't understand. What does my family's ambition have to do with these horn replicas? Julian asserted firmly that they were deeply connected. For a moment, images of powerful artifacts surfaced, the alchemist's stone, elixirs, and demon horn. Bishop Baden spoke with sarcasm. Oh, looks like you've done your research on my family, huh? This time, it was Julian's turn to get angry. He could no longer hold back, and he growled, Are you mocking me? Baden continued to speak in a mocking tone. Quite the contrary. I didn't expect to be cared about so much. Julian clicked his tongue. Having the opponent keep beating around the bush like this was truly a hassle. Li Siwu screamed in desperation. He thought to himself, I'm truly trying to save you people. A vision appeared in his head. If they continued mass-producing these replica horns, the Sword Saint or the Imperial Court would soon take notice. Worse yet, the true nature of the Dawn Cult would be exposed. And then everyone will know I belong to the Dawn Cult. A knight in the vision screamed Julian's name. The knight's voice echoed in Julian's head. I'm arresting you for conspiring with the Dawn Cult. Julian was lost in thought, the worst-case scenario appearing. He would immediately go from being a dog of the Empire to its enemy. Bishop Baden, unaware of what Julian was thinking, continued to lecture. And one more thing, you might not know this since you only recently became a bishop. Julian snapped back to reality, cutting Baden off. Are you still talking? I was just distracted for a moment. Julian's attitude infuriated Baden. Following that, Baden placed his hand on Julian's shoulder. Baden didn't stop provoking. If you talk like that, my position will become. His words were like pouring gasoline on the fire. Unable to endure it any longer, Julian swung his hand and shoved Baden away. A terrifying red aura began to pour out from Julian. His anger had reached its boiling point. Julian's eyes turned a blazing red. The eye-opening skill was activated. He spoke with a threatening tone. It seems you don't understand the situation, but right now I am having to restrain myself a great deal. The red aura engulfed Julian's feet, and terrifying pressure radiated throughout the room. The other members of the Dawn Cult, those in purple robes, were terrified by Julian's power. The pressure from Julian was so strong it sent Bishop Baden and those who followed him flying. Elinor recalled a terrifying past. Is this the Julian with open eyes from that day? She shouted in a panic. Julian, calm down. This is the reception room. Julian turned his head back, trying to control the surging power, veins bulging on his temple. As the aura gradually dissipated, Julian thought to himself, oh my, did I lose emotional control and open my eyes again? Tenelin smiled, his face clearly impressed. as expected, truly impressive, overpowering all the bishops and clerics here with nothing but pressure from your aura. Archbishop Tenelin sat on his throne, looking at Julian with hungry eyes, truly worthy of being the Sword Saint's disciple. I want you. Tenelin ordered Bishop Baden. Under Julian's pressure, Baden knelt, trembling as he replied, "Why yes, Archbishop." Tenelin asked Baden point-blank, "Are you truly producing replicas of the horn that I crafted? Tell me the truth." Baden bowed his head and confessed, "Yes, that's right." Tenelin appeared displeased. "That's not good, acting on your own without informing me." However, Tenelin immediately changed his attitude, "But I don't particularly mind." Bishop Baden looked up, his face looking relieved. Archbishop Tenelin laughed maniacally. "Compared to the horns I craft, those are just low-quality replicas anyway. If even replicas like that can fight back against the imperial court, that's a good thing." Julian still tried to question him, but Archbishop, he conducted experiments on commoners to improve the replicas. "Are you really okay with that?" Archbishop Tenelin smirked. "Is there a problem? Citizens who follow the Empire's laws are also accomplices to the Empire's ideology." Tenelin continued his logic. "If using them helps strengthen the Dawn cult, then what's the problem?" This statement left Elinor dumbfounded as she realized, I was wrong all along. She was completely disillusioned. Sophistry, contradictions, extremely selfish. This is not the Dawn cult I believed in. Julian, still trying to control his anger, voiced his concerns. "I worry that the subjects will be exposed because of these experiments. The more artificial demons that appear, the more attention we attract." Bishop Baden, having been condoned by the Archbishop, turned to mock Julian. "Coming from a dog of the Empire, that sounds quite reliable." Baden continued to provoke. "Does the smiling executioner care about the death of a commoner? I thought you'd see them as no more than orchid flowers. How surprising." Hearing the word orchid, Julian's hand began to tremble. Elinor noticed it and thought, "Are you shaking, Julian? Even the great Julian is affected by provocation, or is it guilt?" Julian gritted his teeth. The image of an orchid pot appeared in his mind. "Damn it, talking about orchids makes me think of Angelica." Archbishop Tenelin waved his hand, ordering, "Enough. This commotion ends here." Tenelin leaned back in his chair, saying, "I'm tired. Everyone leave." Upon the order, Bishop Baden bowed his head in obedience and left with Julian. "Yes." As he walked away, Baden gritted his teeth, silently cursing Julian. "Julian, that damn bastard." Sitting in the carriage, Baden reassured himself. It's fortunate the Archbishop was lenient, but future horn cloning experiments must be handled carefully. Baden thought to himself, using demon horns to manufacture elixirs can wait. Acting in haste always ruins things. He looked out the window with a calculating gaze. The time has come to take drastic measures. Now, can you withstand the pursuit of the Krypart family? Somewhere else, a mysterious hooded figure appeared, his blue eyes glowing in the dark. A name was mentioned, Alpha's Mayhand. Baden sat in the carriage, asking Alpha's Mayhand if he could withstand the relentless pursuit of the Krypart house. Alpha's asserted that it wasn't a major issue, as those were merely Joshua's subordinates, and there was always a clear hierarchy among knights. Baden looked at Alphas and countered by asking if he still owed him a life debt. Alphas recalled the time he nearly died on the execution grounds, knowing this debt would follow him until his dying breath. Hearing this, Baden smirked with satisfaction. Immediately after, he ordered Alphas to bring him Urian's head at any cost. At his office in the closed-eye building, Urian muttered about how the plan to produce artificial demon horns was stagnating. He was smug about having broken Baden's will, confident that the man wouldn't dare make any reckless moves if he valued his own life. Razlot timidly knocked and stepped in, asking if Urian had any tasks for him. Urian praised his report on the Dawn cult's ambush and instructed him to report immediately if anything changed. Before he left, Urian told Razlot to take something. He held out a mysterious envelope, which left Razlot filled with questions. It turned out to be an admission recommendation letter to the prestigious Bayer Academy. Urian was keeping his promise to help the children from his orphanage enter the academy if he played his role as a spy well. Razlot trembled as he held the letter, stammering and asking if this was a fake. Urian stated that even the 4 great families struggled to obtain such a letter, and it had been given to him personally by Vice Principal Alam Chorny. Razlot was bewildered, unable to believe he had received such a massive favor. Urian affirmed that with this letter, the children could take the entrance exam, and Razlot bowed in choked-up gratitude. Urian ordered Razlot to leave if there was nothing else. In his mind, Razlot thought that his boss certainly wasn't a good person, but he was truly terrifying. Lynn Ronbell stood across from him, pressing him to explain exactly what he meant. Urian laughed loudly, jokingly apologizing for calling her mediocre. Lynn wouldn't accept that. she reiterated that she had achieved the highest score in the recent aura control exam. She demanded he take back his words, as she had reached the prestigious Lemire rank. Urian nonchalantly replied that by academy standards she was talented, but to him, she was still just mediocre. Lin was furious, demanding he provide a convincing reason. He pointed out that her performance from the slums until now showed no real improvement. She froze, demanding Urian explain his remark more clearly. Urian conceded that the quality of Lin's aura was superior to her peer, but he countered by asking how long she could maintain that state. He asserted that a knight who couldn't maintain stable aura was only third-rate. No matter how high the quality was, it was useless in a prolonged fight. Urian held up his hand, glowing with aura, and asked what she intended to do with such unstable power. He exposed her weakness. Her aura distribution was incredibly clumsy and lacked consistency. Urian brought up her hesitation in front of the demon in the slums, which caused Lin to start trembling as he touched upon her pain. He wore a cold smile, concluding that this was exactly why she would remain a mediocre person forever. Lin glared at Urian, while dark memories began to surface in her mind. It was a memory of Lin Rondbell at 16 years old. The young Lin had witnessed a horrific scene right in her own home. She heard the strangers mention the name Durain with voices full of contempt. One man standing at the door looked at her and asked if she thought she had meddled too deeply in this. Lin was so terrified that cold sweat poured down, her face drained of all color. Before her eyes, her father was bound tightly and kneeling at the feet of the soldier. She called out for her father in choked sobs amidst the cold night. The murderer, with a scar on his neck, looked down with contempt, saying he had never liked her family from the start. Young Lin stood there, her face smeared with blood, listening to the bitter insults directed at her family. His gaze was cold as ice, completely unmoved by the child's pain. The little girl stood at the door, stunned by the horror unfolding before her. With his blood-stained face, her father seemed to have recognized her. He quietly signaled to his child, "Run." The little girl hid behind the door, her whole body trembling. The assassin smirked triumphantly, without a shred of remorse. While swinging his sword, he shouted that her family shouldn't have abandoned the Dawn cult. Lin covered her face and sobbed. The pain was too great for a 16-year-old child to bear. Her legs couldn't hold her up amidst the room filled with the breath of death. A heartbreaking scream echoed through the mansion, marking the shattering of a family. A funeral atmosphere enveloped the scene after the massacre. The cries of the survivors rang out tragic. Standing at the funeral, Lin's eyes were dry, leaving only burning hatred and a thirst for power. She etched the face of the man with the scar on his neck into her mind, the mortal enemy she had to kill. She sought out the sword saint to beg him to teach her swordsmanship. With a resolute gaze, she begged him to help her become strong enough to carry out her revenge. For 1 full year, Lin trained like a madwoman under the sword saint's guidance before entering the academy. At the academy, the praise from classmates about genius, Lin, only added to her heavy pressure. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, telling herself she had to become a true genius to not disappoint their expectations. Returning to reality, Urian stared straight at her with cold, merciless eyes. He repeated the cruel observation, "You are nothing more than a mediocre person." Lin looked troubled, but in truth, she had anticipated this long ago. She stood silently by the window, silently telling herself she absolutely had to do something to change the current situation. Her hand trembled slightly, and a faint green aura began to emanate, shimmering and unstable. Lin stared intently at the aura flame. She knew she was still too immature in controlling it. She had intended to ask Master Julian, but lately, he was so busy he didn't even have time to breathe. She told herself she could solve this alone. Even without direct guidance, she believed she would find her own path. Remembering her father's advice, if her heart wanted something, she had to show it clearly. If her intuition was wrong, she just had to fix it. Lin walked away decisively, the intention to talk to Julian again burning in her mind. She set a goal to fix her weak aura control within a month, so that he would have to reevaluate. While walking, she overheard the maids whispering about news that a Krypart guard had just killed his own teammate. They gossiped about the man serving Joshua, a former deputy captain of the Azure Lion Guard. It seemed that as long as one was linked to that Krypart house, there was never a peaceful day. Lin suddenly stopped. A strange, unusual killing intent hit her nose. The smell of blood, she frowned, unable to believe the smell of blood was this thick right on the academy ground. Lin cautiously searched for the source of that acrid smell, her heart filled with unease. She realized the path led to the annex building, an area usually restricted, but the door was wide open in an unusual way. She slipped inside, darkness swallowing her vision as she wondered what was happening inside. Amidst the old bookshelves, a hooded figure stood silently like a statue. He stood there, emitting a cold pressure that made the surrounding atmosphere feel frozen. When the figure tilted his face, the weak light revealed a frightening long scar on his neck. Lin hid behind the door, her heart pounding, when she realized a tremendously powerful person was here. She was stunned, her eyes widening as she saw the figure's appearance. There was no mistaking it. Her gaze was glued to that scar. A horrific memory surfaced abruptly. How could she forget it? Her whole body trembled as her rage began to erupt. That was the name she and the master had discovered while investigating her father's case. Alpha's Mayhand, her family's enemy, was standing right before her eyes. This hatred of her father's murder made her want to rush out and make him pay immediately, but the harsh reality held her back. The master had once warned her that if she encountered a cultist of Monsignor rank or higher, she had to run and call for reinforcements immediately. Facing someone like that, victory was unimaginable. Reason told her to run, but in her heart, she didn't want to miss this chance. Her legs felt frozen, trembling as she couldn't take another step. What should she do? Amidst Lin's inner turmoil, a cold voice rang out. Hey, tailing someone like that is too obvious. He had seen her. Lin was startled when the dark figure suddenly appeared right beside her. Alphas glanced at her uniform and smirked, nodding she didn't look like a Krypart House knight. Do you have a grudge against me? Seeing Lin's terrified expression, he mocked her, asking if she had already forgotten what happened at the Ronbell mansion. He brought his hand to his chin, starting to dig back into memories of that Ronbell name. Ah, so you're the daughter of Durain Ronbell, the child of that parasite. Alphas laughed scornfully when he realized her identity. He continued to mock, saying she should have pretended not to see anything or run away to report it, rather than standing here seeking revenge. Dark power exploded around Alphas. He laughed savagely. What a pity, you only have one life, you know. Lin, startled, took a step back, but immediately regained her stance, preparing for a battle to the death. Green aura flared up powerfully around her body. Alphas arched an eyebrow, admitting that having that amount of aura at her age was quite impressive. He didn't stop insulting her, recalling how she had hidden and only dared to peek through the door slit when her father was murdered. He asked where her current confidence came from. Her rage exploded. Lin's eyes now held only pure killing intent. Die. She lunged like a green lightning bolt, unleashing a blow filled with rage toward her enemy. But Alpha still wore a scornful smile. In his eyes, she was still nothing more than a child. Lin lunged like a moth to a flame, but Alpha's only tilted his body slightly to dodge that opening-filled attack. He didn't forget to deliver a sarcastic comment, saying she was letting her emotions completely overwhelm her reason while fighting. Lin clicked her tongue in frustration. Her impatience was causing her to lose her inherent precision. While trying to manage, her feet unexpectedly slipped on the floor. Lin's whole body stumbled. Her balance vanished at the most critical moment. She panicked, realizing she had revealed a fatal opening in front of the enemy. Alphas didn't miss the chance. He immediately delivered a powerful knee strike to her stomach. Lin tried to turn, but it was too late to perform any defensive move. An incredibly powerful force struck her, sending her flying away, slamming hard into the wall behind her. A harsh collision sound echoed through the silent building. Lin slumped down, her mind reeling from the attack that was too fast and sinister. Alphas looked at her receding figure, then suddenly paused, vaguely realizing something was not right. He raised his hand to examine it. Small traces of aura were still clinging to his skin. His eyes flashed with surprise. As it turned out, his eyes hadn't misjudged her actions. He smiled with appreciation. In that brief moment, you still managed to aim for my hand. Truly impressive. Even so, to Alpha's, her level was still far from his. He walked over imposingly. He forced her to kneel on the floor in a vulnerable position, his voice cold. Shall I teach you how to be obedient? Lin was completely desperate. Bitterness surged when, before she could even take revenge, she had to face death. She silently pleaded for someone to come save her right now. Julian exhaled, his expression deep in thought. Walking down the hallway, he reflected on what he had just said to the students, thinking it wasn't wrong at all, even though that word, crime, earlier had truly been a slip of the tongue. As for Lin, the girl's swordsmanship had clearly improved based on her stance and breathing, but the key point was that her aura was still full of issues. This girl possessed more mana channels than the average person, but if she kept manipulating aura the conventional way, the mana inside would soon be exhausted. Lin's master should have helped her handle this, but he was probably busy, so she had to grope around on her own. Julian decided to set this aside for now. A professor walked up to greet Julian, thanking him for the hard work of completing the supervision mission. He chatted enthusiastically, saying that ever since Julian took charge of supervision, the number of complaints from students had dropped significantly. Julian only replied nonchalantly, suggesting that students capable of complaining about him had all graduated and become official knights. The professor hesitated, asking if Julian had any trouble when he suddenly accepted this assignment on the very day of the victory anniversary. It seemed a few people in the royal family were starting to eye his actions. Julian smiled and asked back. The professor broke out in a cold sweat, adding that everyone was silent perhaps because of the relationship between him and the sword Saint Hayden Reich, as the most talented student of his. This professor looked quite worried when mentioning Julian's private affairs. Julian brightly asserted that the conflict between him and his master had been resolved long ago, but inwardly he thought to himself that it was a total lie. Seeing Julian so relaxed, the professor breathed a sigh of relief, and Julian knew clearly that meeting the Sword Saint again was a massive risk. Suddenly, he remembered something, asking Julian about the case of Lynn Ronbell, the only one to object to his evaluation result. He handed over the form, saying that although Lynn had received the highest score, she still requested that Julian correct the evaluation in her file. Julian reached out for the form, which surprised the professor slightly. Julian took the paper, calmly explaining that since this was his task, he wanted to handle it personally and properly. He wore a dashing smile, saying he would go find Lynn to explain it to her, all for the sake of the exam having the most perfect results. After the professor left, Julian stared at the form. Actually, he didn't care much, but if this matter blew up, it would be easier for the royal family to scrutinize him. To save the trouble of searching through the vast academy, Julian decided to find where Lynn was. He activated his mana detection skill. An energy map appeared right in his head. He detected a strange mana flow near the academy's annex building. Arriving there, Julian saw another mana source present. He had to admit it was quite impressive. Alphys was standing there, laughing at Lynn. He was surprised to see that at her age, she had already controlled an amount of aura far exceeding regular knights, but mocked her for having such poor stamina. Covered in blood, Lynn gritted her teeth as she listened to the stranger's insult. She dropped to her knees, frustrated and hurt that even this guy called her mediocre, exactly like what Julian had said earlier. Alphys unleashed a powerful kick that sent Lynn flying through the air. He stepped toward the girl lying on the ground, telling her to lie still and that he would grant her a release soon. With the enemy right in front of her, Lynn was completely powerless. Everything slowly began to blur before Lynn's eyes. She wondered if this was the end for her. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking Lynn if her ability was really only worth this much. In her desperation, Lynn even thought she was hallucinating Julian's voice. Julian remarked sarcastically that this was a pathetic way to go. Lynn looked up, exhausted. But when she saw the silhouette approaching, her eyes widened in shock. It wasn't a hallucination, it was real. Julian stepped in with an arrogant air, asking Lynn if she was trying to embarrass him as a fellow student by getting beaten to a pulp like this. He glanced at Alphys, mockingly asking what this outsider was doing lurking around the academy, as he didn't seem to have any business here. Alphys removed his hat and greeted Julian. He asked if this was their first face-to-face meeting since the incident at the monastery. He introduced himself as Alphys Mayhem. Alphys flashed a provocative smile, saying he had been looking forward to seeing Julian's face again for a long time. Julian chuckled dryly, remembering him now. Alphys, the man who used to escort his brother, now possessed a rather nice scar on his face. Alphys spoke casually about the scar, recounting that it was the result of a battle with a rank 4 mage who had been chasing him. He ended up carving the guy up and feeding him to the dogs. Julian replied in a mocking tone, saying that was precisely why one shouldn't give dangerous objects like that horn to just anyone. Alphys smirked, remarking that Julian's tongue was as sharp as ever, before goading him to draw his sword for a duel. Julian thought to himself that Joshua had mentioned receiving a horn from that man. It turned out Alphys was one of Bishop Baden's men, and he really did want to kill him. Julian stepped forward, his expression beginning to turn icy. He felt lucky that they had met here, as it was still too early for the students to witness the tragedy about to unfold. Julian's true nature, a thirst for killing, began to rise. He tried to reassure himself to stay calm because there was an injured person here. Alphys observed Julian and thought to himself that this guy was becoming more sensitive because of that girl. He realized that this girl's swordsmanship was very similar to Julian's. Could they have been taught by the same sword saint? Julian nonchalantly confirmed that Lynn was indeed his fellow student, even if he found that fact a bit surprising himself. Alphys smirked meaningfully at Julian's response. Swift as lightning, Alphys reached out, grabbed Lynn and tossed her toward Julian. This unexpected attack caught Julian completely off guard. Julian cursed inwardly at the unforeseen situation. He knew that if a protagonist like Lynn died, this world would be turned completely upside down. Alphas continued to press his advantage with overwhelming attacks. Julian understood that if Lin died, his advantage of knowing the game's plot would be ruined as well. Though his intuition urged him to ignore Rin to free himself up for the fight, Julian couldn't do that. He quickly moved to protect her. Julian caught Lin, holding her as she completely succumbed to exhaustion. Witnessing that action, Alphas burst into amused laughter. He remarked that Julian Criffart had changed too much from before. He was no longer as cold as the one he used to know. Julian looked down at the girl in his arms, his eyes darkening with tension. Alphas mocked that if it were the Julian of the past, instead of protecting her, he would have surely stabbed through her to get to him. Julian placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, coldly retorting that saying things was always easier than doing them. He silently calculated that if Lin died, the Sword Saint would surely not let it rest and would flatten the entire Dawn Society. And if it was exposed that he was connected to the organization at that moment, his career would be as good as over. Just imagining that scenario made Julian break into a cold sweat from the pressure. He set Lin aside, declaring that the joke was over. Mana burned fiercely around Julian. He smiled dangerously, ready for a real match with Alphas. Amidst the quiet palace library, Julian and Alphas Mayhem faced off in an intense duel. Alphas drew his sword, offering a provocative smile and remarking that Julian's killing intent hadn't changed at all. Julian took a defensive stance, coldly replying that it wasn't killing intent, he was just annoyed. A heavy footstep stomped onto the floor, signaling the true start of the battle. Alphas lunged like an arrow, mocking that compared to the past, Julian's reputation had faded quite a bit. Julian curled his lip, admitting his opponent was fast, but still within his control. With a precise parry, Julian blocked Alphas' attack without expending the slightest bit of energy. The elite swordsman's skill was instantly activated the moment the two blades clashed with a spray of spark. Alphas relentlessly pressed the attack with sharp sword strikes, but Julian stood firm as a rock. Julian leisurely evaluated that Alphas was better than the swordsman he had met before, but it still wasn't enough to trouble him. With flexible footwork, Julian easily dodged and maneuvered around his opponent's strikes. In Julian's eyes, every trajectory of Alphas' sword appeared as clear as if it were pre-programmed. Alphas gasped for air, beginning to feel terrified that all of his heartfelt attacks were being neutralized so easily. Julian smiled arrogantly, saying that Alphas was far too arrogant to think he could end this match so quickly. Julian began to counterattack, the pressure from his blade making the air around them seem to thicken. Two figures intertwined within the library, creating dazzling streaks of light from the clash of metal. Julian maintained a calm demeanor, silently observing to find his opponent's opening. He noticed Alphas reacted incredibly fast, making him wonder if his opponent was intentionally leaving openings to trap. Alphas' eyes betrayed his tension when facing such a cold, unfeeling Julian. He swung his sword in vain, his anxiety rising as if he were the one falling into a trap. Julian smiled slightly, as if every development of the match was within his calculation. A golden opportunity arose. Julian knew that a single thrust to the abdomen could finish Alphas immediately, but his hand suddenly faltered at the thought. If he delivered this blow, he would officially become a murderer. Hesitation was clear on Julian's face. He remembered that those he had taken down before were demons, not human beings. He realized his fatal mistake. Alphas, despite being annoying, was still a human being of flesh and blood. Seizing Julian's moment of distraction, Alphas roared in anger and launched a direct attack. Julian startled, but his momentary hesitation cost him the initiative. The cold blade tore through Julian's shoulder, leaving a deep gash. He staggered back in pain, cursing the habit of internal monologues from the game that had cost him in real life. Blood sprayed out, and Julian stumbled as the pain began to tear through his mind. Dizziness from blood loss took hold, and Julian struggled to keep his trembling legs steady. Alphas didn't miss his chance, lunging like a beast, berating Julian for being a fool for letting his guard down. A powerful sweep sent Julian crashing onto the cold floor. Julian coughed up blood, but instead of worrying about his life, he regretted his favorite coat being ruined. He cursed his own naivety, for his unnecessary hesitation had pushed him to the brink of death. Alphas stood over him, laughing in triumph, ecstatic that he had easily brought down the person he loathed so much. Julian bitterly realized that the soul of Lee Siwoo was subconsciously suppressing the combat instincts of this body. He clenched his fist, understanding that if he wanted to survive in this cruel world, he couldn't keep his hands clean. Alphas continued to insult Julian by bringing up the memory of the Banfist Bridge, reveling in the fact that the situation had been reversed. Those words didn't trigger any memories. Julian just felt the person standing before him was truly annoying. To deal with the dangers ahead, Julian decided to shed his restraint and act the part of a perfect villain. Alphas looked down from above with contempt, ordering Julian to crawl between his legs if he wanted to keep his life. Alphas smugly declared that if Julian would swallow his pride and crawl between his legs, he would forgive the Banfist Bridge incident and spare his life. Julian replied coldly that he had no memory of that bridge at all. He casually admitted that he had lost his memory, a secret he had never revealed to anyone. Alphas assumed Julian had gone mad from the fear of death, while Julian understood that speaking this secret was to harden his own resolve. Alphas began to feel confused, not understanding why Julian would choose this moment to start rambling about that. At that exact moment, the special skill Eye of Truth was activated, pushing Julian's emotions to their peak. Julian's eyes flared with a deadly red hue, radiating such a chilling killing intent that the space itself seemed to freeze. Alphas realized in horror that the atmosphere around Julian had completely shifted. There was no longer any hesitation like before. Julian lunged with wind-tearing speed, turning into a black and red streak of light that tore through the night in the library. A sharp blade swung, followed by the sound of blood spraying into the air. Alphas could only gasp in shock at Julian's terrifying speed, but any attempt to dodge now was already too late. Cold sweat streamed down Alphas's face as he realized that death was standing right before him. Alphas's sword was knocked from his hand, accompanied by a severed portion of his arm floating in the middle of the library. He stood blankly for a moment, staring at the empty space where his arm had just been. A heartbreaking scream rang out as the unbearable pain from the slash began to torment Alphas. Alphas's eyes bulged in shock, unable to believe the situation had been reversed so cruelly. Julian smiled cruelly. He realized that laying a hand on a human being turned out not to be so difficult after all. Standing amidst an atmosphere thick with the scent of blood with the smile of a true villain, Julian casually declared that everything had been easier than he thought. Julian lunged like a whirlwind, completely overwhelming his opponent. Wind-tearing sword strikes surrounded him, leaving the enemy without a moment to breathe. Alphas could only stare in helplessness at this terrifying speed. His sword was knocked away, clattering to the floor. He scrambled in panic to find a weapon, but it was all too late. Julian delivered a fatal blow that tore through the air. Blood sprayed as the blade buried itself deep into Alphas's flesh. A brutal kick sent him sprawling, leaving him with no strength left to resist. Julian looked down with cold eyes, mocking the fool for daring to expose his back to him. Alphas crawled away in fear, muttering that even demons weren't this ruthless. He gasped for air, his face twisted in horror. Julian casually stepped on the defeated man, his posture filled with arrogance. He reminded him that if one wanted to dance with a sword in front of him, they should ask for permission first. And naturally, he had no intention of granting that right to a dying man. The glowing sword was slowly drawn from its sheath. Julian pierced straight into a critical acupuncture point on the man's chest. He casually explained the position of the Mon Kayat, a vital meridian that decided life and death. A deadly smile appeared as Julian declared that his death was now just a matter of time. Alphas spat blood, his breathing becoming intermittent and painful. Even as he died, he tried to curse, thinking Julian was only relying on the favor of the archbishop. The glowing golden hilt was driven down once more without mercy. He wheezed that most high-ranking priests didn't even like Julian. His vision blurred, and in his eyes, Julian looked no different from a monster. He took his final breath and awaited Julian in hell before his body went completely still. The light in his eyes faded completely. His life had vanished. Julian drew his sword, a long trail of blood dragging across the cold floor. He told himself that the Eye of Truth skill made taking down this opponent as easy as playing with a child. Suddenly, Julian startled, having accidentally spoken his internal thoughts aloud. He caught sight of Lynn Ronbell lying unconscious nearby, her breathing incredibly weak. It seemed the internal injuries from before had caused her to completely collapse. Julian wondered anxiously if Lynn had heard the secret about the Dawn Society or his pretense of memory loss. If she were still conscious, everything would become extremely problematic. Julian hesitated, though he didn't want Lynn to die. The risk right now was too great. Shadows veiled his face as he approached the unconscious girl. A cold thought occurred. If she really knew the secret, everything would have to end differently. Julian began to see her as a potential threat that needed to be eliminated. His hand tightened around the sword hilt, preparing to strike, but his other hand held him back. Then Julian froze, wondering what on earth he was doing. He realized he was pursuing a perfect performance, not becoming assimilated by the character's cruel nature. Footsteps echoed hurriedly throughout the library hallway. Those who had just rushed in were shocked at the horrific scene before them. They screamed in horror, asking Julian who on earth he was to cause such an incident. The academy officials trembled seeing Julian standing amidst the wreckage, wondering if this was really the young master of the Criffart family. Julian slowly turned his face, wearing a mysterious and dangerous smile. He casually greeted the deputy dean and announced that there had just been a small bit of trouble here. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Lynn Ronbell slowly awoke from a long coma. She was startled to realize she was lying on the academy's infirmary bed with her wounds bandaged. Memories of Alphas, the murderer of her father, and being saved by Julian suddenly flooded her mind. Lynn gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, feeling humiliated by her own weakness. She berated herself, thinking all her attempts at revenge were meaningless when she couldn't accomplish anything herself. Just then, Julian appeared by the bedside and asked coldly if she had regained her senses. Lynn struggled to sit up, thanking Julian for saving her life in such a desperate situation. Julian looked at her with a calm expression, a faint smile on his lips. He bluntly declared that he didn't consider it a debt, but merely a little compassion reserved for a weak classmate. Lynn bowed her head in admission, because more than anyone else, she clearly understood the harsh reality of her situation at that moment. Julian unexpectedly pulled out the protest letter she had written and demanded that she reconsider it seriously. He mocked her as shameless for writing the letter without willing to admit her complete inability to master aura. Lynn was stunned, trying to resist, but her words choked off before Julian's sharpness. Not waiting for her reply, Julian coldly tore the letter to pieces right in front of the young girl. Lynn realized she had been too smug with the genius title and had acted only to satisfy her cheap self-esteem. She covered her face in regret, wondering what meaningless things she had wasted her life on all this time. Unexpectedly, Julian revealed that she possessed more mana meridians than the average person. Lynn looked up in astonishment, unable to believe her ears as she heard those remarks. He began to guide her on how to accumulate mana, not just in the main meridian point, but also by utilizing other meridians. The young girl secretly wondered why someone who only cared about power and luxury like Julian would offer such sincere advice. Julian concluded with, "We are classmates after all," but Lynn thought he was indirectly warning her not to tarnish the reputation of the Sword Saint. He asked if she had any other questions, and Lynn tremblingly asked about the fate of the assassin. Julian's brief answer, "He's dead," left Lynn completely speechless. Julian smirked, saying that the scene at that time was very brutal, and it was a good thing she had fainted and didn't have to witness it. Lynn unexpectedly revealed that she still vaguely remembered the conversation between him and that Alpha's fellow. The air suddenly became suffocating, and Julian began to break into a cold sweat at this alarming information. He secretly feared that after that incident, the Julian persona he was masquerading as would essentially be dead if the secret got out. Lynn recalled his words about losing everything and thought that Julian had also lost his loved ones at the hands of the Dawn Society. Julian tried to recover by asking if she believed it was just a misunderstanding. Lynn looked him straight in the eyes and called him a liar, leaving Julian momentarily speechless. Before leaving, Julian demanded that she absolutely must not tell anyone else about this. Alone in the room, Lynn pondered Julian's harsh but cryptic words about concern. Her gaze became more resolute than ever. Lynn promised herself she would double her efforts to achieve her goal of revenge. Julian walked out of the room, his back clearly showing his deep thoughts after the mental showdown. He secretly screamed at the heavens, knowing that since Lynn still remembered the conversation with Alphas, he was basically done for this time. Razlot closed the report on Bishop Hayden with great reverence. He couldn't help but be stunned to see Julian still casually trimming his orchid pots as if nothing had happened. With such a major event, Razlot had assumed a normal person would at least have some reaction, instead of sitting still like. Julian kept his eyes fixed on the leaves, silently judging that there were currently no noteworthy developments. Razlot stood behind watching, silently thinking that Julian should have delivered the final blow as soon as Alphas was eliminated. Julian suddenly mentioned that Bishop Pintle of the Dawn Society had just decided to raid a merchant caravan suspected of transporting soul stone. Julian mused about Pintle and the stones, while Razlot asked for permission to leave. Just as he turned away, Julian suddenly remembered something important. He asked if that recommendation letter helped, and Razlot replied that it did and thanked him. Julian nodded in confirmation, then allowed him to leave. Deep down, Razlot realized that was Julian's subtle way of reminding him that he had to be a loyal spy. Left alone, Julian plopped down on the sofa, his expression deep in thought. He spread his arms wide, wondering why everything was so unnervingly quiet. By now, someone should have come to settle the score with him already. Julian secretly thought perhaps Lynn hadn't realized anything unusual, because she hadn't been fully conscious at the time. The Baden side was also unusually quiet, even though the old man had previously sent alphas to take his life. Julian envisioned the scene where Hayden Reich, in the guise of the Black Knight, would be the one to finish Bishop Baden off, so he didn't need to lift a finger. That was the secret identity Hayden Reich used whenever he didn't want to reveal his true sword saint self. It was enough to just stop old Baden from doing anything stupid before the name Black Knight became famous throughout the capital. Thinking of the reduced workload, Julian couldn't help but wear a sinister smile. But immediately after, he grabbed his head and let out a weary sigh. That suffocating feeling was definitely caused by the memories from the trailer of the future he had seen. In that vision, the original Julian had killed Hayden in an extremely brutal fashion. He feared that Julian's instincts would override his own will. To avoid being swallowed by those instincts, Julian told himself he needed to practice even harder. He stood up decisively from the sofa. He stretched his limbs a bit to loosen his stiff joints before starting. At the Imperial Palace's third training ground, knights were training enthusiastically. The sound of weapons clashing rang out dryly under the sunny sky. A panoramic view of the vast training ground with wooden dummies set up for practice. Julian's appearance caused everyone around to whisper. They couldn't believe someone like him would actually deign to come here to train. Julian walked in nonchalantly, ordering everyone to focus on their own business instead of staring at him. Standing in front of the weapon rack, he silently thought that while the crescent moon sword was good, relying on only one item wasn't a wise move. Julian rubbed his chin in calculation. Perhaps this was a suitable time to experiment with a completely new type of weapon. He reached out his hand, searching for something different among the pile of arms. Everyone was astonished to see him choose a spear, as everyone knew Julian's forte had always been swordsmanship. A figure suddenly approached from behind Julian. It was an orange-haired apprentice knight who called out to challenge Julian to a sparring match. Julian immediately recognized this as the person who had been acting fearful when he first appeared. He glanced at the armor with no unit insignia, certain he was just trying to use him as a stepping stone to impress the officials standing around. It was clear he was targeting his weakness by using a weapon he wasn't accustomed to. Julian smiled in agreement, silently thinking that sparring with a real person was less boring than stabbing a dummy. The crowd watching from afar thought that this change of weapon was just a display of Julian's excessive arrogance. Julian held the spear in his hand, admitting that it did feel a bit awkward. This spear was twice as long as a standard sword, and the center of gravity was completely different, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Even though he was holding a weapon he wasn't used to, Julian was still confident he couldn't possibly lose. The orange-haired apprentice roared and lunged straight toward Julian with all his might. The basic principles flashed through Julian's mind. The spear's strength lay in its long range, used to keep distance and neutralize opponents. The orange-haired guy swung his sword in a powerful slash, but Julian quickly retreated to dodge. Taking advantage of the opponent rushing in hot-bloodedly, Julian pivoted to observe the opening. He slammed the spear tip into the ground right before the apprentice's toes, creating a powerful tremor. Julian smirked scornfully, mocking him, saying that with such pathetic standards, he shouldn't dream of joining any knight order. The orange-haired guy went pale with fear, unable to speak under the terrifying pressure from Julian. He was used to Julian loving to humiliate his opponents even in light practice matches. Julian added a powerful spear thrust, causing the apprentice to stagger backward. Julian secretly thought that if he let his opponent close the distance, this bulky, long spear would lose its advantage against a short sword. He focused intensely, determined not to let the apprentice have any chance to get close. Julian's gaze became sharp and cold. He didn't allow his pride to be hurt by a nobody. Julian gripped the spear shaft tightly. He decided he would use more force to end the match. The weapons clashed with a jarring keng as Julian blocked the opponent's attack. The orange-haired guy panicked, realizing the strength from Julian's hands was unstoppable. He was completely overpowered. Julian's spear slashed powerfully through the air at dizzying speed. Julian grinned excitedly, appearing to get too carried away in the match. The orange-haired guy let out a terrified scream. A slash grazed his chest, causing the apprentice's black uniform to be torn apart as fresh blood began to seep out. The apprentice froze, clutching the wound on his chest with a look of disbelief at what had just happened. Julian asked coldly if he thought he was qualified to challenge him with such meager skill. Julian's eyes now looked no different from a monster hunting its prey, making the apprentice so afraid he could only moan. He was so terrified that he ran for his life, mouth incessantly apologizing for having mistakenly dared to challenge the wrong person. People around started whispering, thinking Julian was truly a monster no one could stop. Julian watched nonchalantly, telling himself he wasn't crazy enough to kill his sparring partner. He smiled lightly, asserting that the wound definitely wasn't caused intentionally. From afar, Herand rushed over calling Julian's name, advising him to stop since the victory was already clear. Julian turned to smile gently at Herand, clarifying that he didn't easily kill others, as the rumors said. Herand forced a smile, breaking into a cold sweat because he didn't know whether to believe the words or what he had just witnessed with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Julian sighed inwardly, realizing just one training session was enough to make him feel exhausted. Julian ran into Herand in the palace. He greeted him, saying it had been a long time since they had crossed paths here. Herand jumped, hurriedly explaining that he had just come from Old Orn's secretariat office under order. Julian remained silent, staring with a probing gaze. Speaking of Orn Criffart, the old man was the former family head and currently held the position of chairman of the Council of Elders, someone who deeply hated Julian. Old Orn worshipped pure bloodlines and was ready to act as a hunting dog for the royal family. He was annoyed to see Julian's reputation growing far beyond the four major families. Julian smiled, telling Herand not to worry, as whatever happened at Old Orn's office surely had nothing to do with it. Just as he was about to leave, Herand suddenly called him back to ask about Lady Malna's keepsake. Julian stopped. That was the soul stone necklace he had secretly obtained and sent Herand to keep. Herand looked quite worried, persistently asking if it was truly okay for him to keep such an important item. Julian explained that although he desperately wanted it back, it wasn't possible at the moment. If the Dawn cult sniffed out that he was holding the soul stone, it would be a huge hassle. He asked Herand to keep it for a while longer. Saying that, Julian said goodbye to go test some other weapons. He didn't forget to tell Herand to send his regards to the family head. Herand was breaking into a cold sweat, hesitatingly inviting Julian to just attend the family meeting together. He tried to convince him that Julian was, after all, a member of the Criffart family. Hearing that, Julian wore a sarcastic smile, reminding his cousin that he was only a member of the branch line. Seeing Herand silent, Julian added, asking if that derogatory title wasn't something people like them had placed on him. A sense of discomfort began to boil in Julian's chest. He wondered if this was the resentment from the deepest instincts of this body. Herand bowed his head. He knew clearly how much Julian hated this family. He mentioned the funeral of Lady Malna years ago had been organized in a shabby manner. Even that group had forbidden Julian, who was just a child back then, from attending just because they didn't want to hear annoying children crying. Herand hurriedly clarified that he didn't mean to force Julian to forget that painful past. Julian coldly dismissed it, saying he acknowledged Herand's kindness, but he absolutely had no intention of attending that family meeting. From Siwoo's rational perspective, he knew harboring hatred against the family at this moment brought no benefits. But Julian's instincts were different. It didn't accept a fake harmony with a family that was rotten to the core. Seeing Julian's firm attitude, Herand didn't dare to push further. He let out a sigh, his expression clearly relieved, but also filled with guilt. Julian suddenly turned back, mentioning Lady Malna. Herand unexpectedly bowed deeply to apologize. He knew all too well that a late apology couldn't make up for anything for Julian. Julian smiled lightly, saying it was in the past, so he didn't hold it against him. But inwardly he thought, in reality, he had no memories of that at all. Herand mentioned that Joshua would also attend this family meeting. Since this was Joshua's first time attending a meeting as the successor, the elders would surely focus all their attention on him. Herand worried that they would force Joshua to punish Julian for the previous trouble. Hearing this, Julian smiled meaningfully again, asking if that was why Herand wanted him to go along. Look at that smug look on Joshua's face. He was the pampered grandson, raised with utmost indulgence by the family head and Old Orn. Currently, Joshua's reputation was rising, both within and outside the family. Everyone believed that sooner or later, he would officially become the next successor. Yet Julian had already prepared a surprise gift for his cousin. He told Herand not to worry, there was nothing to worry about. While walking, Julian smirked, saying that in any case, the brotherly bond between him and Joshua had lately seen some very deep developments. Herand stood blankly watching him, completely failing to understand what Julian was implying. Rushing footsteps echoed along the palace hallway. Joshua was striding aggressively, face twisted as he cursed Julian as a bastard. He stood before the meeting room door, trying to regain his usual composure. Inside, old Orn had noticed the presence of his pampered grandson. All the most powerful elders of the Krypart family were already seated at the meeting table, waiting for the performance to begin. Chairman Orn spoke coldly, ordering everyone to settle into their seats so the official meeting could begin. He glanced around with a stern expression, unable to hide his perpetual annoyance. Joshua sat there, sweat beading on his forehead. He was extremely tense under the pressure from the elders. He suddenly recalled the warning from before. In this meeting, surely the name Julian would be picked apart. Thinking of Julian, Joshua shuddered again. That cousin's gaze was like he could see through all of his crime. Julian had bluntly threatened Joshua, saying that the incident involving Alpha's Mayhand wasn't minor enough to ignore. Julian forced Joshua to confess everything he knew about the Alpha's Mayhand incident to the Secretariat office. Not stopping there, Julian also demanded that Joshua step up to arrange all compensation for the damages of this scandal. And most importantly, Julian wanted Joshua to support him as an official member of the family in today's meeting. He was being pushed into a corner. Joshua gritted his teeth in resentment. If he hadn't been swayed by emotions and had remained calmer, maybe things wouldn't be this bad. He hated himself for letting Julian get the upper hand. Lately, the Council of Elders and the Krypart House were all very annoyed with Julian. They were just waiting for an excuse to kick him back to the Northern Front again. Returning to the main events, Chairman Orn announced the main content of today's meeting was about the Sword Saint's stance toward the family. Everyone knew the Sword Saint had a very deep relationship with the second prince. This caused no small pressure on the balance of power. Chairman Orn analyzed that if the Sword Saint officially supported the second prince, the throne succession would surely lean entirely in that direction. However, the faction of the third prince, Kaldrak, couldn't be underestimated either, as he received support from the majority of the military at the front lines. Besides that was the fourth princess, who had a powerful magic tower backing her. The political landscape was becoming extremely complex. Old Orn emphasized that none of those other groups could compare to the Sword Saint's reputation. The only one qualified enough to be placed on the scales for comparison right now was Julian. But everyone knew that Julian had never been interested in this struggle for the throne. Old Orn sighed with calculation. Old Orn thought that if Julian kept acting uninterested like that, the current situation might even become more troubled and chaotic. Then the old man turned to ask for Joshua's opinion. Regardless, this was his first time participating in such an important meeting. Old Orn understood Joshua was perhaps trembling, but still wanted to hear his thoughts as a distinguished member of the family. Joshua took a deep breath, then stood up abruptly. He knew he had no way back. He recalled Julian's threat. Don't get any stupid ideas. If this reaches the Secretariat office, you're done for. Wearing a fake smile, Joshua began his boomerang plan. He whispered to himself, if that's the case then. He spoke up, saying that while everyone was mentioning his brother Julian, he had a few things to say as well. Joshua proposed loudly that the family should take this opportunity to officially recognize Julian as a legal member of the family, instead of leaving him in the branch line as it currently was. This proposal shocked everyone in the meeting room. An elder couldn't help but shout, asking Joshua if he knew what he was saying. But behind that smile was a malicious plot. Joshua secretly thought he would ruin Julian's reputation by killing him with kindness, turning him into the target of attacks from all other factions.